all good.
Right. Send me out any distress signals.
All great. When are you doing it?
Just resume now.
Right.
Just
Can I make up some funny first of April things on it?
I don't
No, but no humour of
No, sorry.
No April Fools. Ice cream in 30%.
On Gareth and I up there enough.
When right, which book you got what?
And then press.
Nothing.
That one.
Well, you should have thought
Press
about
that
this.
then.
Yeah.
I was in the shower this morning, I tried, guys. Too much brain power needed for it.
press it now if you want.
Hey, ready?
Okay, good morning ladies and gentlemen and welcome to our 1st of April Antiques and Interiors. We have a total of 444 lots being sold today. The selling will be split between Gareth and I. So without further ado, are we ready to go? Excellent. Lot number 1. Start me off at £70. Do we see 70 for this? 70 is bid at £70 and at 70. Do we see 5 at £70 and on Easy Live Auctions at 70? At £70 and at 70. Are we all done then? At £70, 75 now's the bid. At £75 then. At £75 on Easy Live Auctions at 75. Any advance? At £75, selling away at 75. That is sold. £75 to buyer 640. Lot number 2, start me off at £30. Do we see 30 for this? 30 is 40's a bid. At £40 then. At 40. 42's a bid now. At £42 then. At 42. At £42. Any advance? At £42. 45's a bid now. 48. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? In the room or online for this. At £50 now. On Easy Live Auctions at 50. At 50. At £50, 55 now, at £55 the bid. At 55 then, at £55, at 55, at 60 now. 60 the bid, at £60, do we see £65 anywhere? At 60, at 60, at £60, fair warning, at 60. Was sold, £60 to buyer 640. Lot number 3, start me off at £100. Do we see 100 for this? Do we see 100 for this? Looking for 100. Do we see 100? Do we see £100? At £100 then. At £100, do we see £100? Fair warning then, at £100 this will remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot number 4, start me off at £30 then. £30 the collection of pearls here. At £30, 9 carat gold clasp here. £30. Do we see 30 for this? Do we see 30? At £30 then. Do we see 30? £10 then. At 10. At £10. 9 carat gold there. £10 with you in the room at 10. At £10 in the room at £10. 12's against you now. At £12 against you. At 12, 15's the bid. At 15 in the room now. At 15, 18 against you. 20 would you like? Shake it at 20. At £18 then. At 18. At £18 then. Are we all done? Selling away to Easy Live Auctions at £18. That is sold. £18 to buyer 623. Lot number 5, start me at £100 and the bead necklace here. £70. £70 anywhere. £70. Looking for 70. Do we see 70? 140 is a bid. At £140 a bid. At 160. At 180. 190 now. Above estimate at 190. At 190. At 190. At £190. We all done there. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. Only one more bid could do it. At £190. Running out of steam at 190. Fair warning. Sold £190 to buyer 550. Lot number 6, start me off at £40 this. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Looking for 40 here. Do we see 40? £10 then. Do we see 10? 10's a steal at 10. A gift at 10. Your bid, sir. At £10 in the room. At £10 with you, sir. At £10. At £10. At £10 we all done and selling away at £10. 12 against you, sir. 15 would you like? 15 you have, sir. Your bid at 15. In the room at £15. 18 against you. 20 would you like, sir? 20 you have, sir. Your bid at £20 then. At 20. At £20 with you, sir. At £20. Fair warning. That's sold. £20 to buy 232. £20. Thank you. Lot number 7. Start me off at £10. £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Do we see £10? Looking for £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Good collection of pearls here for £10. At £10 is a gift at £10, ladies and gents. A real gift at £10. Any advance? Do we not see a bid of 10? Can I not tempt you at 10? Yes, I can, sir. Your bid at £10 then. With you, sir, at £10. At £10 in the room at 10. Your, sir, for £10. That is sold. £10 to same bar as last. 232. £10. Lot number 8. We've got interest on the books, taking us to a bid of £20 with me on commission. On the books at 20. At 20, 25, 20, 30 with me. £30 with me on the books. At £30 with me on commission. 32. At You're out at 32, 35 do you like, 35 you have. At £35 in the room at 35, 38's the next bid. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35, with you on the front row, or second row, £35, 38 against you now, 40 would you like, shaking the head at 40, at £38 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 38 then, at £38, selling away at 38, and sold £38 to buyer 501. Lot number 9 carat gold pendant here. Start me off at £60 for this. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Yes, we do. At £60 then. Online at 60. Online at 60. Any advance at £65 now on Easy Live Auctions at 65. At £65 on Easy Live Auctions. Any advance at £65. Are we all done then? £70 now. At 70. At £70. 75 now. At 75. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At £80. Yes, we do. At £80 now on Easy Live Auctions. It's all happening on Easy Live Auctions here. At £80, we're all done then, wrapping up and selling away. Fair warning, at £80, sold 80 to buy 501. £80. Lot number 10, we've got interest on the book here, taking me to a bid of £30 with me on commission. 32, 35 with me, 38 with me now on commission. 38 with me on commission, with me at 38. Still on commission, with me at 38, 40. Commission bids out at £40 then, at 40. At £40 then. Commission bids out at 40. Easy Live biddings through at £40. Fair warning. And sold £40 to buy at 632. That's that sheet done. Lot number 11. We've got interest on commission taking me to a bid of £30 with me on commission. 32, 35 with me on commission. 40 with me on commission now. At 50 with me on commission. 60 with me on commission then. That's my commission bid at 60. That's my commission bid at 60. It's on the book at 60. 65. Commission bids out at £65 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 65 then. At 65. At £65. We all done then. At £65. Good collection of charms here. At £65. Any advance at 65. Sold £65 to buy at 632. Lot number 12. 2 jet brooches here. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50 here? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. At 50 then. £25 then. Low as I'll go at 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for £25. Do we see £25? £25 as bid. At 25 then. At 25. At £25 now. Do we see 28 in the room or online? At 28. At £25 then. Online on Easy Live Auctions. At £25. And sold 25 to buy at 638. Lot number 13. We've got interest on commission taking me to a bid of £80 with me on commission. With me at 80. With me at £80 at 85, 90 with me. With me at 90. With me at 90 on the book at 90. £100, 100 with me on commission at 100. At 100, 110, 120 with me on commission. 130 with me. 145 with me. At £145 with me on commission. 150, commission bids out at £150 now on Easy Live Auctions at 150, at 150, at £150 then. Are we all done then? At £150 on Easy Live Auctions above estimate at 150. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 150. That is sold for 150.
Yeah.
That came in after the hammer at £150. You've got to get your bids in quicker, please. At 5622. Lot number 14. Interest on commission as well, taking us to a bid of £80 with me on the book at 80. At £80 with me on commission. At 80. At 85, 90 with me now on commission. At 95 with me on commission. At 100 with me on commission. At 100, 110. That's my commission bid at 110. 120. Commission bids out at 120 then. At 120. At £120. Commission's out at 120. At £120 then. At 120. Fair warning then at £120. Was sold 120 to buy 622. Same bar as last. Lot number 15. One of my favourite pieces in this auction. The Hero of the Nile and Trafalgar. Lord Horatio Nelson brooch here. Start me off at £80 for this. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Fantastic piece here for £80. At £80. At £80. Do we see 80 for this? It's well worth that. At 80. At 80. At 80. 60 then. At 60. At 60. Do we see 60 for this? Do we see 60? A lot of interest online at 60. At 60. Do we see 60 for this? 50 then. At £50 then. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 for this? At £50 then. Do we see 50? 40 then. Won't go any lower. At 40 then. At 40. It's a gift at 40. It really is. £40 is bid. At 40. At 40. Do we see an advance at 42 now? At £42. Do we see £45 anywhere? At 45 now. At £45 it's running away now. At £45. Do we see 48 now? Do we see £48 in the room or online? At 48 then. At 45 is a bid. At 45 is a bid. At £45 then. At 45. Any advance at £45 is a gift at 45. It really is. At £45. £45. Someone got a good deal there. 638. Lot number 16. The pins here start me off at £20. Do we see 20 for this? 20 is a bid. 25 now at £25. Do we see 28? 28 would you like? 28 you have in the room at 28. Against you at 30. At £30, shaking head at 30. And we have 30 online now at £30 online. At £30 then. At 32 now at £32. 32 is a bid on Easy Live Auctions at 32 then. At £32. At 32. Any advance at £32. Fair warning then. Selling the way at 32. Sold £32 to buyer 640. Lot number 17 then. Start me off at £40 for this. At 40. Do we see 40? The Jade and Oval stud earrings here at 40. Do we see 40 for this? Do we see 40? 40's bid now at £40 then. At 40. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40. At 40. At £40 is made with habit at 42 now. At £42. 45 now. At 48 now. At 50. At 50's a bid. At £50 then. At £50 on these live auctions. At 55 on the sale room now. Sale room bidding at £55. Sale room bidding at 55, 60 now online on these live auctions at 60. Sale room, you coming back in at 65, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then. Sale room, you coming back in at 65. Fair warning then, with these live auctions at £60, it was sold 60. To buy at 550. Lot number 18, starting off at £70 for these, £70. 9 carat white gold. Not stud earrings at £70. Do we see 70 for this? Looking for 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? 50 then. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see £50 then? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Looking for £50 then. Do we see 50? 40 then. At 40. Your bid at 40 in the front row at £40 is bid. In the front row at 40. Room bidding at £40 then. Do we see £42 anyway? At £40 in the front row. At 42 against you now. 45 do you like? At 45 in the front row now. With you in the front row. At £45 then. At 45. At 45. Do we see £48 anywhere? At 45. Easy Live Auctions. You're coming back in at 48. Your bid with you and at the front at 45. And sold to buy 167. Lot number 19, the collection of costume jewellery here. Start me off at £100 then. At 100, at 100's bid, at 110, at 110, at 110 now, at 110, at 120 then, at 120, at 120, at 130, at 130, at 130, at £130, 140 now, 150 we like, 150 we have online now, at 150, at 160 now, at 170, at 170 on Easy Live Auctions, at 170, 180 now, at 180, do we see 190 anywhere? Look for 190, 190 in the room, at 190, 200 against you, 220 we like, 220 you have. Your bid at £220 then. At £220 then. At 220. Do we see any advance? At 240. At 220. With you, your bid at 220. Fair warning. Sold 220. Same buyer as last. 220. Lot number 20. Starting off at £70. Good group of costume jewellery here. 70's bid. 75 do you like? 75 you have. Your bid at 75, 80 against you. 85 you like? Yes you have. At 90 against you now. 95 you like? 100, 100, 120, at 130 now, at 130, at 130, at 130, at 140 now, online at 140, at 150 now, at 160, at 170, at 170, at 180 now, at 180, 190. Do we see 200 for this? Looking for 200. Would you like 200? 200, too slow, sorry. At 220 now, at 220, at 220, 240 we like, 240 you have. Room bidding at 240, at 240 in the room, at 260 against you now, 280 like, 280 you have. Your bid at 280, at 280 in the room at 280. Do we see 300 for this? With you at £280. With you at £280. Are we all done then? Run out of steam at 280. Fair warning. That's your bid at 280. 167. That is end of that sheet. Lot 21. Start me off at £100 this. £100 bid at 110 now. At 120. At 120. At 130. At 140. At 140, at 140, at 160 now on the sale room, 160, at 170 on the sale room now, at 170 on the sale room bidding at 170, 180, 190, 200 on these live auctions now, at £200, 220 is a bid, at 240 is a bid now, at £240 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 240, at 240 on Easy Live Auctions at £240, any further bidding at 240, fair warning then, selling it away at £240, sold, 240. To buyer 623. Lot 22. Starting off at £40. Do we see 40? 40's a bid. At 42 now. At 42. At 42. Do we see 45? Yes, we do. At 48 now. At 48. Do we see 50? 50's a bid. At 55. 55 now, at 55's a bid, at 60 now, at 65 bid, at 65 pounds on the serum, at 70 now, at 70 pounds, all happening on the serum here, at 70, 85 now, at 85's bid, at 90 now, at 90 pounds, at 95, at 100, 100, at 100 pounds then, at 100, any advance at 100, at 100 pounds, at 110 now, at 120, 130, at 130 pounds now, all happening on these live auctions here, at 140 now, at 140, do we see 150 for this? Do we see 150? Yes we do, at 150 for this, at 150 pounds then, at 150, at 150, any advance, at 150 pounds, with these live auctions at 150, sold 150 pounds. To buy at 6, 2, 3. Lot number 23 then. Start me off at 40 pounds. Do we see 40 pounds for this? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40 pounds for this? Bit of silver in there as well. At 40. At 40. At 40. Gonna need 40. At 40 pounds then. At 40. 40 with you in the front. At 40. At 40 ahead of the internet. At 40 pounds. At 42 is the bid now. At 42. At 42 pounds is bid. At 42 pounds. At 42 pounds with Easy Live Auctions. At 42. That is sold. £42 to buy at 6.40. Thank you very much. Collection of bits here. Start me off at £50 for this. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then. Do we see £25 for this collection here? £25. Do we see 25? Yes, we have. At 28 now. At £28 is bid. At 28. 28 is the bid. At £28 then. At 28 30s now. At 32 now. At 32 pounds bid. At £32 at 35 now. At £35. At 38 now. At £38 at 40 now. On these live auctions at 40. At 40. At £40 then. At 42. 45 now. At £45. At 48 now, do you see 50 for this? 50, back where we began, at £50 then. At 50, at 55 now, at £55, at 55, any advance, at 60 now, at £60 on these live auctions, at 60. At 65 now, at 65, do we see 70? Yes we do, at £70 now, on these live auctions, at 70, at 75, at 75, do we see 80? At £80, yes we do, at £80 then. At 80, at 80, at 80, any advance at 80, 85 down is a bit. At 90 now, at 90, do we see 95 anywhere? Yes we have, at 95, top it up to 100, at 100 now, at 100 is a bit. At £100 then, at 100, at £100 then, at £100, any advance at 100, 110 we have, at 110, at 120 now on these live auctions at 120. At £120, any advance at 120, fair warning then, with our Easy Live bidder at £120, and sold 120. To buy at 638. Lot number 25. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Mixed collection of silver jewellery and costume jewellery. £50 with you at £50 in the room at 50. In the room bidding at £50 then. At £50 at 55 against you. 60 you like, 60 you have. Your bid at 60. Ahead of the internet at 60. That's a room bid at £60 with you at 60. Do we see £65 anywhere? Your bid in the room at 60. Room bidding at £60 with you at £60. Are we all done then? At £60. Fair warning. I sold £60 to 167. Thank you very much. Lot number 26. Start me off at £20 this collection here. At 20, collection of silver in there as well. At 20, great brooch in there as well. At 20, at £20. Do we see 20? Yes, we do. At £20 then. 20 is bid. At £22 now. At 22, at £22. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. At £22, 25 with you in the front row. At 25 then. At £25. At 25, any advance? At £25, I can and I will sell. At £25 to you in the front at 25. I sold £25 to 167. Thank you very much. Lot number 27. Start me off at £70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Gonna need 70 for this. We need 70 for this. It's a good collection here. At 70. At 70. At £70 then. Any interest at £70. Fair warning, at £70 we have now. At £70, at 75 is a bit. At 75 now, at 80, at 80, at £80 on these live auctions, at 85 now is a bit. At 85, at 85, 90, at 90 now, at 95, do we see 100? At 95, 100, 100 on these live auctions at 110 now. At 120, do we see 130? At £120 on these live auctions. At 120, at £120 then, ladies and gents. Selling away at 120. Sold 120 to buy at 638. Lot number 28, we've got interest on commission and online taking us to a bid of £80 on the books at 80, at 85, 90 with me, at 95, £100 with me on commission, at 110, commission bids out with you at 110, in the room at 110, that's a room bid at 110, 130 against you now, 140 like shaking head at 140, in Easy Live Auctions at 160 now, at 160 pounds then, at 170, at 180, at 180. Do we see 190 anywhere? The 190 we have, 200's bid. At 200 pounds then, at 200, 220, 240, at 240 pounds then, at 240, at 260, at 260 pounds then, at 260. Do we see 280 pounds anywhere? At 260 pounds from a good local home, at 260 pounds. That is sold, 260. And the buyer was 638. Lot number 29. Starting off at £50 this collection. Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then is needed. At 25 then. Do we see £25 anywhere? 25 bid. They're looking for 28.30 now. 30's the bid at £30 then. Online at 32, 35. Do we see £38 anywhere? 40 now. At 42, 45 now. 48. Do we see 50? Yes, we do. At £50 then. At 50 on Easy Live Auctions. At 50. At 60 now. At £60 on Easy Live Auctions. At 65 then. At £65 then. All happening on Easy Live Auctions. At £65. Are we all done then? Run out of steam at 65. Sold. £65. 65 to buy at 638. Lot number 30. Collection of glass mounted beads here. Starting off at £20. Do we see 20 for this? Looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Do we see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? £10 then. £10. Who wants it? £10. Gift it 10. 12. 15. 15 you have in the room at 15. At £15 with you. At 18, 20 against you. Back when we began at 20. Shake the head at 22. At £20 in Easy Live Auctions. At 22 then. At 22. At £22. All done then. Wrapping up and selling away at 22. Sold. £22 to buy at 501. Lot number 31. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. Good collection of shells here. For you shell collectors out there. At £50. At 50. At £50. At £50 then. Do we see 50? £25 then. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? Come on folks, at £25. £10 then. £10. £10 with you at the front at £10. £10 is bid. 15, 18, 20. At 20 against you. 22 now. At 22, everyone's woken up now. At £22. 25 do you like? Shake it head at 25. At 22. At 22. Selling away at £22. Sold. £22 to buy at 623. Lot number 32 has been withdrawn, so we're moving on to lot 33. A collection of crystals, minerals, and other bits. Start me off at £100. Bear with us, ladies and gents. Start me for £100 for this. Need 100. Looking for £100. Good collection of crystals and minerals here. £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Do we see £100? Looking for £100. We can't get a bid of £100. This will remain with us at £100. That lot is passed. Lot 34, the Seco, interest on commission taking us to a bid of £30 with me on commission, on the books at £30 with me on commission, at 32, 35 with me, at 38 with me, at £38 with me, at 40 with me, at 42 with me, at £42 with me on commission at 42, at 42, at £42, 45, 48 with me on commission, at 48 with me on commission, at 50, 55 with me on commission, 60 with me on commission. My bid, commission bid at 60, at 60, at £60 with me on commission, need 65. At £60 with me on commission, do we see £65 anyway? At 65, commission bids out. At £65 then, at 65, at £65 then, at £65, we all done then, at £65. That's sold, 65. To buy at 622. Lot number 35, the citizen here, start me off bidding straight in at £20 with me on commission, with me at 20, with me at 20, 22, 25, 28 with me on commission, at 28 with me on commission, 30, 30, 32, 35, 38 with me on commission, at 38 with me on commission, 40, 42, 45 with me on commission, commission bid at 45 then, my commission bid at 45, 48, sale room bidding at £48 then, that's a sale room bid at 48, commission bids out at 48, that's a sale room bid, goes through at £48 then, at 50 on Easy Live Auctions now, 50's bid at Easy Live Auctions, 55 on the sale room now, sale room bidding at 55, do we see 60 for this, at £55 on the sale room at 55, at £55 on the sale room at 55, let's sold the sale room, 55 to SR,
1896396.
That's the first serial number of today. Lot number 36. Start me off at £20 for these watches here. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Do we see 20 for the watches here? Looking for 20. £10 then. £10. £10. Is that a bid of 10?
Yes.
Oh, that was a bid of 10. Okay, just checking. £12 against you. 15 would you like?
Yes.
15 you have. Your bid of 15 at £15. At £15 then. At 15. At £15 in the room at 15. Any advance at £15. And sold to buyer 151. £15. Lot number 37. Tissot here. Start me at £40. Do we see £40 for this? Do we see 40? Looking for 40. Do we see £40? £20 then. Do we see 20? £20 in its case with papers here at £20. At £20 then, ladies and gents. At 20, it's a gift at 20. At £20. At 20, but £10 then. Bloody hell, £10. £10, £12 now. At 12. At 12. At £12. 15's the bid. At £15. At £15. At 15. Do we see 18 anywhere? 18 ahead of the internet. In the room at 18 then. At £18. At £18. At £18. Ahead of the internet at 18. At £18. At £18. At 20 against you now. 22 would you like?
No.
Shake it out at 22. On Ease Live Auctions at 20 then. At 20. At 20. At £20 then. Fair warning at 20. That is sold. £20 to buyer 613. Lot number 38. Fashion watches here. Start me at £50. Do we see 50 for the watches here? 50. Good collection here. £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50's bid on the serum at 50. Serum bidding at £50 then. At 50. At 55 on these live auctions now. Do we see 60? At 55 on these live auctions. At 55 then. At £55 then. At 55. We're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at 55. And sold to buy at 604. Lot number 39, the Seiko Belmatic here. Start me off at £60. £60 is bid. At £60 on these live auctions. At 60. At 70 now. At 70. Do we see 75 anywhere? At 80 now. At £80 is bid. At 80. At 80. 85 is bid. At 90 now. At £90. At 95. Do we see 100? Top it up to 100. At 100 now. At £100. At 100. At £100. Any advance on 100. Do we see 110 anywhere? In the room or online at £100. Fair warning at 100. And sold. £100. To buyer 635. Lot number 40. Good collection of watches here. Start me off at £20. Do you see 20 for this? Looking for 20. At 20. At £20. Good collection. At 28 watches here for £20. That seems like a bargain to me. At £20 now, online at 20. At £20 on the serum. Serum bidding at 22 now on these live auctions at 22. Do we see £25 anywhere? At 22. At 22. At £22. Any advance at 22? Come on, ladies and gents. At £22. And it's sold. 22 to buy 623. And that page is done. Moving on to lot 41. Another good collection of 29 mixed watches here for £20. Start me off at £20. At 20. At 20. At £20. At £20 anyway. Looking for 20. Do we see 20? 20 online now. At £20 on the serum. At 25 now. On Ease Live Auctions at 25. Do we see £28 anywhere? Looking for 28. Any advance at £25. Fair win then at 25. And it's sold. £25 to buy at 632. Let's see. There we go. There's always one. Lot number 42, another bag of mixed watches here, 29 in total. Start me off at £20 then, £20 for this. Do we see 20? So are you coming back in at 20 for this one? At £20, do we see 20? Do we see 20? Any interest at 20 then? At 20? At £20 then? £10 then, £10, any interest at 10? £10 then, do we see 10? Looking for £10, £10 is bid on these live auctions at 10. At £10, at £10, at £10, selling away, I can and will sell at 10. That is sold. £10 by 623. Lot number 43, another mixed bag here. Start me off at £20 for these, £20, looking for 20. Do we see 20? Some good ones in there. At £20 then, at 20, at 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? Look, in the room or online at 20. £10 then. Those I'll go at 10. It's a gift at 10. £10 anywhere. £10 online now. At 10's a bid. At £10. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 12. At £12 then. At £12. 15 anywhere. At 12. At 12. Selling away at 12. That is sold. £12 to buyer 613. Lot number 44, we've got commission bid interest online taking me to a bid of £50 with me on commission, with me at 50, with me at £50 then, at £50 with me on commission, 55 of you in the room sir, 60 with me on commission, 65 would you like sir, 65 you have, your bid at 65, 70 with me on commission, shake that, are you sure sir? Okay, with me on commission at £70, are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away, last chance sir, at 75 with you sir, 80 with me. At £80 with me on commission at 80, at £80 with me on commission. Fair warning, that is sold for £80 to my commission bidder, number C8574. Thank you for your bidding. Lot number 45, start me off at £40 then. Do we see 40 for these? Looking for 40, looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? 40 is bid online on Sarah at 40. Sarah bidding at 42 now, 45 now, 40, 50. Sarah bidding at 50. At 65, at 70 now, at 75. Do we see 80? At £75. On the serum at 75, at £75 then, at £75, at 75, at £75. Fair warning then at 75. Sold to Sarah. £75 to buyer SR.
176 4864.
Lot number 46, start me off at £30. Do we see £40? Sorry, do we see £30 for this anywhere? £30, looking for 30. Do we see 30? £100 at 110 on the serum now, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110. Do we see 120? Yes, we do on Easy Live Auctions at 120. Easy Live Auctions at 120. We need 130, so we're coming back in at 130. Currently with Easy Live at 120. 130 now on the serum at 130. Do we see 140 anywhere? Looking for 140 at 130 with a serum bidder at 130, at 130, at £130. Are we all done then? And selling away at 130. And sold 130 to buyer SR.
176
1764864. Lovely, thank you, James. Number 47, lot 47, sorry. The Art Deco Ladies Cocktail Watch, start me at £30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30 for this? Looking for 30. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. In the room or online at 30. £10 then. It's a gift at 10. Once again, it's a gift at £10. At £10. Any interest at 10. £10 is bid now. Online at 10. Online bidding on Easy Live Auctions at £10 then. At £10. Run on Steam. Maidman has it at £10. And sold by 613. Thank you. Lot 48, the quartz watches here, start me off at £30. Do we see £30 for this? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see £30 for this? In the room or online at 30. Any interest at 30? £10 then, again at 10. At £10 then, at £10, at £10, at £10. Fair warning then at £10, we can't get a bid, this will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot number 49. Start me off at £80. At £80, 80 is a bid. At £80 this great watch here. At 85 now. At 85, at 85, at 85. Do we see 90 anywhere? At £85 then. At 85, at £85. Any advance? At 85. At £85 then. Fair warning at 85. That's sold £85 to buy 634. Lot number 50. The ladies Amiga here, start me off at £40 for the Amiga, £40 is bid, at 40, at £40 the Amiga, at 40, at 55 now at 60 on the Serum then, Serum bidding at 60, at 60, at £60 on the Serum, 65 on Easy Live Auctions, at 65 on Easy Live Auctions, at 70 now on the Serum, Serum bidding at 70, do we see £75 anywhere? At 70, at 70, at 75 now on Easy Live Auctions at 75, at £75 then, at 75, any advance, at £75 then, fair warning then with Easy Live Auctions at £75, Serum last chance at 75, and sold £75 to buy 613. Ali, there's one hit. Timing. Lot number 51. We've got interest on commission taking me to a bid of £40 with me on commission at 40. At £40 with me on commission. At £40 then. At £40. At 42, 45 with me on commission. At £45 with me on commission. At 48, at 50 with me on commission. At £50 with me on commission. 55, 65 with me on commission. At 65. At £65 with me, with my commission bidder. At 65. 70, commission bids out at 70, at £70 with the Easy Live Auctions bidder at 70, at £70 then are we all done then, wrapping up and selling away at 70, and sold £70 to buy at 622. Lot number 52, we have a collection of watches again, starting off at £40 for these. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Looking for £40. £40 anyway, in the room or online at 40. £10 then, £10. £10 is bid on the sale room at 10. Sale room bidding at £10 then. Sale room bidding at £10, £12 on Easy Live Auctions now at 15 on the sale room then. Do we see 18? £18 on Easy Live Auctions at 20 on the sale room now. At £20, 22 on Easy Live Auctions. 25 on the sale room. 28 on Easy Live Auctions. At £28 on Easy Live Auctions now. At 28. At £28 on the internet on Easy Live Auctions. Any further bidding at £28. Fair warning then. That is sold at £28. To buy at 613. Lot number 53. Start me off at £80. At £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? World War One wristwatch here. £80 then. At 80. At £80. Gonna need 80. Looking for 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? In the room or online at 80. At 80. At £80 then. Asking 80. 60 then, at 60, at 60, 80's bid, at 80, at 80's bid, at £80 then, at 80, at 80, 80's the bid, at £80 then, on the serum at 80, at £80, at 80, any advance, at £80 then, fair warning then, at £80, they're sold at 80. To buy at SR, 142,
0481.
0481. Lot number 54, the Zenith Pocket Watch here, fantastic piece. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40? 120, straight in, that's the way to do it, folks. At £120, at 120, at 140, at 160, at 170, at 170. Zenith, good name, a lot of interest. At 180 now, at 190, do we see 200? Yes, we do. At 220 now, at £220. At 220, 240 is the bid. At 260 now, at 260, at 280, do we see 300? Yes, we do. At £300 then. At £300. At £300. At £300 then. Any advance at £300. Fair warning then with that Easy Life bidder at £300. Fair warning. And sold £300 to buyer 654. The lot number 55. Continental Pocket Watch here. Start me at £50. Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. Continental Pocket Watch here. £50. Any interest at 50? At 50. At £50 then at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50's bid. Online at 50 then. Online at 50. Looking for 55. Any interest at £55 then at £50? At 55's bid. At 55 now on Easy Live Auctions at 55. Do we see 60? Online or in the room at 60 now? 60's bid. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 is bid. At 60. Any advance at 60. Selling away at 65 now. At 65. At £65 then. At 65. Any advance at £65. Do we see £70 anywhere? Asking 75. Fair warning then at £65. At 70 now. Get your bids in quick, please. At £70, are we all done then? At £70, fair warning at 70, that is sold. £70 to buy at 638. Lot number 56, Fuse Movement Pocket Watch here. Start me off at £50 for this. At 50, 50's bid, straight in at 50. At £50, straight in. At £50, at £50, at £50 on Easy Live Auctions at 50. Do we see £55 anywhere? Looking for 55. Do we see £55 anywhere? At 55's bid. Online at 55 then. On Easy Live Auctions at £55. We're going to need 60. At £60 then. Do we see £60 anywhere? Online or in the room? At 60. Current bid is £55 on Easy Live Auctions. Are we all done then? At 55. That is sold. 55 to buy at 558. Lot number 57. Starting off at £180 this collection. Looking for 180. Do we see 180? Do we see £180 anywhere? Looking for 180. Do we see 180? Oh, sorry, £80. I'm sorry. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. My apologies. At £80 is bid. At 85 then. At 85 then. At 85, do we see 90? 90's bid now on Easy Live Auctions at 90. At 95, do we see 100 at 100 now? At £100 at 110 then. At 110. At 110. Looking for 120. Do we see £120 anywhere? Fair warning then. At £110. All done at 110. That is sold. 110. To buy 632. Lot number 58. Little 9-carat gold tested compass fob. Start me off at £70 for this. £70 is bid, straight in online at 70. At £70. At £70. Great little piece here at 70. 75 in the room then. At £75 in the room. 80 against you. 85 do you like? At 85 with you. At 90 against you now. 95 do you like? 95 with you. 100 against you. 110 would you like? Are you sure one more bid could do it? Shake the head then. At £100. At £100 on Easy Live Auctions then. At £100. Fair warning at 100. That is sold. £100 to buyer 599. Thank you. Lot number 59. Start me off at 60. Do we see 60 for this? Looking for 60. Looking for £60. Do we see £60 anywhere? 60 is bid. Online at 60. At £60 at 65 now. At 70. At 70 then. At £70. At 75 now. Online at 75. On Easy Live Auctions at 75 then. At £75 on Easy Live Auctions. At £75. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 75. Sold. £75 to buyer 638. Lot number 60, a fine enamel portrait here, 19th century, with the Virgin Mary. Starting off at £200, we need £200 for this. Looking for £200. Do we see £200? Do we see £200 anywhere? Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. At 160, at 170 then, at 170, at 170, bidding in at 170. At £170 bid, at 180 then, at 180, 180, at £180 then. Now bidding at £180 then, at 180, at 180 is the bid, at £180 then, at £180. Any further interest at 180, fair warning at 180, this will remain with us at £180. That was passed. Lot number 61, the George miniature here, start me off at 280 is bid, at 280 is bid, online at 200, with me on 280, with me at £280 then, with me at £280 then, with me at 280, at 280, at £280, any further interest at 280, fair warning at £280, that lot is passed. Lot number 62, bidding straight in at £30 with me on commission, at £30 with me on commission at 30, with me at 32 now, 35 with me on commission, at £35 with me on commission at 35, 38, 40 with me on commission, 40 with me on commission, 42, £45 with me on commission at 45. My commission bid at 45, 48's bid, £48, commission bids out at 48 on Easy Live Auctions at £48 then. At 48, do we see 50 in the room or online at 50? At £48 at 50 now on the Serum bidding. Serum bidding at 50. At £50 then, on the Serum at 50. 55 against Serum now. At £55 then, do we see 60? On Easy Live Auctions at £55 then. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £55. Fair warning. That's sold £55 to buyer 622. Lot number 63, commission bid taking me to a bid of £70 with me on commission. With me on commission at 70. 70 with me on commission. Any advance at 75 now. Commission bids out at 75 then. At 75, 80 then. At 85, sorry, at 80, at 85 now. At 85 on Easy Live Auctions at 85 then. At £85, at 85, at 85, 90 now. 90 to bid at £90, 95 now. Do we see 100? At 95, looking for £100 in the room or online at £100. Fair warning then on Easy Live Auctions at £95, selling away at 95. Sold £95 to buy 622. Lot number 64, two silver figures here. Starting off at £40, it's a gift at 40 really. At £40, do we see 40 for these two pieces? 40 to bid, straight in at 40, 42 is a bid, at £42 on Easy Live Auctions at 42, 45 is a bid, at 45 on Easy Live Auctions, 48 now, at £48, 50 is a bid, at 50, do we see 55 anywhere? 55 on Easy Live Auctions at 60 now, at 60, at 60, at 65 now, at £65 is a bid, at 65, any advance at 65, 70 now, 70 is a bid at 70, at £70 on Easy Live Auctions at £70 then. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 75 now, at 75 is bid. At £75 on Easy Live Auctions at 75. At 75, do we see 80? At 75, do we see 80? At £75 then, selling away at 75. £75 to buy 622. Lot number 65, the Asprey here. Starting off at £50 then. At 50, do we see 50? Do we see 50? Asprey photo frame and other bits there. Looking for 50. Do we see 50 in the room or online at 50? 30 then, at 30, do we see 30 for these pieces? At 30, 30 with you in the back of the room, sir. At 32 against you now. 35 you like, sir? 35 you have. Your bid at 35, sir. Your bid at £35. 38 against you. 40 you like? 42 so on the internet. 42 would you like? 42 on the internet. At 45 would you like, sir? 45 with you in the room at 45. 48 against you. 50 would you like? Shake that at 50. On the internet now, at £50 then, at 50, at 50's bid, at 50, at 50, at £50 on Easy Live Auctions, at £50. Are we all done then? At £50. Fair warning. Sold No, we're going to have to reopen that. My apologies. We're reopening that at £50, at 50, 55 with me on commission. Missed that one. At 55 then. At 55, 60. 65 with me on commission. At £65 with me on commission at 65. At 65, 70 with me on commission. That's still my commission bid at 70. That's still with me at £70 on commission. We're going to need 75 then. We're going to need 75. 75 commission bids out at £75. Easy Live Auctions through at 75. At £75 then. At £75. Fair warning with the Easy Live bidder at 75. That is sold £75 to buyer 622. Just missed that one. Lot number 66. We've got interest on the book here, taking us to a bid straight in at £70 with me on commission at 70. With me on commission at 70. At £70, 75 with me on commission. At £75 with me on commission. At 75. At 75. At £75. Are we all done then? At £75. Fair warning at £75. You've all had a chance at 75 with our maiden bidder on the books at 75. Sold 75 to buy CT1604. Lot number 67. Starting with £30 as a collection here, looking for 30. 30's bid straight in at 30. At £30 then, 30's bid at 35 now. At 35, 40's bid now. At £40, online at 40, 42 then. On Easy Live Auctions at £42. At 45 now. At 45's a bid. At 48 now. At £48. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At £50 then. At 55. 55's a bid. At 55 then. At 55, do we see 60 for this? At £55 then, wrapping up and selling away then to our Easy Live bidder at £55. Fair warning at 55. Sold £55 to buyer 638. Lot number 68. Starting off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for these pieces here? Looking for 50. Gonna need 50 for these. Can't go any lower at £50. At 50. At 50. At £50 anyway. Looking for 50. In the room or online at 50. Won't go any lower at 50. It's worth that and more. At £50. Fair warning that at £50 this will remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot number 69, the silver christening spoon. Starting me off at £30. Do we see £30 for this? Looking for 30. Looking for £30 anywhere. Do we see 30? Do we see 30 for this? Do we see 30? Looking for 30. £20 then. Do we see 20? Do we see 20 for this? Silver christening spoon at 20. 29 grams here as well. At £20 is bid online at 20. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20. At 22 now. At 22 is the bid at £22. At £22. At 22. 25 with you at the back of the room, sir. Your bid, sir. Room bidding. At 25, 28 against you, 30 if you like, 30 you have, sir, your bid at 30, 30 in the room at £30 then, at £30, your bid, sir, at £30, fair warning that any further interest at £30, that's sold, £30 to 173, thank you. Lot 70, cricketing bear here, starting for £60, great novelty piece here at £60, at 60, do we see 60? Do we see £60 for this? Looking for 60, do we see 60? Do we see 60 for this? At 60, looking for 60. £40 then, looking for 40, do we see 40 for this? At £40 then, looking for 40, in the room or online at 40, at £40, at 40, looking for 40, we're going to need 40, at £40, at 30 then, won't go lower at 30, at £30 then, at 30, at £30, 30 with you sir, in the room at 30, at £30 then, are we all done then? At £30, fair warning, it's the main bid at 30, so £30 to buy 232, thank you. Lot number 71, start me off at £30, these two candlesticks here, at 30, at 30, at £30, two candlesticks, silver candlesticks at 30, looking for 30, do we see 30 for this, in the room or online at 30, £10 then, looking for 10, 10 with you sir, 12, 15 we like sir, 15 you have, 18, 18, 20, 22, 25, 28, 30, 32, 35, 38, shake that at 40 with your bid sir, at £38, in the room at 38, at £38 with you at the back, at £38, at £38, are we all done then? Selling away at 38, fair warning, for the sold, £38 to 173. Lot number 72, interest on commission taking me to a bid of £40 with me on the book at 40, with me on the book at £40, 42, 45 with me, at £45 with me on commission, at 45 with me on commission, at £45 with me on commission, 48, £55 with me on commission at 55, at £55 with me on commission at 55, any advance at £55 then, at 55 with me on the book at 55, fair warning then, at £55 as remain, this will be sold to our commission bidder at 55, £55 to CT1604. Right, lot number 73. Starting off at £50. Do we see £50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. £50 anyway. In the room or online at 50. At 50. 50's bid on the Serum bidding at £50 then. At £50 online. At £50. 55 against Serum on Easy Live Auctions at 55. At 60 now on the Serum. £60 on the Serum bidding. At 65 now on Easy Live Auctions. At £70 on the Serum now. At £70 on the sale room at 70. At 70. At £70. Any advance at £70. 75 in the room at the back of the room at 75. At 80 against you now. 85, like 85 you have. Your bid at £85 then. At 85. At 85 in the room at £85. Any advance at £85 with you, sir. Your bid at £85. Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 173 for £85. Thank you. Lot number 74, bidding straight in at £20 with me on commission. With me on commission at 20. 22 now with me, 22, 25, 28 with me on commission. At £28 with me on commission. At 30, 32 with me on commission. At 35, 38 with me on commission. At £38 with me on commission. At 40, 42 with me on commission. My commission bid at £42. At 45, 48 with me on commission now. At £48 with me on commission. At 50, £55 with me on commission. Against Easy Live Auctions at 55, 60, £65 with me on my commission bid. Commission bidding at £65, 70, £75 with me now on commission at 75. At £75, 80, commission bids out at £80. At £80 now on Easy Live Auctions. Any further bidding then at £80. At 85, gonna need it. Do we see £85 anyway? At 80. At £80 on Easy Live Auctions. At £80, fair warning then at 80. And it's sold for £80 to buyer 622. Lot number 75, sterling silver pencils here. Starting off at £30. Do we see £30? There's 40's bid. 40 straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 40. At 42 then. At 42, do we see £45 anywhere? At 42. At 42. At £42 then. Any advance at £42. Any advance at £42 on Easy Live Auctions at 42. Fair warning. That is sold £42 to buyer 599. Lot number 76. Start me off at £80. Do we see £80 anywhere? A large collection of silver plated flatware here. £80 is bid on the Serum at 80. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 on the Serum at 80. At £80 then. At 80. Any advance at 80. Sale room bidding at £80. Does the main bid have it at 80? Fair warning then at 80. That is sold £80 to buyer SR
166 8262.
Thank you very much. Lot number 77. Start me off at £150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150 for this? Looking for 150 at £150. Do we see £150 for this? Good piece for £150. £100 then. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Do we see £100? 100's bid on Easy Live Auctions at 100. £100 on Easy Live Auctions at 110 now on the Serum at 110. At 110. At £110 on the Serum. 120 in the room at 120. In the room at £120. At £120 in the room with you at the front at £120. Any advance at £120 then with you at £120. Your bid at 120. Let's sold 120. To panel number, please. 151. Thank you. Lot number 78. Start me off at £50. Gonna need 50 for this. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Won't really lower than 50. Gonna need 50 for this. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Fair warning then at £50 this will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot number 79. Start me off at £50. Do we see £50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Online or in the room at 50. Fair warning then at £50 this will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot number 80. Start me off at £100 here. Do we see a £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Do we see 100? £100 anywhere? In the room or online at £100. At 100. At 100 then. At 80. At 80 then. Do we see 80? Any interest at £80 then? At 80. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 anywhere? At 80. At 50 then. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see £50 anywhere? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see £50 then? Fair warning then at £50 this will remain with us. Lot has passed. Lot number 81. Start me off at £30 for these. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? French transport token along with others at £30 then. Do we see 30? £10 then. It's a gifted 10. £10 with you at the back, sir. At the back with you, sir. At £10. 12 against you. 15 like 15 you have. Your bid at £15 in the back of the room at 15. At £15 then. At 15. Any advance at £15. Fair warning. Your bid, sir. At £15. Sold £15 to buyer 173. Lot number 82. Interest on the books taking us to a bid of £30 with my commission bid at 30, 32, 35 with me on commission, 38 with you, sir. Commission bids out at 38, your bid at £38, room bidding at 38, room bidding at £38 with you, sir. At the back at 40 against you now, 42 would you like, 42 you have, at £42 with you, at £42, your bid, sir. At £42, are we all done then? At 48 against you now. Shake your head at 48, easy live bidding. It's all running away here at 55 then. At £55 on Easy Live Auctions at 55 then. At 55. At £55 are we all done then, wrapping up and selling away at 55. Sold £55 to buy at 525. Lot number 83. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40 for this collection? 40 with you, sir, at the back at 40. At £40 with you, sir, at the back. 45 against you. 48 would you like? 48 you have. At 50 now. At £50, 55 with you at the back. At 55 with you. 60 would like. 65 you have. At 65 with you, sir. At 70 against you. 75 you like. 75 you have, sir. Your bid at 75. At 75, 80 against you. 85 your bid, sir. At 85 at the back. At 85, at 85, at 90 against you, 95 your bid, sir, at £95, at 95, 100 against you, 110 with like 110 you have, sir, your bid at 120 against you now, shake your head at 130, are you sure? At £120, fair warning then on Easy Live Auctions at 120, sold £120 to buy at 525. Lot 84, start me off at £30 for this, do we see 30? Do we see 30? £10 then. £10 at the back. At £10. At £10. At £10. At 12, 18, 20, 22. Do we need? 22 you like, 22 you have, sir. Your bid at 22. At 28 against you now. 30 you like, 30 you have. Your bid, sir, at 30. At 30. At 32 against you. 35 your bid, sir. At 35 in the room. At 35 at the back. At 35 then. At 35. At 38 against you. 40 would like. 40 you have, sir. Your bid at 40. At 40 then. At 40. At £40 then. At £40. Are we all done then? At £40 your bid, sir. At 42 against you now. Are you sure?
Yes.
Positive?
Yes.
Okay, at £42 on these live auctions, fair warning, I sold £42 to buy at 525. Lot number 85, lot number 85. Start me off at £30 with me on commission, at £30, 32, 35 with me on commission, at 38, at 40 with me on commission, at 45 with me on commission, at 50 with me on commission, with my commission bid at 50, at £50 then, with me on commission. Are we all done then? At £50 with my commission bid at £50, fair warning at 50, 55 with you, sir, 60 with me. 60 with me on commission at 60, at £60. That's sold to my commission bidder for £60 to CT1604. Lot number 86 has been withdrawn, so we're moving on to lot number 87. Start me off. Are we all okay?
Yeah.
Back on the road. At lot number 87. Start me off at £60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60 for these? Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60 for this? Looking for 60. £40 then. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Anywhere for, looking for 40. Do we see 40? In the room or line at 40. £30 then. Won't be lower at 30. At 30. At £30 then. At 30. At £30. Fair warning at 30. 32's bid. Online at 32. Almost missed that. At £32 then. At 32. At £32. Any advance at 32. At £32 and I can and will sell at £32. And sold 32 to buy at 599. Lot number 88. Interest on commission taking me to a bid of £40 with me on commission at 40. On commission at 40. At £40 then. At 40. At 40. At £40 then. At £40. At 42. 45 with me. At 48 with me now. At 48. 50 with me. At 50's a bid with me at 50. At 55. No, I don't know what happened there. It's my commission bid at 60. That's with me at 60. At £60 with me on commission at 60. At 60. At £60 then. At £60. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling it at 65. Commission bids out at 65. Easy Live Auction bidder. It's through at £65 then. Any advance at 65. At £65 then. At £65. Are we all done then at 65? And sold £65 to buy 638. Lot number 89. Another collection of world coins here. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50 with you, sir. At the back at 50. At 50. At 50. At £50 then. At 50. At 55 against you. 60 your bid, sir. Room bidding at 6. Room bidding at 60. At 65 against you. 70 your bid, sir. At £70. At 80 against you. 85 like 85 you have, sir. Your bid at 85. At 85, 90 against you. 95 your bid at 95, sir. At £95 in the room. 100 against you. 110 your bid, sir. At 120 against you. 130 your bid, sir. At £130 in it. 140. 150 your bid, sir. At £150, 160 against you. Are you sure? At 160. At £160 on these live auctions then. At £160. Do we see 170 anywhere? At 160. Ceremony coming in at 170. At £160. Fair warning then at 160. Sold 160. To buy at 525. Lot number 90, start me off then at £80 for this, at 80, 80's bid, at £80 then, at £80 is bid, at £80, 85 with you set at the back, at 85, at £85 bid, at 85 then, at £85, at 85, at 85, at 85, are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away to you set at the back at 85, sold, 85 to buy at 173. Lot number 91, morning money here, start me off at £40, do we see 40 for this? 40's bid, at 50's bid now, at £50 on these live auctions, at £50 then, at £50, 55's bid, at 55, at 55, do we see 60? Do we see 60? At £55 then on these live auctions at 55. Fair warning then, wrapping up and selling away at £55, they're sold, 55, 2 by 652, sorry. Lot number 92, start me off then. Bidding straight in at £40 with me on commission at 40. With me on commission at £40 then. At 42. At 42, commission's out at 45 now. At £45 is bid online at 48 then. Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? At £48 then. At 48. At £48, do we see 50? At £48 then. Fair warning at 50 then. At £50. At £50 is bid. At 50. At 5 and 0 at 50. Any advance at £50 then. Online on these live auctions at 50. Fair warning at £50. That is sold at 50. To buy at 599. Lot number 93, bidding straight in at £40 with my commission bidder at £40. At 42, 45 with me on commission. At 48, £50 with me on commission. At 55, commission bids out. At 55, 60 in the room. At £60 in the room. At 65 against you. 70 your bid, sir. At £70 with you. At 75 against you. Are you sure? At £75 online. At £75 then. At 75. At 75. Fair warning then, are we all done then? At £75 online at 75. Sold for £75 to buy 528. Lot number 94, we've got interest on commission taking me to a bid of £40 with me on commission at 40. At 42, 45 with me. At 48 with me on commission. At £48 with me on commission. At 50, 55 with me on commission. 60 my commission bid is still 60. At £60 on my commission bid. At 60, 65. Commission bids out at 65 on these live auctions at £65 then. At 65, at 65, at £65 on these live auctions at 65. Selling it away at 65. Sold £65 to buyer 623. Lot number 95. Double florin here. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40? £40 is bid straight in at 40. At 40. At £40 for the double florin here at 40. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40. At £40. At 45 is bid. At 45. Do we see £48 anywhere? At £45. The double florin at 50 now. At 50. At 50 is bid. At £50 is bid. At £50 is bid then. At 50. At 50. Any advance at £50 and at 55 is bid now. At 55 do we see 60? Any advance at £55 with that easy live bidder. At £55. Fair warning then. They're sold at £55 to buy at 528. Lot number 96. Start me off at £80. Do we see 80 for this? £80 is bid at the back, so with you at 80, at 80, at 85 against you, 90 your bid, sir. In the room at 90, in the room at 90, £90 is bid in the room, 95, 100, 110 against you now. At 110, 120 we like 130 now, 140, 140, at £140, at 140, 150 against you, 160 your bid, sir. At 160. In the room at 160, 170 against you, 170, 180 your bid, sir. At 180 in the room at 180, 190 against you, 200 your bid, sir. At £200 then, at 200, 220, 240, like 240 your bid, sir. At 240, 260 against you, 280 your bid, sir. At £280 then, 300, 320 your bid, sir. At £320 in the room, at 340, 360 your bid, sir. At 380 against you, are you sure? At £380 on these live auctions at 380. At £380 then, at 380, are we all done then? At 380. Fair warning on these live auctions at 380. That is sold £380 to buy at 525. Lot number 97. Start me off at £20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Do we see 20 for this? Looking for £20. Do we see £20 anywhere? Looking for 20. £10 then. Do we see 10? Do we see £10? Looking for 10. 10, 12, 12's bid at £12, at 15 then, at £15, at 15's bid, at 18 then, at 18, do you see 20, back where we began, at £20 then, at 20, at 20, at £20, we all done them at 20, fair warning at £20, sold, £20 to buy at 638. Lot number 98, start me off at £20 for this collection here, do we see 20, £20 is bid at the back at 20, room bidding at £20 then, at 25 against you, 28, 30, 42 now, at 42, 45, your bid at 48 against you, 50, internet was ahead of you at 50, 55, your bid, sir, at 55. At 55 with you at the back at 55, 60, any advance 60, 65 now, at 65, 70 would you like? At 70 pounds in the room then, at 75 against you, 80 your bid, sir, at 80 pounds with you, at 80 pounds in the room at 80 pounds your bid, at 85 against you, 90 your bid, sir, at 90 pounds then, at 90, 95 against you, 100, at 100 then, in the room at 100 pounds then, at 100 pounds, 110 against you, 120 your bid, sir, at 120, at 130 against you, 140 like 140 your bid, sir. At 140 then, at 150 against you. Shake of the head at 160, at £150 then, online on Easy Live Auctions at £150. Fair warning at 150. £150 are sold to by 525. Lot number 99, we've got commission interest here taking us to a bid of £80 straight in at 80. At £80 straight in, at £80 then, at 80, at £80, at 80, at £80. At 85, 90 with me on commission. At 95, at 90 with me on commission at 90. At 90, at £90, at 90. At £90 with me on commission at 90. Any advance at £90. Fair warning then, at £90, 95. Commission bids out at 95. Do we see £100 anywhere? At £95 then. At £95. Are we all done then? Selling away to what Easy Live bid at 95. Sold £95. 599, thank you. My final lot before handing over to Gareth, lot number £100, lot number 100, start me off at £30, do we see 30? Do we see 30? Any interest at 30? Looking for 30, do we see 30 for this? Looking for 30, 30 with you at the back, sir, at £30 in the room, at 30, at 30, at £30 in, are we all done then? At 30, 32 against you, sir. 32 against you, 35 your bid, sir, at £35 then, at £35 in the room at 35, at £35, are we all done then? At £35, is sold, 35 to buy 173. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, lot 101 now, and I'm in on the book at £80 to me at 80. At £80, 590, 5, 100, 110, 120, 130. You're in at 130. Commission is out at £130 at 130. At 130 now. At £130 at 130. At the back at 130 then. All done and selling at 130. £130 is by up 173. Lot 102 now. The hammered. Charles first coin there, farthing. Start me £20 then, please. £20, please. 20. 20, 10 for it then. Any interest at 10? 10, 20 on bid on the sale room now at £20. Sale room bidding now at 20. At £20 then. Any advance at 20? At £20 then. We're selling at 20 on the sale room at £20 then.
I was supposed to fair
£20 then at £20. All done at 20 and selling at 20. £20 is by 16554101. Moving on swiftly to lot 103, the Argentinian coinage there, and start with £30 then, 30 a bid at the back of the room at 32 now, 32, 35, 38, 40 in the room now, £40 in the room at £40 then at £40, at £40, any advance at 40, at £40 then at 40, any advance at £40, selling in the room at £40, all done at £40, £40. Same buy, 173 the buy, and the consecutive £1 notes there. £30 start me please. £30 then please. £30, 20 then pounds. 20 on bid then in the room at £20 then at 20. At £20 back of the room then at 20. At 20 any advance then at £20. Selling in the room your sir at 20. £20 is buy 150. Moving on now to lot 105, the collection of coins there, silver proof and other coins as well. Start with £40 then, please. £40. £40 then with me at £40 then, with me at £40 then at 40, at £40 on commission. It's my commission bid at £40. All done at 40 and selling at 40. £40 is buyer 525. Excuse me. Moving on now to lot 106, the Liberty and Co biscuit barrel there, with the enamel as well. Start me at £200 please, £200 please. £200 I bid on the serum then at £200. Bidding on the serum at 200 then. At £200, at 200. Any advance at £200. It's on the serum at £200 then, at 200. Any advance at £200. I will sell then. It's the maiden bid at £200 for the biscuit barrel at 200. £200 is buyer 4948. It's an early number, isn't it? SR, yeah, SR, yeah. Very early number. Lot 107, the vintage inkwell desk there. Desk stand, sorry. £30 then, please. £30 then, please. 30. Any interest at 30? £20 then, please. 20. 20. 10 for them then, please. Any interest at 10? Otherwise, I'll pass that lot. Any interest at 10? 10? Nope, we'll pass that lot. Lot number 108, the cast iron nutcracker in the form of a sailor. £100, start me please. £100 please. £100 then. Any interest at 100? £80 then please. £80 then please. 80, any interest at 80? £50 then please. 50. £50 then please. 50 on bid then. On Easy Live then at £50. Bidding on Easy Live then. 55 against you now on serum now. 55 on the serum at 55. £55 at 55. At £55 on the serum then at 55. At £55. Any advance then? I will sell to the serum bidder at £55. Are we all done Easy Live? Fair warning at 55. £55 is buyer number 151956, and that's £55. Lot number 109, the tobacco box and other items, large collection of. Start me at £40 then please. 40 I bid then, at £40 I bid, at £40, 2 bid now, 45 bid, 45, 48 bid, 48, 50 the bid, 50 the bid, 5, 55, 60 the bid, £60, 5 bid, 65, 65, that's £65 then, that's 65, are we going to make it 70 Gordon? That's 65, it's 65 then, all done, at 6 and 5, 65, we will sell to Easy Live bidder at 65. 65 is buy at 638. Lot 110 now, the collection of miscellaneous items. Look at all these miscellaneous items here, Gordon. Gordon likes them as well. And start with £40 then, please. Come on, Gordon. £40. £40, please. 40. 40.
What are you doing there anyway?
30. £30 then, please. 30. Any interest at 30? 20 then, please. Good collection there, isn't it, Gordon? Yeah. You've seen that lot. At £30. Any interest? 10 then for the collection. 10 please. All that collection there for £10. Got to be worth 10. 10 I bid then. Thank you on Easy Live. At £10. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then. It's the maiden bid at 10. I will sell at 10. Any further interest? Dusty bin coin bank in there. At £10 then. At £10 I will sell. No one likes Dusty bin today, apart from one buyer. Buyer 638, and that's the same buyer as last. And it's my first clean sheet there, Gordon. So we're moving on swiftly to treble one, the collection of paperweights, including Caithness. £40 start me, please. £40 then. £20 for them all, please. £20 for all those paperweights. £20 in the room, thank you, madam. At £20 in the room, at 20. At £20 then. 22 against you now. 5 in the room. 5, 25, 28 against you now. 30 in the room now. £30 in the room at 30. At £30 in the room at £30 then. At £30 at 30. 2 against you now, madam. At 32. Gonna let it go. At 32. At £32 then. We sell to Easy Live Auctions at 32. £32 is buyer 624. Thank you, Gordon, for your celebrity turn up. Lot number 112 now, the Waterford Crystal Bowl there, and the bowl and one other item in there, the shamrock. £30 please, £30 for those, for the Waterford Crystal there at £30. £30, 20 then. £20 please, Kelly. 20.
Sorry, yes.
£20 please. Any interest at 20? For Waterford Crystal there at 20. At 10 then. At 10. Any interest at 10 please? At £10 for Waterford there. At £10 is bid then. At 10 then. At 10. And the maiden bid is £10. Are we all done at 10? Fair warning then. I will sell at £10. All done. Selling at 10 on Easy Live Auctions. £10 is by 556. Lot number 113, Costa Boda there, Swedish Luster Bowl there. £30 please. £30 then. 10 then for it please. 10 for the Costa Boda. 10. Any interest at 10 please? I'm going to pass it otherwise. Any interest? That's unsold. Moving on to lot 114 now. The French glass bowl there. Start me at £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 please. 30 then. £30 then please. 20. £20 then. Any interest at 20 then surely. 10. The glass. No, gonna have to buy. Oh, 10 I've got then. At £10 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 10. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. Any further interest then? I will sell at £10. Thank you, William. Is it running okay? Is it running okay? Okay. Lot number 115 now. The WMF there. The strawberry cream and sugar dish there. £30 start me please. £30 then for the WMF. £10 then please for it. £10 then. Any interest at 10? 10 I've got on the serum I saw first. 10, 12 on Easy Live now. 15 on Easy Live. 15 on Easy Live Auctions at 15. At £15 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 18 now. At 20's bid now. At 20. We're going in the right way, aren't we, Will? £20 then. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions. 2 bid. 5 bid now. £25. On Easy Live Auctions at 25 then. At 25. Any advance at 25? I sell at 25. All done. Wrapping up and selling at £25. All done. £25 is by at 556. Lot number 116 serves glass and the other items in the lot there. Good little lot there. Handkerchief vase as well. Start me at £40 then please for it all. £40 then. 20 for it please. 20. 20. 10 then for it. 10 for that collection there please. 10. Any interest at 10? Otherwise I'm going to pass that lot. £10. That's unsold. And lot number 117, the collection of champagne coupes there, all with etched decoration. 12 with the rope twist, I'll stick to that. Start me at £40 then please. Who likes champagne? £40 then. Well done, thank you bidding.
No.
I'm sorry, I thought you were bidding. £40 then. £20 then please. 20 for all of those there. 20 on bid then. Thank you. At 20. At £20 then for all of those there. 24 in the lot for £20 then. At £20 then. At 20. Any advance then at £20. I'm selling then at £20. All done. And selling at £20. £20 is buyer 643. Lot number 118. The silver cut glass claret there. Start with £60 then please. 60 on bid, straight in at 60, 70, £70, 5 for bid, 75 now, £75 at 75, at 75, at 75. Any additional interest then at £75? It's still good value at 75. At 75, 80's bid now, at £80 and at 85 now. £85 at 85, at 85, at £85. Any advance at £85? We're all done at £85. I sell at £85 then. Fair warning and selling at 85. £85 is buyer 632. Lot number 119, the Moser glasses there. Start me at £200 then please. 200's bid, straight in. Thank you at 200 then. At £200, at 200 then. At 200, 240 now. £240 now. 240 then. At 240, at 240, at 240. 260 now on the serum. 260. Oh, hello. Oh God. 260 on the serum. At £260 on the serum. On the serum now at 260. It's against you, Easy Live. Easy Live Auctions is against you. Would you like to bid at £260 now? On the serum at £260. I'm selling then on the serum then £260. Fair warning being given at 260. 260 is buyer 301434. Lot number 120, Lalique there. The car mascot. Start me at £900 please then. £900 please, at 900, at 900, at 900. Any interest at 900 then? At £900 then please. At 800 then. Any interest at £800 then? Any interest at £800? At 800 then. At £800 then. At 800. I can't go lower, I'm afraid. At £800 then. All done at £800 then. Fair warning. At £800. All done at 800. That's unsold. We move along now to lot 121, which is the picture with the silver rim there and the Robin Smith and Jeff Walker studio glass vase there. Start me at £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 please. £30 then. Any interest at 30 then? £30 in the room at £30. In the room at £30 then. At 30. At £30 then. At 30. Any advance then? I'm selling in the room at £30. All done. Fair warning, I'm selling at 30. Buyer 167 for £30. Lot number 122, collection of paperweights there. Various sizes. Start with £40 then please. £40 then please. £30 then for the paperweights there. £30, any interest at 30, 20 then for them. 20 I bid, thank you, at £20. In the room at 20, at £20 and at 20, at £20 and at 20, at 20. In the room then, I'm selling then at £20, all done and selling in the room at 20. £20 is sold, same buyer as last, 167. Lot 123, the grape and vine etched wine glasses there. £30 then please, £30 then please, 30. 10 for the glasses there, the etched glasses there at 10. £10 please. Any interest? No, I'm going to pass that as well. That's unsold. Lot number 124, the bald eagle there, Bezic ones there you're buying. A good collection of Bezic coming up there as well. £20, start me please. £20 please. £20 then for the Bezic there. 20. Any interest at 20? 10 then for the Bezic. 10 I bid in the room at £10 then, at 10, at 10. Any advance then at £10? At £10 then. Are we all done at £10? I'm selling in the room, 12 is against you, sir. 15 now, in the room at 15. At £15 in the room at 15. At £15 then. In the room at 15, I'm selling at £15. 15 is buyer 232 for £15. Lot number 125, start me at £20 then. £20 then please. 20. Any interest at 20 then please? £20 please. 10 then. 10 on the bid then. 10 in the room at £10 then. In the room at 10. At 10. Any advance then at £10? At £10. 12 is against you now, sir. 15 in the room now. 15 back in the room at £15. Against you, easy life. Would you like to come back? At £15 then. I'm selling in the room at 15. Same buyer as last and the same price, £15. Lot number 126 then. Basic items there, start me at £20 then for them all please. £20 then please. 20 I bid online, straight in at line at 20. At £20. Any advance then at 20? At 22 then, in the room at 22. At 22 then. At 25 against you now, sir. At 25 then. At £25 against you. 28 in the room. £28 in the room. 30 against you now, sir. At £30 in the room at 30. At £30 then. At 32. Back in the room at 32. At 32. At 32. 35 now. 35 against you. Thank you. At 35 then. I'm selling online at 35.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a very tricky mouse, this one.
It's a tricky mouse, I'm being told. 556 is the buyer for £35. Lot 127, the pair of owls there. Barn owl as well then. £20, start me please for those please. 20. £20 then please, 20. 10 for the owls then. 10. Thank you. 10 in the room I bid at £10. In the room at 10. At £10 then in the room we sell. Any other interest then? I'm selling in the room at £10, all done at 10. £10 is buyer 232. Lot number 128, the Bezic birds, 11 in there, in the lot there. Start me £20 then please. £20 then please. Any interest at 20? 20. 10 then for them all please. 10 I bid then at 10. At £10 then, it's 12 is against you now, sir. 15 back in the room now. 15 in the room. I've got 15, 18 now is against you, sir. Would you like 20? 20 on bid online now. 22 bid online. £22 online at 22. 25 in the room now. I've got a bid of in the room at 25. Would you like 28 easy life? At £25. 28 against you now, sir. Would you like 30? £30 in the room. £30 in the room at 30. at £30 then. In the room at 30, 32 against you now. 32. It's 11 in the lot, sir. Thank you. 35, 35, at 35, at £35, at 35. In the room at £35, 38 against you now, sir. Round it up to 40, surely. That's the rate. £40 is bid. At £40, at 40. Any advance then? At £40 then. I'm selling then in the room at 40. £40 is 232. Lot number 129. Collection of animals again. Starting at £20 for them all, please then. £20 then. 20. Any interest at £20 for all those animals there? 10 for them all then, please. 10. 10, surely 10. Add them to the birds. It's too late. I've got 10 now already. Would you like 12, sir? 12. I bid online now. At 12. At 12. You can add them to the birds. No? Okay. £12 is bid then. At £12, I will sell online. At £12, all done at 15 now. At £15. At 15 then. At 15. Any advance at 15? At £18 is bid now. At 18. At 18 then. At £18 then. At 18. All done at £18. Fair warning and selling at 18. £18 is buyer 624. Lot number 130 now. Various figures there. £40 please. £40 then. £40 for all the figures then. £20 then please. £20. Any interest at 20? £20 I'm bid. Thank you. At 25 bid. 25. 30's bid now. £30. 32. 32. 35. 38. 38. 40. 42 now. 45. 48. 50. £50 now. 55. £55 online at 55. At 55 then. At 55. At 55. At 55. At £55. At 55. At 55. Any advance at £55? I'm selling them online at £60. It's bid now at £60 then. At £60. At £60 then. Are we all done at 60? At 60. At £60 then. I'm selling at £60. All done at £60. £60 is 556. Lot number 131, the Ladro figures there, soldiers, the drummer boy as well. Starting at £70 then please. £70 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. Any interest at £50 then? 50 on bid then on Easy Live Auctions at £50. At £50 then at 50. Any advance then at £50. At £50 then. I will sell at 50. Any advance at 55 bid. 55. 60's bid now. At £60 then at 60. 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 Are we all done at £60? I sell at £60 then. Fair warning at £60. All done at 60. £60 is buyer 539. Lot number 132. The sculptures there. Starting at £70 then please. £70 then. £70 I bid at £70 then. At £70 then. At 70. Any advance at £70 then? At 70. At 70. You bidding in the room? No. Just saying hello. 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 £70, madam. It's against you. At £70 then. I'm selling. Bottom estimate. I will sell online at 70. £70 is sold to buyer 525. Lot number 133. The parrots there. £40 then, please. £40 then, please. 40 on bid then at £40. At £40 then at 40. At £40 then. Any advance at £40? At 45 now. 45. At 45 bid. At £45. Bidding at 45. Any advance at 50 then? 50 bid. At £50 then. On Easy Live Auctions at £50. Any advance at 55 bid. £55. At 55. At £55 then. At 55. At 55. At £55 then. I'm selling at 55. £55 is buyer 624. Lot number 134 now. Raw Dalton there. And starting at £40 then, please. Raw Dalton there for 40. £20 then, please. £20, please. 20. 10 for the figures then. 10, thank you. At £10 in the room at £10 then. 10 I've got in the room now. At £10 in the room at 10. Looking for 12, please, online. 12 against you, sir. 15 back in the room at £15 in the room at £15. 15, 18 against you, sir. Would you like 20? 20's bid then in the room at 20. At £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. All done at 20. Selling then in the room at 20. £20 is buyer 232. Lot number 135 now, the Portuguese Palissy Mallorca, and it's with me at £65. 65 then, looking for 70. I need 70. At £65. 70's bid now. 70 bid then on the serum at 70. Looking for 5 now. £70 on serum now at £70. I will sell at 70. 75 now on Easy Live Auctions. 80 in the room now. £80 in the room at 80. £80 in the room at 80. It's against you both. Against online, against the serum, against Easy Live now. It's £80 in the room at 80. Any advance then online? I will sell at 85 against you now. Would you like 90, sir?
No.
Sure. At 85. At £85, this is your last chance, sir. At £85, that's the spirit. £90 is bid. £90. £90 against you online. At £90 then, I'm selling in the room at £90. All done at 90. £90 is buyer at 232. Lot number 136 then. Start me at £10 then for the cow, sir. £10 please, cow and a ball. £10 then, any interest? Any interest? We're going to pass this lot. That's unsold. Lot number 137 then. And start me at £30 then for this collection. £30 then please. £30 then please. Any interest at 30? £20 then for it all there. 20. £10 then. Any interest? Otherwise I'm going to pass this one. That's unsold. Lot number 138. Royal Dalton figures there. And the collector's plates there as well. Start me at £30 then for it all. £30 then please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? Any interest at 30? Otherwise I'll pass this lot. Nope. We're going to have to pass this lot. Unsold. Sorry?
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, it
Wait,
came in just
at
last-
£30?
Yes.
Okay, we'll sell that for £30 then.
632.
Lovely, thank you, James. So that was lot 138, £30 to buy 632. Lovely. Lot 139, the Beatrix Potter figures there. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 for them all. £10 for the Beatrix Potter figures there. 10. Any interest at all? 10. I bid on Easy Live Auctions at £10 then. At 10. Any advance at £10 then. At 10 online on Easy Live Auctions at 10. At £10 then. All done and selling at £10. Fair warning at 10. £10 is buyer 624. Lot number 140 now. Start me at £40 then, please. £40 on the serum now. £40 bidding on the serum. Serum bidding at £40. And any advance at 40? At £40 on the serum at £40. Any advance on the serum we will sell. So made a bid on the serum then at £40. All done at £40. I'm selling at 40, 42 now. 42 at 42, 45 then just in time at 45 on the serum now. Serum bidding at 45. At £45. You coming back Easy Live? At 45 then, I will sell to the serum bidder at 45. £45 is buyer SR 1842814. Moving along swiftly to lot 141, the Moorcroft there. And start me at £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 is bid. £50 then is bid at £50 then on Easy Live Auctions at 50. Any advance then at £50 then. 55, 60 is bid now. £60 is bid. 65 at £65 at 65. 70 is bid now. 70 at £70 at 70. At £70. Any advance at 70 then at 70 on Easy Live Auctions at 70. At £70. All done. Wrapping up then quickly at £70. £70 is buyer number 645. Lot number 142 then, the Jardiniers there. Start at £30 then please. £30 then please. £30 then. £20 then for them please. 20. £20 then. 10 for them both then. £10 is bid then on Easy Live Auctions at 10. At £10 then at 10. Any advance then at 10. At £10 then at 10. Any advance then at £10 on Easy Live Auctions at £10. I'm selling at £10. All done at 10. Made a bid. £10 is buyer 632. Lot number 143. Various items there in the lot then. Start with £30 then please. £30 then please. £30. Any interest at 30? £30, 10 for the collection then. £10 please for all of the lot. Any interest? Nope, I'm going to have to pass that by. It's unsold. Lot number 144, the mice in there. Hand painted bowl there. Start me at £40 then please. £40 then please. 40 for the bowl then, mice in there. £20 then please. £20 then, any interest at 20? 10 for the mice in please sir. Any interest at all? £10 on serum now. I've got £10 on the serum, looking for 12. 12 is bid, 15 bid, 15 bid now. At £15 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 15 at 18 now. On the serum at £18, at 18, at £18 then. At 18, at 20 now, bid at 20. At £20 then, at 20. On Easy Live Auctions at 22 now. On the serum at 22. £22 then. At 22, 25 bid. At 25 then, at 25. At 25, at £25. Are we all down 28 bid? 28. At 28 then. At £28 then, at 28. At 28. All done and selling then on the serum at £28. £28 is buyer 298702. Lot number 145 now, Royal Dalton Jardiniere there. Starting at £10 then please for the Jardiniere. £10 for Royal Dalton there. 10 I bid then. On Easy Live Auctions at 20 bid now. £20 is bid. 5 bid. 25. 25. At £25 then, at 25, at 25 then, at 25, 30, £30 then is bid, at £30, at £30 then, at 30, at £30 then, at £30, at 30, at £30 then, at 30, all done, and selling at 35 now, 35 bid, at 35 then, at 35 then, at 35, any advance at £35, all done, at 35, £35 is buyer 584. Moving along to lot 146, the Wedgwood style portrait there. William Pitt the Younger. And start with £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. £30 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? 30 unbid then. 35 is bid now. 35, 40, 42. £42 is bid now, 42. Any advance at 42 then? At 42. At £42 on Easy Live Auctions at 42. Any advance? At £42. We're selling at 42. All done at £42. Easy Live Auctions has this at 42. £42 is buyer 559. Lot 147, the Wedgwood there. Start me £20 then please. £20 then please. £10 for the Wedgwood then. £10 then. Any interest at 10? £10 for the Wedgwood there. Any interest at all? Otherwise I'll pass that lot. That's unsold. Lot 148 now, the Wedgwood Cavendish dinner service there. Starting at £150 please. £150 please. £100 then please. Any interest at 100? At £100 then please. At 100 please. 80? Any interest at 80? £80 then please. Any interest at 80? Nope, I'm going to have to pass that lot. That's unsold. Lot number 149 now, the Mile stud. Start me at £30 for the collection there, please. £30 then, please. 30, 20 for it all then, please. 20, £20 then, please. 20, 10. £10 please. 10 I've got in the room at £10 in the room for the collection there. Looking for 12 now please at £10 in the room at 10 at £10 then. At 10, any advance then at £10. I'm selling in the room at £10 on my left. At £10 we sell. £10 is buyer 232. Lot number 150 now. The Liz Wamsley and Jim Partridge bowl there by repute, and it's with me at £300. £300 then at 300. At £300 then at 300. At £300 at 300. At £300 then with me at 300. Any advance at £300 at 300. At £300 at 300. Any advance at £300 then with me then at £300 then. All done at £300. That's unsold. We move along now to lot 151 now. The Burr Walnut bowl dish there. Start with £50 then please. £50 then please. 50. £50 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 then please for the bowl there. £20. Any interest at 20? Any interest? 20 on bid then, thank you. Online at £20. At £20 then at 20. Any advance at 20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20. At £20 then at 20. Any advance, I will sell then £20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20, 22 then, at 22, at 22, at £22, at 22. All done, 5 bid, 25 bid, at 25 then, at 25, at 25 then. Are we all done? At £25. That's sold at £25 to buy 674. Lot number 152, the Simon Gayland turn bowl signed to the base there. Start me at £50 for the collection, please. £50 then, please. £50 then. £30 then. All those bits there at 30. £30 then, please. £30. Any interest at 20 then? £20 for the collection there. Thank you. £20 in the room at 20. At £20 then. In the room at £20 then. At 20. At £20 then. Are we all done at 20 then? Selling at £20. £20 is buyer 232. Lot number 153, local interest there. The sculptured cat heads there and other items. 150 now is with me at 160 bid. At 160. I'm looking for 170, please. At £160 then. At 160. At £160 then. At £160. Looking for 170, please. At £160 then, it's with me. It will remain at £160. All done at 160. That's unsold. Lot number 154. The bronze spelter figure there. 17th century hussar there. Start at £60 then, please. £60, please. £60 then. Any interest at 60? £60 then. £40 then, please. Any interest at 40 then? 40 on bid, thank you, at £40 then. At £40 then, at 40. At £40 then. At 40 then. At £40. Any further interest then? I'm selling then online at £40. All done at 40. Easy Live Auctions has that one at £40, buyer 502. Moving on to the pictures, sculpture, sorry, and lot 155 now, and with me at £60, 5 bid. 65 then, with me at 65, looking for 70 now. At 65, looking for 70. At £65 then, at 65. At £65, at 65. Any advance at £65, 70's bid now. At £70, at £70. I will sell at £70. Any advance then? Selling then online at £70 on Easy Live Auctions at 70. £70 is sold to buy 657. Lot 156 then, the Gwen Turner there, the reclining female bronze there. And it's with me at £40 now, 42 now, with me at 42. At 42, looking for 5 now, £42. At 42, with me at £42, then at £42. Looking for 5 then, at £42. It's with me at 42. Any advance then at £42 then? Are we all done at 42? Fair warning being given then at £42. Last chance then. That's unsold. Lot number 157, the bronze female bust there, with me at £65. At 65, looking for 70 then, please. At £65 is bid. At 65 then. At 65 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 65. At £65. At 65. At 65. Any advance then at £65. I will sell at 65. Last chance at £65. All done and selling online at 65. £65 is buyer 502. Lot number 158. The 19th century Grand Tour bronze figures there. Start me at £200 then, please. £200 is bid then, straight in at 200, 220, 240, 280 now. 280, 320 I bid. 360 I bid. 380 now. 380, £380 then. At 380, all on Easy Live Auctions at 380. 420 now is bid on the serum at 420. At 440 now. At 440 then. On the serum now at £440 then. At 440. At £440 then. At £440 then. On the serum now, £440 then. I will sell at £440 then. All done at £440, selling on the serum at 440. £440 is buyer 31403. Moving on to lot 159, the bronze sculpture of a Roman warrior or athlete. Start with £70 then, please. Bronze one there, £70 then, please. Good value that at 70. £50 then, please. 50. £50, got to be worth 50. It's bronze. £50 I'm bid. At £50 then I bid on Easy Live Auctions at £50. At £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, at 50. Any advance then at £50. I'm selling 55 in the room now. 55 against you, 60 against you, sir. 65 is bid now. 65, would you like 70? 70 in the room now. £70 then, in the room at 70. At £70 then, in the room at 70. It's against you online at 70. I'm selling the room on my left at £70. All done. You're sir at 70. £70 is buyer 232. Lot number 160 now. The modern bronze candlesticks there. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then, bronze as well. £50 then, please. Got to be worth 50. £30 then, please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 for the bronze there. £30 please. 30, 20 then. Any interest at 20? £20 then, please. Any interest at 10 then? Any interest at 10? I'll pass this. Oh, 10. I've got bids everywhere now. £10 on Serum I saw. First, £10 on Serum. At Serum bidding at £10 then at 10. Any advance then at 10? 12 is bid now on Easy Live Auctions at 12. At £12 on Easy Live Auctions at 12. £15 now on Serum. £15 Serum bidding at 15. At £15 at 15. At 15. I will sell at £15. All done. And selling at £15 on the Serum. £15 Serum bidder 31403. Okay, moving on swiftly now to lot number 161 now. Start me at £500 please. Bronze horses there. £500 then. £500 then please. With me at 400 then. It's with me at 400. At £400 then. At 400. At £400 then. At 400 then. At 400 then. At £400. Any advance then at 400. It's with me at £400. Any further interest then with me at Royal Main at 400. That's unsold. Lot number 162 now. The Soaring Spirits bronze group there, and they're with me at £50 then. At £50. At £50 looking for 5 now please. At £50 with me at £50 then. At £50 looking for 5 now please. At £50 looking for 5. At £50 60 5 bid. 65 bid now. 65 70 5 bid. 75 now. 75 80 5 bid. £85 90 the bid. 5 bid. At 95 then. At 95. At £95 at 95. Any advance? All on Easy Live at the moment. £100 is bid. At 100. At 110. At £110 now. At 110. At 120, at 130 then, at 130, at 140, 150, at 160, at 170, 180 bid, 190 bid, £190 now, at 190, on Easy Live Auctions at 190, at £190 then, at 190, at 190, at £200 is bid, at 220 then, at 220, at £220 then, at 220, any advance at 220. At 240's bid now, at 260's bid now, at 260, at 280 bid, at 280, at 280, at £300 then, at 300, at £300 then, at 300, at £300. Any advance then at £300, at £300, all done at 300 then. I will sell at £300, 320's bid now, at 320, 340's bid now, at 340, at 340 then. Any advance at £340. Still on Easy Live at £340 then. The gavel is raised at £340. 360's bid now. 360. At 360. At 360. Selling then at £360. Last chance 380 bid. 380. At 380 then. We all done at 380 then. At 380. Last chance at 380 then. All done. I'm selling online at 380. £380 is buyer 678. Lot number 163, the Philip Blacker, the artist resale rights apply to this lot. Have you explained that to the buyer? Yep, thank you. The bidder, sorry. And we're on the telephone bid for this now. Is with me at starting at £1,800, please. 1,800 then. At £1,800. Would you like 1,800 on the phone? At £1,800 then. At 1,800. 1,600 with me at 1,600 then. That's 1,600 then. With me at 1,600 then. At 1,600 then. With me at £1,600 then. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At 1,600. Would they like 1,700? Well.
700 you said.
Thank you. £1,700 on the telephone at 1,700 then. At 17, and I will sell at 1,700. At £1,700 on the telephone at £1,700 then. I'm selling on the telephone at £1,700. Last chance. I will sell. Telephone bidder then at £1,700. All done at 1,700. £1,700.
And the number is 100.
100.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lot number 164 now. The bronze there. Bronze statue there, sorry. Mythical Serpent Queen. Start me at £40 then, please. £40 then. £20 then, please. Any interest at 20? 20 for the Mythical Queen there. £20. £10 then. Any interest at 10? 10 at the back, thank you. At £10. At 10. Right at the back then. At £10 then. I'm selling. Back of the room, 12 bid against you, sir. Would you like the Mythical Queen? £15 is bid. At £15 at the back still. £18 against you now. At £18 against you. 20 in the room now. £20 in the room. At £20 in the room at 20. It's against you online. 22 bid online. At 22. Thank you. At £22 then I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 22. £22 is buyer 621. Lot number 165. The Stanley Berkeley there. Start with £20 then, please. £20 then. £10 then for it. 20 I've got on Sarah now. 22 in the room now. 22 in the room. £22. 25 against you, sir. 28 then is bid. 30 against you. £30 on Sarah. 32 back in the room. £32 in the room at 32. At £32 then. At 32 in the room at £32. At £32. Selling then at £32. £32 is buyer 232. Lot number 166 now. The Florence E. Shepherd there. The large picture there. The first communion signed there. Signed F.E. Sherrard. Start with £300 please. £300 please. £300 please. £300 then. Any interest at 300 then? At £300 then. £200 please. £200 then. £200 then. 220 now is bid. 220 bid. 220 at 220. At £220 then. At 220. 260 is bid. 280 bid now. 280 at 280. 300 then. At £300. 320. 340. All on Easy Live Auctions at 340. 360. 380. At 380, at 400 now, 420, 420 then, £420 then at 440 then, 460, £460 then at 460, 480, 500, at 500, at 500, 550, 600, at 600 then, at £600 then on Easy Live Auctions. It's a good picture, it's a really good size as well. You see the size on there, 650 now has been, £650, 650. Looking for £700 please. At £650 then. Any further interest then? At £650 I will sell at 650. Are we all done? At £650 then. I'm selling at 650. £650 is sold to buyer 625. Lot number 167 then. Start me at £40 then please. £40 then please. £40 please for the prince there. £30 then. £30 is bid in the room, thank you. At £30 in the room at 30, I've got 30 already. At £30, 32 is against you now. 35, 38 in the room, £38 in the room. At £38 in the room at 38. At 38 against you internet, at £38 in the room at 38. At 38, any further interest then? At 38, at the back I will sell. Last chance online, I'm selling at 38. 38 is buyer 112, thank you. Lot number 168 then, the oil on canvas then, and start me £150 then please, 150 then, 150, £150 is bid on the serum now, at 150 on the serum then, at 150, 160 now, on Easy Live Auctions at 160, at 160, 170 bid, 170 now, 170, at £170 then, at 170, 180 bid, 190 on serum, 200 now, serum bidding, at 200, at £200 then, at 200, at 200, at 200, at £200 then. On the serum then I will sell at £200 then, serum bidding then and Sarah will have this at 220 now, 220, at 220 then. Any advance at 220 then. I will sell at £220 then on Sarah at 220. 220 is buyer 1778594. Lot 169 now. New Zealand artist here, the shoemaker, Mabel Hill there. And start me at £150 please. £150 please. 150 please. £100 then. Any interest at 100 then? At £100, thank you, at 100 then. At £100, at 100. At £100 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 100. At 100. Is there anyone eating sweets in the room? At £100. I can hear it, but I don't know where it's coming from. At £100 then. Possible to my left. At £100. At 100. On Easy Live Auctions at 100 then. I sell, it's the main bid on Easy Live Auctions at 100. £100 is sold to buyer 614. Let's take it quickly. Lot of baby, press OK. Lot 170 then. Here's the British School there. In the carved decorative frame there. It's a lovely frame that. £50, start me please. £50. At £50 then please. At £50 then. Any advance at 50? At £50 then. At 50. At £30 then. £30 then please. At 30. At £30 then. At £30 then. At 30. At £30 then. At 20. Any interest at 20? At 20 with me then. At £20 then. With me at 20. At £20 then. At 20. All done. At £20 then. Selling on commission at 20. £20 is buyer 525. Okay, we're moving on now to lot 171. And the English School, still life of flowers there. Will £30 please? £30 then please? £30 on bid then on the sale at £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 then. At 30. At £30 then. At 30. Any advance then at £30? So I'm selling at 30. At £30. So we all done at 30 then. Selling then on Sarah then. Made a bid at £30. All done at 30. £30 is buyer 1470389. Lot number 172 now. English School there, the New Lynn one, GRG signed. New Lynn Cornwall, £30 please. £30 then please. 30, any interest at 30 please. £20 then please. 20, any interest at 20 then. 20, 10 then for the lot please. 10, £10 then. Any interest at 10, otherwise I'm going to pass this lot. That's unsold. We move along now to lot 173, the Continental there, as possibly a sandpiper there. £30 then, please. £30 then. £30 then. £30 then for the watercolour. 30. 20 then, please. £20 then, please. £20 then. Any interest at 10 then? 10 surely, please. 10. 10 for the picture there. Any interest for the sandpiper? No, we're going to have to pass that one. Lot number 174, the Canadian artist there, 4 in the lot then. Start me £40 then please, £40 then please, 40, £40 then please, £20 then please, 20, £20 then please. Any interest at 20, 10 then for it all, 10 for 4 pictures there, any interest at 10? See bid it hovering, £10 is bid then on Sarah at £10, at £10 then on Sarah at 10. Any advance then I will sell at £10 then. All done and selling on Sarah at £10. £10 is buyer number 298702. Lot number 175. Same artist again. Large picture this one. Media on mixed media on board then. Start me £40 then please. £40 then please. £40. Any interest at 40? £20 then please. 20. 10 then for it. Large picture, a lot of work there for £10. You interested in that, Claire? No, unfortunately that's going to pass them. That's unsold. Lot number 176 then, the large picture there for the Croatian artist there. And start me at £50 then please. £50 please. At £50. 50. Any advance at 50 please. £50 then. 50. £30 then please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? At £30. 10 for them. 10 for the lots then. Any interest at 10? Any interest at 10? £10 please. No, we're going to have to pass that by at £10 then. That's unsold. Lot number 177. The Scottish painting there, balcony 1, crumbling walls, start with £200 please. £220 is bid now, 220 bid at 220 then, straight in at £220 on Easy Live Auctions at 220 then, at £220 then, at 220, at 220, any advance at £220 then, at 220. I'm selling then at £220 then, we all done, at 220 I sell, 220 is buy at 534. Lot number 178 now, Heidi Koenig, and the signed etchings there. Start me at £50 then please. £50 then please for the etchings. £50 is bid then. £50 is bid at £50 then, at 50. At £50 on the serum at £50 then. Are we all done at 50 then? I'm selling then on the serum at £50. All done and selling on the serum at 50. £50 is sold to buyer 1441540. That's £50. Lot number 179. Large print this time. Start me at £50 please. £50 then please. Any interest at £50? £50 please. £50 then. £30. Any interest at 30 then please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30. 20 then. Any interest at 20? I'm going to pass this lot. Any interest at all? That's unsold. We move along now to lot 180, the Ancient World limited edition print there. Start with £50 please. £50 then. Any interest at 50? £50 then please. 30 then please. 30. £20 then. Any interest at 20 then? No, we're going to have to pass this lot as well. That's unsold. We move along now to lot number 181 now, and start me at £50 then. Dutch artist there. £50 then please. Still life there. £50 then please. £30 then please. 30. Any interest at £30 please. £30 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 then. 20 please then. 20. Any interest at 20 for the still life there? £20 is bid, thank you, online, at £20 then, at 20, at £20 then, at 20, at 20, any advance then at £20 then, I'm selling then, made a bid on serum at 20, £20 is buyer 222,897. Lot number 182 now, and I'm bid on commission here at £300 then, at £300 then, at £300 then, on commission at £300, with me at commission bidder, at 300 then, Canadian artist there, at £300 then, on commission with me at 300 then, at £300 then, I will sell on 320, commission is out, at 320 then, at £320 then, at 320, at 320, I'm selling then, Easy Live Auctions has this, £320, all done at 320, 320 is buyer 595. Lot number 183 now, the Frank Ross there. Start me at £50 please. 50 is bid now, £50 is bid. At £50 then, it's bid at 50. At £50 then, at 50. At 50, any advance then at £50 then. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £50 then. Last chance coming at 50. £50 is buyer 525. Lot 84, sorry. The collection of watercolours, exhibition folios, various subjects, and start me at £50 then for all of those there. £50 please. £50 is bid then on the serum at £50, and Sarah bidding at 50, at £50. Large collection as well, at £50 then, at 50. I'm selling on the serum now at £50, all done, and selling on the serum at £50. £50 is buyer SR80664. Lot number 185 now. The watercolour there, the water mill, Esperana, £40 start me please. £40 then please, £40, any interest at 40? £40 then please. 20 then for the picture, 20, any interest at 20? £20 then please, 20, 10 for the picture then, otherwise I'm going to pass this. Any interest? £10 is bid then at 10, on the serum then at 10, at £10 then, at 10, any advance then, I'm selling then, £10 on the serum. Serum bidder there is 1778594, and that's for £10. Lot number 186 then, the standing horse there, £40 start me please, £40 then, £40 then, any interest at £40 please, £20 then please, £20 then, please. 20. £20 then. 10 for them. Picture them. £10 then, please. Any interest? No, oh, it's there. £10 is bid at 10, at £10. 12 is bid now. £12 is bid on the sale at 12, at 15, at £15, and at 15, at 15, at £18, at 18, at £18, and at 18, at £18, and at 18, at £20 is bid, then at 20, at £20, and at 22 now is bid, 22, at 22 then, at £22, and any advance at 22. I'm selling at 22, all done at 22. 22 is buyer 1778594. Lot number 187 there, the Impressionist picture there. £40 please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? £20 then. £20 then please for the Impressionist style picture there. £20 then. 10 for the picture. At £10. Any interest? £10 is bid then on 10. I've got on Easy Live Auctions then at 10. Looking for 12 and Sarah now. 12 Sarah bid then. 12 and Sarah then at £12. Sarah bidding at 12. At £12 then at 15 on Easy Live Auctions at 15 then. At 15 then at £18. At 18 then at £18 at 18. At £18 then at 18. At £18 then at 18. All done at £18 then. Fair warning at £18. All done at 18. £18 is buyer 1778594. Lot number 188 then, the John Makepeace there, and they're with me at 120 then, at 120 then, at 120, with me at 120, at 120 looking for 130 please then. The John Makepeace there, at £120 then, at 120, any advance then, at 120 then, with me then at £120, at £120 then, all done at 120. That's unsold. Lot number 189 now. The E&R not there. Start with £60 then please. £60 is bid, thank you, at 60. At 60 online, at £60. Any advance at £60 then? At £60 is on Easy Live Auctions at £60, at 60. At £60 then, at 60. Any advance then? I will sell then on Easy Live Auctions at £60. Fair warning at 60. All done and selling at £60. £60 is buyer 522. Lot number 190 then. Start me at £600. The Norman Reginald Bagley. £600 please. £600 then. £500 then. Any interest at £500 please. At 500. Any interest at £500 please. At 500. At £500 then. At 500. Any interest at all at £500 then. At 500 then. All done then. It will be with me at £500 then. Fair warning at 500. That's unsold. Lot 191 now. The lino cut there, the artist's proof there. With me at £65 it is. At 65 then. At 65 then. At 65 I've got. I'm looking for 70 please. 70's bid. Thank you. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. At 70. Looking for 5 now please. At £70. At £70 then. At 70. Are we all done at £70 then? Fair warning, I will sell to the Sarah bidder at £70, all done at 70. £70 is buyer 1441540. Okay, moving on now to lot 192 now. Mexican contemporary picture there. Start with £80 then please. £80 then please. £80 then. Any interest at £80 please. £80 then. £70 please. £70 please. Any interest at 70? £70 please. Any interest at 70? Otherwise I'm going to pass this one at 70. All done then at £70. It will remain with us at 70. That lot is unsold. We move along to lot 192. Colleen Farr here. Starting £80 then please. £80 then for the textile design there. £80 please. £70 then please. £70 then please. 70. Any interest at 70 then? £60 then. Any interest at £60 please? Any interest? No, we're going to have to pass that one, I'm afraid. That's unsold. Lot number 194. With me, this is at £70 then. At £70. At 70. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. With me at £70 then. At £70. At £70. So we all done at 70. Fair warning then. This will remain with me at 70. That's unsold. Lot 195 now. With me again at £60. Looking for 5, please. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 Any advance then? At £60 then. With me at £60 then. All done at 60. That's unsold. Moving on to lot 196 now. Start me at with me at £60 then. At 60. At 60. Looking for 5 now, please. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 then. All done at 60. That's unsold. Lot number 197 now, and with me again at £60 then. 60 looking for 5 now. At £60 with me. At £60 then. At £60. Any advance then? At £60. All done at £60 then. That's unsold. Lot number 198, Lee Glover, the Millennium Bridge there, the panoramic view of London there, St Paul's Cathedral on the North Bank there. It's with me at £1,500, at £1,500 then, at £1,500 then, at £1,500, looking for £1,600 please, at £1,500 then, at £1,500 then, at £1,500 then, at £1,500, any advance then, at £1,500 then. With me then, it will remain at 1,500. That's unsold. We move along to lot 199 now. The Trevor Price there. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then, please, for the Trevor Price there. £50 then. £30 then, please. £30 then. £20 then, please. Any interest at all? No, I'm going to have to pop, £20 I've got, thank you. Online on Easy Live Auctions at 20 then. At £20 then, at 20. Any advance then? At £20. Are we all done? At £20. Fair warning at 20. £20 is buy at 595. Not number 200 now. Similar lot again then. Start me at £50 please. £50 then. £20 then. Any interest at 20? Any interest at 20? £20 is bid, same bid as last. At £20 then, at £20 then, are we all done? At £20 then, fair warning at 20. £20 is buy at 595. Lot 201, which is my final lot, and presumably Will's on his way. Lot number 201, Grace Gardner there. Start me at £80 then, please. £80 then, please. £80. £80 then, £60 please, £60, any interest at 60 for the Grace Gardner there, £50 then please, any interest? Okay, I'm going to have to pass it on, I'm afraid. That lot is unsold, and I'll hand over to Will, who will take the next 100 lots.
Right, lot 202. Start off at £100, please. £100. You've got £100 anywhere. Do we see £100 anywhere? 100, need £100. Do we see £100 online or in the room at 100? Looking for 100, 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Fair warning then at £100 will remain with us at £100. £100 bid on the hammer at 100. At £100 then. Do we see 110 anywhere? At 100. At 100's bid. At 100 Easy Live Auctions. At 100. 100. Any advance at £100. That is sold. At 595. Lot 203. Start with £200. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. Do we see 200 in the room or online at £200 then? 180 then. Do we see £180 anywhere? Looking for 180. Two in the lot there at 180. 150 then. We're going to low at 150. Do we see 150? Looking for £150 in the room or online at 150. Fair warning at 150, we cannot get a bid on this, will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot number 204. Start me off at £80 for this. Do we see 80? Looking for 80. Won't go any lower, needs to be 80. Do we see 80 for this? Looking for £80. Do we see £80 anywhere? In the room or online at £80. Fair warning at £80, this will remain with us. That lot has passed. Looking for lot 205. Start me off at £300. Do we see £300 for this? Looking for £300 anywhere. Do we see £300 for this? Do we see £300? Looking for 300. Do we see 300? 250 then. Do we see 250 for this? Won't go any lower than 250. It's worth that. At £250 then. Do we see 250? In the room or online at £250 then. Fair warning at 250. That lot has passed. Lot number 206. Start me off at £200 for this. Do we see £200? Looking for £200. Do we see £200? Abstract piece here for £200. Fair warning then at £200. Won't go any lower than 200. That lot is passed. Lot 207. Start me at £250 here. Do we see £250 here? Looking for 250. Looking for 250. Do we see 250? Do we see 250? £200 then. Do we see 200? Looking for £200. Looking for 200. Do we see £200 anywhere? In the room or online at £200. Fantastic piece at £200. Fair warning then at £200. This will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot 208. Start at £250 this. Do we see 250? Looking for £250. Do we see 250 anywhere? In the room or online at £250 then. Do we see 250? £200 then. At £200. Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? Do we see 200? In the room or online at £200. A gift at £200. Come on folks. At £200. That lot has passed.
Yeah, yeah,
Switching teams over here.
no.
Okay. Lot 209, ready to go? Lot 209. Start me at £250 for this. Do we see 250? Do we see 250 for this? Looking for 250. £220. I won't go any lower. At £220 for this. Do we see 220? Do we see £220 for this? Looking at 220. Do we see 220? Fair warning then at £220. That lot has passed. Lot 210. Start with £60. Do you see 60 for this? Fantastic piece at 60. Robin McCarthy at £60. At 60. At 60 then. At 60. At £60. 40 then. At 40. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? 40's bid. At £40 then. At 42's bid. At 42. At £42 then. At 42. Do we see £45 anywhere? Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? At 42. At 42. At £42. Fair warning. That lot is sold. £42 to buyer. 637. Lot number 211. Start me off at £300 for this piece here. Do we see 300? Do we see £300 anywhere? Looking for £300. Do we see £300? Any interest in the room? Any interest online at 300? 250 then. Do we see 250? I won't go any lower than £250. Great piece here. £250 we need. Do we see 250? Fair warning then at £250 this will remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot 212. Again, Tom Fenken here. £300 do we see? Do we see £300 anywhere? Looking for £300. Do we see £300 anywhere? Looking for £300. 250 then. Do we see 250 for this? Do we see £250 here? Looking for 250. Looking for 250. 250's bid on the serum now at 250. At 250 then. At £250 is bid. Do we see 260's the next bid? Do we see 260? Looking for 260. At £250, selling away to our seller bidder at 250. And sold £250.
SR 25, 50, 41.
Thank you.
Go, James. Lot 213. Start me off at £70 for this. Vivian Luxton. £70. Do we see £70? £70 is bid at 70. At 70's bid then. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 is bid at £70 then. At 70. Looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? At 70. At £70 then. Selling away to our sell room bid at £70. That lot is sold. £70 to SR
144.
144.
1540.
1540. Thank you very much. Lot 214. Margaret Harmsworth. Start me off at £100 for this. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. Do we see £100? Do we see 100? Looking for £100 is bid now on the serum at £100 then. At £100. Thank you, serum at 100. At £100. At 100. Any advance at £100. At £100. Selling the way to our serum bidder at 100. That is sold. £100 to SR
1709648.
Thank you. Lot 215. Starting off at £200 for this. Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? In the room or online at £200. At £200 then. At 200. At 200. At 150 then. Or 150 if you like. At 150. At 150. At £150. Need 150 for this piece, unfortunately. At £150. Any interest on the internet? Any interest in the room? At £150 is bid now. At 150. At 150. At £150 on the Easy Live Auctions. At 150 then. At 150. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 150. Fair warning. That lot is sold. £150 to buyer 612. Thank you. Lot number 216. Starting off at £500. At £500. Do we see £500 to this? Ned J. Osman. At £500 then. At 500. At 500. Need 500. Looking for £500. Any interest in the room or online at £500? 450 if it helps. I won't go any lower. At 450. At £450 then. At 450. At 450. At 450. Gavels raised at 450. It will remain unsold with us at 450. Last chance at 450. Fair warning at £450. That lot is passed. Peter Hay, start me off at £400 then. Do we see £400? Looking for £400. I won't go any lower than £400 for this. Good scene as well at £400. At 400. At £400. At £400. Fair warning, this will stay with us at £400. That lot is unsold. Lot 218. Contemporary piece here. Start me at £200. Do we see £200 for this? Looking for £200. Do we see 200? Do we see £200 for this? I need £200. At £200. At £200 then. Do we see 200? At 200. At £200. Fair warning, you've all had a chance at 200. That lot is passed. Lot 219. Start me off at £100. Need 100. Looking for £100 anywhere. Do we see £100 anywhere? On the internet or in the room at £100. This is your chance at £100 then. At 100. At 100. At 80 then. At 80. Give you a chance at £80 then. At £80. Won't go lower. Then £80. Then 80. At 80. Do we see 80? In the room or online? At £80 then. At £80. That is unsold. Lot number 220. Start me off at £500. The Adrian Hemming here. £500 is what we need. Do we see 500? Do we see 500? Do we see £500 anywhere? Looking for £500. Do we see £500 anywhere? At £500, this will remain with us. You've all had a chance at 500. Won't go any lower at 500. That's unsold. Lot 221. Start me off at £400. Do we see £400 for this? Under the Peter Ward here. Do we see £400 for this? Do we see £400? Abstract piece here for £400. 400. £400. 360 then. I'll give you a chance at 360. I won't go any lower than £360. If you're going to bid, you bid now at £360 then. Giving you all a chance at £360. That lot is unsold. Lot number 222. Start me off at £400 then. Do we see 400? Do we see £400? Do we see 400? Looking for £400. Do we see £400? Maurice Cockerell, £400. £400. 350 then. 350 if you like. If it helps, 350. 350 anywhere. Looking for 350. Do we see £350 anywhere? In the room or online at 350. 300 then. I won't go any lower. It's a gift at £300 then. At 300. At £300. At £300 then. Giving you all a chance at £300. Won't go any lower at 300. This is your chance at £300. That lot has passed. Lot 223. Start me off at £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? In the room or online at £100 then. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for £100. Debbie Lear, contemporary scene of St Ives here, £100, £80 then. I won't go any lower. At 80, at 80, at £80 then. The scene of St Ives here, at £80, at 80, at £80 then. Fair warning, at £80, £80 is bid. Online at 80 then. At 80, at 80, looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? Looking for 85. Fair warning, Easy Live Auctions at £80. Are we all done at 80? We're sold at £80. 25595. Lot number 224. Starting off at £100 for this piece. At £100. A Malaysian contemporary piece at £100. At £100, if you're going to bid, you need to bid now at 100. I will not go any lower than £100. At £100 then. At £100. At £100, you've had your chance at 100. Fair warning. That lot is staying with us. Lot number 225, Pablo Picasso. The signed lithograph here. Start me at £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80 for this piece? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Looking for 80. Do we see 80 here? Looking for 80. £60 then. Looking for 60. Do we see 60 for this piece? Do we see 60? Looking for 60. 50 then. Looking for 50. Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. In the room or online at 50. 40 then. Won't going to learn 40. Great piece at 40. It's a gift at 40. At £40. At 40. Looking for 40. We need 40. Fair winner. You've all had a chance at £40. Oh, was sold. Unsold, sorry. Lot number 226. Great piece. Fantastic. Start me at £200. Do we see 200? One of my favourite pieces of art in this sale. At £200. At 200. At £200. Do we see 200 for this? Looking for 200. Do we see 200? Very funky piece here. £200. 150 then. Do we see 150? It's a gift at 150, folks. At 150. Do we see 150 for this? In the room or online at 150 then. At 150. You've all had a chance. At £150. If you're interested, see us afterwards at 150. That lot is passed. Lot number 227. Start me off at £90 then. At 90, that's an interesting estimate. 90 to 150. Not seen that one before. Don't know who put that on there. At £90 is bid. At 90. At 90. At £90 then. At £90 is bid. At £90 on Ease Live Auctions at 90. Any advance at £90. We have 90. Online at 90. Any advance at £90. Fair warning at 90. So me coming in at 90. At £90 on Ease Live Auctions. We all done at 90. That lot is sold. £90 to buyer 523. Thank you very much. Lot number 228. Start me off at again at £90. 90 to 150. Interesting estimates here, folks. £90 is needed. Do we see £90 anywhere? Looking for 90. Do we see 90? Do we see 90 for this? Looking for 90. Lot number 228 at £90. 60 then. Do we see 60 for this piece? Looking for 60, folks. 60. Do we see 60? Looking for 60. Do we see 60? 60 anyway. In the room or online at 60. 50 then. I won't go any lower than 50. At 50 then. At 50. At £50, do we see 50? I won't go any lower than 50. At £50 is bid now. At £50 is the bid. Bid taken on Ease Live Auctions at 50 then. Any advance at 50? At 50. At £50 then for this piece here. Martin Sale, British Contemporary at £50. Selling away at 50. That lot is sold. £50 to buy at 683. Alright, steaming along, lot number 229 here. Start me off at £60. Do we see 60 for this? Professor Nicholas Wade, Scottish Contemporary here at £60. £30 then, half the estimate, won't go lower at 30. At 30, at £30 then, at 30. Do we see £30 anywhere? This, in the room or online at 30. At £30 then, at 30, at 30, at £30. This will remain with us at 30. You've all had a chance at 30. I won't go any lower than 30. That lot is passed. Lot number 230 here. Start me off at £80. Do we see 80 for this? Do we see 80? In the manner of Hugo Poll. At 80. At 80. At £80 then. At 80. Any interest at 80? At £80. At 80. At 80. Give you a chance at 50 then. At 50. Do we see 50 for this? In the room or online at 50. Do we see 50? Any interest online here, folks? At 50. At 40 then. Won't go lower at 40. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 then. You'll stay with us at £40. You've all had a chance at 40. That lot has passed at 40. Lot number 231. Start me off at £300 here. Looking for 300. Looking for 300. Do we see £300 for this? Do we see £300? Looking for 300. Looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? Looking for 300. French 1930s watercolour at £300. 270 then. Do we see 270 this? Do we see 270? Looking for £270. Gonna need 270. You've all had a chance at £270. Asking at 270. Final time of asking at 270. All had a chance at 270. That has passed at 270. Lot number 232. Start me off at £200 for this. At £200. The Marion Jacobs German piece here. £200 is needed. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for £200. Do we see 200? Any interest at £200 then? At 200, at £200. At £200, this will remain with us. You've all had a chance at 200. I'm not going any lower than 200. See us afterwards. Lot number 233. Start me off at £400. Do we see £400 for this? Peter Ward, again, £400 is needed. Do we see £400 for this? Looking for £400. Need 400 for this. At £400 is what we're asking for. Any interest at 400? You've all had a chance at £400. Fair warning at £400. That lot is passed. Nicholas Hallasan here. Start me off at £80. Do we see 80 for this? Do we see 80? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Any interest at £80? I'm not going any lower than £80 for this. It's a great piece at £80 here. At 80. At 80. At £80. Are you asking? At £80. Are we all done at 80? Fair warning then at £80. You've all had a chance at 80. 80's bid. That's right. I saw it pop up at 80 last time. Yeah, at £80, it's open at 80. We still have it open at £80. If you can reopen that on the sale room. Yeah. At £80 is bid on Easy Live Auctions at 80. At £80 then. At 80. At 80. Do we see £85 anywhere? At £80, fair warning, that is sold. £80 to buy at 523. Thank you very much. Lot number 235. Start me off at £80 again. Nicholas Hallasan again at £80. At £80. At £80 is what we're asking for. I won't go any lower. You've all had a chance at £80. If you're going to bid, please bid quickly. At £80 then. At 80. At 80. At £80. Fair warning at 80. That is unsold. Lot 236. Start me off at £300. The Bernard Leach here. British 1887 to 1979. £300 is what we're asking for. I will not go any lower than 270 is my lowest offer here at 270. At 270. At £270 then. At 270. At £270. At 270. Final chance at 270. You've all had an offer of 270. Fair warning. That lot is passed. Lot number 237. Start me off at £400 for this. £400 for this piece here. Do we see £400? Do we see £400 for this? Looking for £400. Do we see 400 for this? Looking for 400. 350 then. Do we see 350? Do we see 350 for this? Looking for 350. £300 and it's a gift at 300. I will not go any lower than 300. £300 is the lowest offer. At £300 is now bid on the sale room at £300 then. At 300. Any advance at 300. Next bid's 320. Do we see 320 for this? At £300. At £300 then. Are we all done? Wrapping up and selling away at £300. And it's sold. £300 to
SR 106 0407.
Thank you, James. Lot 238. Start me off at £200. Do we see £200 for this? Thomas Leonard Evans here. Do we see £200 for this piece? Looking for £200. At £200. Do we see 200? Do we see 200? Do we see £200 for this? At £200. Do we see £200 here? 180 then. At 180. At 180 then. Do we see 180? Do we see £180 anyway? If you're going to bid, please bid now at £180 then. At 180. At 180. At 180. At £180 then. Are we all done? At 150 then. Low as I'll go at 150. Won't go any lower at 150. Can't go any lower at £150 then. If you're going to bid, please bid now at £150. Fair warning at 150. That lot is passed at £150 then. Lot 239. Start me off at £120 for this. Do we see 120? Do we see £120 for this? Looking for 120. Do we see 120? Do we see 120 for this? Sarah Beckett at £120. £100 then. £100. Who wants it £100? £100 then. Do we see 100? Do we see £100? £80 then. Won't go any lower than 80. Won't go any lower than 80. Can't go any lower than 80. It's a gift at 80 here, folks. At £80 then. At 80. At 80. At £80. You've all had a chance at 80. That lot is passed. Lot number 240, the Jane Williams here. Starting me off at £120. Do we see 120 for this? Looking for 120. At 120, at 120, at 100 then, at £100 then, at £100, at £100, at £100 then, looking for 100, at 80 then, at £80 then, at £80 here. Do we see 80? Any interest at £80? You've all had a chance at 80. That lot is passed. Looking at 100, lot 142. Start me off. Lot 241, sorry. Reading the wrong way around there. Lot 100, Jesus, it's all going wrong here. 241, £100 is what we're asking for. Do we see 100? Do we see 100 for this? Do we see £100? Ken Gaylor here at £100. Won't go lower than 100. If you're going to bid £100. Can't go any lower, won't go any lower than £100. Fair warning at 100 then. That is unsold. Lot 242. Starting off at £200. Do we see £200 for this? Eugene Sanchez. £200 then. Looking for 200. Any interest at £200? Interesting piece. £200. £150 then. I won't go any lower than 150. And 150. At £150 then. Fair warning. You've all had a chance at £150 then. That will remain with us. Lot 243. Hyman Siegel at £500 then, starting off at 500, at £500 then, at £500, at 500, at 500, at £400 then, won't go lower than 400, at £400 then, at 400, at £400, at £400, are we all done at £400? You all had a chance at 400. See us afterwards. Lot 244, had a lot of interest on this online, start me off at £4,000. At £4,000 for this. At £4,000. At £4,000. Do we see 4,000? Do we see £4,000 for this? A lot of watchers online for this at £4,000. 3,800 then, if you like, at £3,800. Any interest at 3.8? Try it at 3.8. 3,600 then. Low as I'll go at £3,600. At £3,600, you've all had a chance at 3.6. Fair warning then at £3,600, this will remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot number 245, start me off at £20. Do we see £20 for this? Look for 20. Do we see 20 for this? Do we see 20 for this piece? 20 is bid online at 20. At 20. At £20 is bid on Easy Live Auctions at 28, at 30 now. 30 is bid on the Serum at 30. At 32, 35 is bid now. At 35 is bid. At 38, 40 now. At 40, at 40, at 40, 48 is bid now on the Serum at 48. At 48, 55 is bid on the Serum at 55. At 55, Serum bidding. At 50, 60 now on Easy Live Auctions at 60. At 65 on the Serum now. At 65, Serum bidding. At 70 now on Easy Live Auctions at 75 back on the sale room. At 80 now on Easy Live Auctions at 85 on the sale room now. At 85, 90 on Easy Live Auctions at 95 on the sale room. Back on the platforms here at £100, £100 on Easy Live Auctions, back with the Serum at 110. At 120 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 130 on the Serum. At 140 on the Serum now. At £140 on the Serum. At 150 on Easy Live Auctions. At 150 on Easy Live Auctions. At 150. At 150. At £150. Are we all done then here? At £150. Selling it away at 150. That is sold. £150. Thank you to buyer 602. Lot 246 has been withdrawn, so moving swiftly on to lot 247. Start me off at £120 for this piece. At 120. At 120 for this. At 120. At £120. Proof print here at 120. Do we see £120 anywhere? Looking for 120. At £100 then. Do we see 100? Do we see £100 here? Looking for £100. At £100 then, folks. At £100, 90 then. I won't go any lower than 90. At £90, at £90, £90 then. Fair warning at 90 then, so will remain with us. That is unsold. Lot 248. Start me off at £10. Do we see £10 for this? Looking for 10. Do we see £10? Look for 10. Do we see £10 for this piece? Do we see £10 for this? Gloucester Docks here, £10. £10, local interest at £10. Fair warning at £10 then. That lot is passed. Lot number 249, the Albert Hardy here. Start me off at £70. At 70. At £70, the coastal scene here. At £70. Do we see 70? Do we see £70? £70 is bid on the sale room at 70. £70 on the sale room. On the sale room at 70. At 70. At £70. Any advance at 70? Are we all done then? Selling away to our sale room bidder at £70. It is sold £70 to SR.
105 2162.
Thank you, James. Lot 250. Start me off at £80 here. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 for this piece? At 80. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 here? Looking for 80. £80 online or in the room at 80. £40 then. Do we see 40 this? I won't go any lower than 40. At 40 then. At £40. At 40, at 40, at 40. All done at 40. That is unsold. Lot 251 had a lot of interest online here as well. Late 18th and early 19th century figures. Start me off at £50 for this. £50 is bid, straight in at 50. At 50. At £50 is bid. At 50. At 50. At £50. Any advance at 50. At 50. We already have a bid of 50, James. At £50 in the room on Ease Live. 55 now on the Serum at 55. At 60 on Ease Live Auctions. At 60. At 65 now on the Serum. At 70 on Ease Live Auctions. At 75 on the Serum at 75. At £75 then. At 75. At £75. Any advance at 75. At £75 on the Serum at 75. Fair warning at 75. That's sold £75 to SR.
177 8594.
Thank you. Lot 252. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40 for this? Looking for 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? 40's bid, straight in at 40. At £40 is bid. At 40. At £40 then. At 42's at 45. At 45 is bid. At 45 on the Serum now. At 45's bid. At 45, do we see £48 anywhere? At 45. At 45. At £45 are we all done and wrapping up and selling away at 45. We sold £45 to SR.
1999 765.
Thank you. Lot number 253. Start me off at £50. Do we see £50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? In the room or online at 50. At 30 then. At 30. At 30. At £30 then. Do we see 30? Looking for 30. Asking for 30. Do we see 30 anywhere? £20 then. At 20. At £20 then. I won't go lower than 20. If you're going to bid now at 20. Fair warning then. You've all had a chance at 20. That lot's passed. Lot number 254, this is a 12 monthly prints. Start me off at £30 for these pieces. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Do we see 30 for these? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? A good interiors piece here at 30. At £10 then. At 10. At £10 then. At 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? £10 with you, sir. Over there on the chair at 10. At 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have, sir. Your bid at 15. In the room at £15 then. At £15 with you, sir. At 15. At £15. Your bid, sir. At 18 against you. 20 would you like, sir? 20 you have, your bid at 20. At £20 then. At 20. At 20. In the room at 20. Are we all done then? You've all had a chance at 20. Fair warning. And sold at 20. To buyer 232. Lot number 255. Start me off at £100 for this. Acrylic on board here of the rural coastal scene. At £100. At 100. At £100 then. At 100. At 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? At 80 then. At 80. At 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? Need 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? At £80. At 80. At £80 then. 50 then. I won't go any lower than 50. At 50. At £50 then. Do we see 50? In the room or online at 50. Any interest? At £50. Fair warning. That order's passed. Lot number 256. Start me off at £30 for these two. At 30. At £30 then. At 30. Any interest at 30? At 30. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. At 10. At 10 with you, sir. In the room at £10 then. At £10. At £10 in the room with you, sir. Are we all done then? You've all had a chance at 10. Fair warning, the maiden bid has it at £10. Sold £10 to buyer 232. Thank you. Lot number 257. The Amari vases here. Start me off at £50 for this collection. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then. £25 anywhere. Looking for 25. Looking for 25. Gonna need 25 if you're interested at 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Do we see 25? £25. Gonna need the 5. 5 with you, sir. At £25 then. At 25. At 25's a bid. At 25 with you, sir. In the room at £25. Are we all done at 25? That's yours, sir. Thank you very much. 25 to buy at 232. Lot number 258. At the Oriental Crackle Glazed vases here. Start me off at £10. £20 is bid straight in at 20. At 20 is the bid. At £20 then. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20. At 20. At 20. Any advance at 20 then. At £20. Selling away at 20 to our Easy Live Auctions bidder. And is sold. £20 to buyer 550. Lot number 259. Start me off at £40 for this. Do we see £40 for the contemporary Chinese wooden brass bound jewellery cabinet here? At £40 at 20 then. At 20. Try it at 20 then. Do we see 20 for this? 20 to bid at £20 in Easy Live Auctions at 20. At 25 now is the bid. At 25's the bid at 25. At 25's the bid now. At 25's the bid. Do we see any advance here? At £25. Are we all done then wrapping up and selling away at 28 now? 28 at 30. At 30 now. At 30. At £30 in Easy Live Auctions here at 30. At 30. At £30 you've all had a chance at 30. And sold £30 to buyer 623. Lot number 260. Start me off at £30 for this. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30 for this? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30 for this? Any interest at 30? £10 then. At 10. At 10. At 10 with you, sir. Over there in the room at £10. At £10 with you. Room bidding at £10. At £10. There's a bid 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have, sir. Your bid at 15 then. At £15 with you, sir. Over there in the room at £15. At £15 at 18 against you. 20 would you like, sir? Your bid at 20, at £20, at £20 with you, at £20, are we all done at 20? Fair warning at 20, you've all had a chance at 20. Sold £20 to buy 232. Lot number 261, fine Chinese plate here, again from a good local home. Start me off at £50. We see £50 for this piece here, ladies and gents. At 50, looking for 50. Gonna need 50. £50 straight in at 50. We're away at 50. At £50 then, 50's a bid. At £50, do we see in 5 of this? Do we see £55 for this? Straight in on the serum at £50. At 50. At 50. At £50 here. At 50. At 50. Any advance at £50 here, folks? Do we see any advance at 50? You've all had a chance at 50. I'm selling at £50 and it's sold 50. £50 to buy SR
163 4632.
Sorry, 163462. Thank you, James. Lot number 262. Collection of Chinese carved jade. Start me off at £30 for the jade here. Do we see £30 for the jade? Looking for 30 for the jade here. Carved jade here, £30. Do we see £30 anyway? At £10 then, won't be lower than 10. At 10, at 10 with you, sir. Before the internet at £10, room bidding at 10, 12 against you, 15 you would like, 15 you have, your bid at 15, 18 against you, on Easy Live Auctions at 18, 20 you like, 20 you have, sir, your bid at 20, 22 against you, 25 you like, 25 you have, sir, your bid at 25, 28 against you, 30 your bid, sir, at £30 before the internet at 30, at £30, in the room at 30, 32 against you now, sir, 35 your bid, sir, at £35 now, in the room at 35, 38 against you. 40 your bid, sir, at £40, at 40, at £40, 42 against you. 45 your bid, sir, at £45 with you in the room at 45, 48 against you on the sale room. You're out at 48, at £48 now, online at 48. Are we all done then? At £48, you've all had a chance at 48. Fair warning then, 50 with you, sir, back in the room at 50. Thank you very much. At £50, you've scared away the sale room there. At £50, you're through. Oh, no, you haven't. They're back in at 55. Sorry about that, sir. That's unfortunate. At £55, they go through. Are you all done? You're out at £55, or is that one more? One more. At 60 then. At 60 with you, sir. One more bid could do it. Let's see what happens. At £60, fair warning then at £60. 65. You're out. It's a good battle, sir. At £65, the serum has it at 65. Fair warning at 65. And it's sold £65 to SR 298 702. I thank you for your patience, sir. Lot 263. Start me off here at £50 for this. At £50, the blue and white Chinese plate at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50 here. Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? In the room, we're online at 50. 30 then. Looking for 30. Do we see 30 for this? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? £10 then. £10. £10 anyway. Looking for 10. Seal at 10. £10 is bid at 10. At 10. At £10 on Easy Live Auctions at 10. At 10. £12 anyway. Do we see 12? Do we see £12 anyway? At £10 on Easy Live Auctions. At 12 on the sale room. A £12 bid on the sale room now, on the sale room at £12.
Oh, sorry.
No, 12.
At £12 on the sale room.
Oh, sorry.
Oh dear.
Zoned out then, sorry.
Really that boring? At 15 now on Easy Live Auctions at 15. 15's a bid. At £15 then. At £15. 15's a bid. 18 back on the sale room now. At £18 on the sale room. 20 against you now. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20. At 20. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions. Are we all done? At 25 now on the sale room. Sale room bidding at 28 now. Do we see 30? Any advance at £28 on the sale room at 28? 30 is the bid now. On the sale room at 30. 32 on the sale room now. At £32, sale room bidding at 32, 35 now on the sale room, before Easy Live Auctions at 38 now on the sale room now at 38, at 38, at 38, at £38 at 40 now on Easy Live Auctions, back on Easy Live Auctions now at 40, at 42 now on the sale room bidding at 42, at 45 now on Easy Live Auctions, at £45 here, at 48 now on the sale room, at 50, back where we began, at 50, at £50 at 50, at £50 at 50, at 50, at 55 now on the sale room now at 55 now on the sale room at 55, at 60 now on Easy Live Auctions at 60 with Easy Live Auctions at 60, at £60 here folks, at £60, are we all done at 60? At £60, fair warning at 60, we sold £60. Lot 264, the large fossilised ammonite here. Great piece, just over there. Make a good doorstop. Start me off at £80. At 80, do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for this, and we're looking for 80. Do we see 80 for this? Looking for 80. Fantastic piece here. £80 at 80, at 80, at 80, at 60 then at 60, at £60 then at 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Do we see £60? Do we see 60? 40 then as low as I'll go at 40, at 40 then at 40, at £40 with you sir, in the room at 40, thank you sir, at 42 against you, 45 do you like, 45 too slow, 48 would you like sir, 48 you have, before the internet at 48, 48, 50 against you, 55 do you like, 55 you have sir, your bid at 55, 60 against you, 65 do you like, shake that at 65, 65 you have sir, your bid at 65 now, in the room at 65 with our room bidder at £65, Easy Live Auctions, you coming back in at 70, your bid, sir, at £65. Are we all done then at 65? 70 against you, sir. Are you out at 70? Yes, you are. At £70, you're out. At £70, well, Easy Live Auctions bidder. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 70. That is sold. £70 to 595. Thank you. Lot 265. One of the star lots of today's auctions. Beautiful piece here. Fantastic bit of taxidermy. Start me off at £400. At £400, 480 straight in at 480, and I'm not surprised at £480, at 480, at 480, at £550 now, at 550, at 550. Do we see £600 anywhere? Yes, we do. At £600, at £600, at £600, at 650 now on the sale room at 650. Sale room bidding at £650. At 650, at £700 now on Easy Live Auctions at £700, at 750 back on the sale room now at 750, at £750 here. Are we all done at 750? £800 back on Easy Live Auctions at 800, 850 straight back on the sale room. Sale room bidding at £900 now on Easy Live Auctions at 900, at £900, 950 now on the sale room at 950, at £1,000 on Easy Live Auctions now at £1,000. £1,100 back on the sale room. At £1,200 on Easy Live Auctions at £1,300, straight back on the sale room here at £1,300. Do we see £1,400? Yes, we do. At £1,400 now. At £1,500 on the sale room. At £1,500. At £1,500. £1,600 now on Easy Live Auctions. At £1,700 on the sale room. At £1,700 here. At £1,800 back on Easy Live Auctions and £1,900 on the sale room. Do we see 2,000? At £1,900. Easy Live Auctions, are you coming back in at 2,000? With our sale room bidder at £1,900. Are we all done then? Above estimate at £1,900. Selling here at £1,900. You've all had a chance at £1,900. That is sold, £1,900 to SR
295 250.
Thank you very much. Lot 266. Start off at £80. At 80, do we see £80 for this? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see £80? Looking for 80. £80 anywhere. Looking for 80. 60 then. Do we see 60? 60 for this. £60 is bid at 60. At £60 then, at 60. At 65 now, online at 70. At £70 is bid, at 70. At £70 then, at 70. At 70. At £70 we all done then, at 70. Fair warning, you've all had a chance at 70 with our Easy Live Auctions bidder at 70. Sold, £70 to buyer 560. Lot 267. Start me off at £30 here, large collection of Soviet era CCCP badges. £30, do you see 30? Do you see £30 in? Any interest at 30? At 30, at 30, at £30 in, £10 at £10 in, do we see 10? Do we see £10? £10 is bid on Easy Live Auctions at 10, at 15 now, at 15 is the bid, at 15, 18 is the bid now, at 18. At 18, do we see 20? Do we see 20 for these? Do we see 20? Looking for 20, good collection here at 20. At £18 is bid then, at 18, at 18, at 18, any advance? At £18 with our Easy Live Auctions bidder at 18, Ceremony coming back in, final chance at 18, fair warning, sold £18 to buy at 604. Lot number 268. Again, another collection of Soviet badges here. Start me off at £10 straight in, at £10 anywhere, at £10, £30 is bid, straight up at 30, at £30 then, at 30, at £30, any further interest, at £30 then, at 30, at 30, at £30 we have, at 30, at £30, any advance at 30, I can and will sell, at £30, sold 30, to buy at 667. Lot number 269, again, start me off, at £30, do we see 30 for these? Looking for 30, good collection again. Soviet era badges at 30, do we see 30 for these? Any interest online or in the room? At 30. 20 then, do we see 20? Do we see 20 then? £20 we have at 20. At 20 is a bid, on Easy Live Auctions at 20. At £20 then at 20. At £20 are we all done then? At £20, 25 is a bid. At 25 is bid. At 25, do we see £28 anyway? Next bid's 28. 28 we have now online at 28. 30 is the next bid. Do we see 30? Any interest at 30? At 30. At £28 then, selling away at 28. Sold £28 to buyer 604. Thank you. Lot 270. Collection of Buffalo Lodge medals. Start me at £40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? 40 straight away, back in at 40. 42 is a bid, at £42 then. At 42 on Easy Live Auctions, at £42 then. At 42, at 42, at £42 we all done then. At 45 with you, sir, at the back of 45 standing. At 45 then, at 48 against you. 50 you like, 50 you have, sir. Your bid at 50. At £50 then, at 55 against you. 60 you like, 60 you have, sir. Your bid at £60 then, at 60. At £60, in the room at 60. Selling away to you, sir, at £60. And sold £60 to buy at 173. Lot number 271. Start me off at £40 for these. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see £40? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? £10 then at 10. At 10. At £10 anywhere. £10 is bid. At 10. At 12. At 20 now. At 25. Do we see 30? At 28. 30 is bid. At £30. 32 would you like, sir? At the shake of the head at 32. At £30 on Easy Live Auctions at 32 then. At £32 then. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £30. Sold £30 to buy at 632. Lot number 272, interest on the book here, starting me off at £70 with me on commission, at 70 with me, on commission at 70, 75, 80 with me on commission. My commission bid at 80, my commission bid on the book at 80, at £80 then, at 80, at £80, at 80, at £80, are we all done then? At £80, fair warning, at £80, you've all had a chance at 80, on the book at 80, sold my commission bid at £80 to CT1604. Thank you. Lot number 273. Collection of medals here. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40 this lot? 40 bid straight on the Sarah at 40. Sarah room bidding at £40. At 42. 45 like, 45 in the room. At 45 in the room. Room bidding at 45 then. 48 against you. 50 you like, 50 you have. At £50 in the room at 50. 55 against you on the Sarah room. 60 you like, 60 you have. At £60 in the room. Room bidding at 60. Room bidding at £60 then. With you at 60. Are you coming back in at 65 internet? You've all had a chance at £60 with our room bidder at 60, with you, sir, at the back at 60, fair warning at £60, £60 to buyer 173. Lot number 274, the Army Long Volunteer Service and Good Conduct Medal. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50 for this? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this medal? At 50 then. Do we see 50? Do we see £50? Any interest at 50? £30 then. £30. Looking for 30. 30's bid straight in at 30. 32 with you, 35 against you. 38 would you like? 38 too slow. 40 would you like, sir? 40 your bid, sir. At £40 in the room at 40. Room bidding at 40. room bidding at 40, with you, sir, at 40. At £40, with you in the room, sir, at £40, fair warning, sold £40, just same buyer as last 173. Lot number 275, British World War I's war medal. Start me off at £20. Do we see 20? 22's bid. 25 you, sir. 25 your bid, sir. At 25. 28 against you. 30 your bid, sir. At £30 in the room at 30. Room bidding at 30. At £30 with you, sir. At 32 against you now. Shaking the head at 35. At 32. At 32 on the internet. At £32. Are we all done then? At 32. Sold £32 to buy 632. Lot number 276. Start me off at £30 for these. At 30, for 65, straight in at 65. Shaking the head at 70, sir. At 65 on Easy Live Auctions. At 65. At 65, 70's bid. At 75. At 85 now. At 85. Do we see 90? At 85 then. At 85. At £85 then. At 85. At £85. Are we all done then? At £85. Selling away to at £85. Sold 85 to buyer 591. Lot number 277. Again, a collection of World War II medals with the Africa Star to the 8th Army bar, famous for the action at El Alamein in North Africa. Start me off at £50 for this. Do we see 50? £50 is straight in bid. I'm not surprised at 50, at 50, at 55 then, at 60, at £60 at 65, at 70 now, at 75, at 80 now, at 80, at 85. Do we see 90? Yes, we do. At 95, £100 is bid. At 110, 120, 130, 140's next bid. Do we see £140 anywhere? At £130 then, at 130, at 130, at £130. Fantastic medal set here at 130. Fair warning at 130. 130 is bid to 687. Thank you very much. Lot number 278. Start me off at £40 here. Do we see 40 for the Purple Heart? At 40. At 40. The American Purple Heart here. At 40. In a fitted case as well. At 40. At £40. Do we see 40 for this? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Any interest? At £40 then. At 30 then. At 30. At £30. Do we see 30 for this? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? 20 then. £20 anyway. Looking for 20. Do we see £20? Do we see 20? 20's bid at £20 then. Online at 20. At £20. Any advance at 20. At £20 then. At 20. At £20. Any advance at £20. I can and will sell. At £20. That lot is sold. £20 to buyer 667. Thank you. Lot number 279. The historical interest collection of newspaper cuttings from the Great War. Really interesting flick through if you haven't had the chance. Start me off at £20. £20. Looking for 20. Looking for £20. Do we see £20 for this? Looking for 20. Looking for £20 for this. Really comprehensive collection of cuttings here at £20. £10 then. We're going to lower at 10. At 10. At £10 as bid. In the front row at 10. At £10 with you. At £10. Room bidding at 10. Any advance at £10. It's a gift at £10. Fair warning at £10. Sold by 151. £10. Lot 280. The propaganda pieces here. Start me at £40 for these. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 of these pieces here? Looking for £40. £40 anywhere. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Looking for 40. 20 then. £20 anywhere. Looking for 20. Looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see £20? Any interest at 20? £10 then. Won't go to lower at 10. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. At £10. These remain with us at £10. Is passed at £10. Lot number 281. World War II pocket watch here. Stamped with broad arrows. Start me at £30. Do we see 30? Do we see £30 here? Looking for £30. £30 for the military pocket watch here. At 30. At 20 then. At 20. At £20 then. Do we see 20? Looking for £20 here for the military pocket watch. At 20. £10 then. Won't go there at 10. At 10. It's a gift at 10. At £10. £10 in the front row at £10. At 12. At 15. At 18's bid. At 18. 20 now. At £20 at 22. At 22 is the bid. 25 is the next bid. You're coming back in at 25. Shaking the head at 25. At £22 then. At £22. Do we see £25 anywhere? 25's bid now. On Easy Live Auctions at 28 now. At £28 then. At 28. At 28. At 28. Do we see 30? Any advance at £28, selling the way at 28. We sold £28 to buy at 654. Thank you. Lot number 282. Assortment of badges here. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50 for these? Looking for 50. Do we see 50 for these pieces? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. 50's bid on the sale room at 50 now, at £50 then, at 50. 55's bid on Easy Live Auctions now at 55, do we see 60? 60 on the sale room now. On the sale room bidding at 65 on Easy Live now, on Easy Live Auctions at £65 then, at 65. At £65, 70 is the next bid. Do we see 70 anywhere? In the room or online at £70 then. Selling away to what Easy Live Auctions bid at £65. That's sold 65 to buy at 604. Thank you. Lot number 283, the World War I British Army brass case compasses here. Start me at £40 for these. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40 for this? In its leather case as well. At 40. At £40 then. Do we see 40? 40's bid on the serum at 40. At £40 then. At £40. At £40. 42 in the room. At 42. Room bidding at 42. 45 against you on the sale room. 48 with you, sir, in the room at 48. Thank you for your bid. At 48, 50 against you. 55 you like? 55 you have, sir. Your bid at £55 then. At 55, 60 against you. 65 your bid, sir. At £65. In the room at 65, 70 against you now on the sale room at 75. That's right, at 70. 75 with you, sir. Your bid at 75. 80 against you. 85 with you, sir. At 85, it's a good example. At 90 against you now. You're out at 90. At £90 on the serum at 90. Are we all done then? On the serum at £90. Fair warning, you've all had a chance at 90. That's sold £90. Sold to
SR 135 0030.
You'll have a chance to buy another one of those at our military auction in a few months. Lot number 284. Starting me off for the cannonball here at £80 for the cannonball. Sorry, 50. At £50 for a cannonball. At 50. At 50. At £50 for a cannonball here. At £50. At 50. At 50. It's a good interiors piece at 50, I think. At £50. Get yourself a cannonball. At £25 then. At £25. At £25 here, folks. At 25. Any interest? At 25. 20 your bid, sir. At £20. Bid taken. At £20.
I'll change that.
Just type in 20 there. Your bid, sir, at £20. Thank you very much. At £20. Are we all done at 20? Fair warning then at £20. Selling the cannonball at 20. Sold. £20 to you, sir. And it's by 232. Thank you. A collection. Sorry, we've got a collection of World War I ephemera here, lot 285. Starting me off at £100. The World War I ephemera here, at £100. Good historical interest at £100. At 100. 1914 Christmas tin with interior pieces as well, with the tobacco and other bits. £100. At 100. At £100 in here, folks. At 100's bid. There we go. At 100. At £100. At £100 then. On Easy Live Auctions. At £100. At £100 on Easy Live Auctions. It should be going for more than this. At £100. At 100. At 100. At £100. We've all done at 100. They're sold for £100 to 595. Lot 286. World War I twin-handled brass band Campbell military chest. Interest on the book, taking me to a bid on commission at £40. £40 with me. 65, 70 with me. At £70 on commission at 70. 75, 80 with me. At £80 with me on commission. 85, 90 with me on commission. 95, commission bid is out at 95. Through goes our Easy Live auto bid at £95. Are we all done then? At 110 now. At £110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110. At 110. At 110. Do we see 120? Looking for 120 at £110 on Easy Live Auctions. Are we all done? At £110. Fair warning then at 110. Sold £110 to 665. Lot number 287. Collection of penknives and a 3-drawer desktop cabinet. Start me off at £60 for the penknives and the cabinet here. £60. £60. £60 anywhere. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? 60's bid on the serum at 60 then. At £60 on the serum. At £60. At 60. At £60. Serum bidding at 60. Any advance at 60. At £60 then. At 65 on Easy Live Auctions now at 65. At 70 on the sale room now. At £70 on the sale room. Any advance at £70 then. On the sale room at 70. At 75 now on Easy Live Auctions at 80. Back on the sale room now. At £80 on the sale room. At £80 then. At 80. At £80. Any advance at £80. I'm selling away. Gavel's raised at £80. and are sold to the serum for £80 to SR.
159 7233.
Thank you, James. Lot number 288. Collection of knives here, including a Whitby hunting knife. Nice piece. £30. Start me at £30. Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30 of these pieces at 30? 30's bid on the serum now at 30. At £30 is bid. At 30. At £30, 35 now. On Easy Live Auctions at £35 then. At 35 is bid on Easy Live Auctions. At 35, 38 back on the sale room now. At 38, 40 back on Easy Live Auctions. At 32 on the sale room. At £42 on the sale room. Easy Live Auctions, are you coming back at 45? Yes, you are. £45 now on the sale room. 50 now on the sale room. At £50 on the sale room. At £50. At 50. At £50 then. At £50. Are we all done then? At £50 on the sale room. At 50. Are we all done then? At £50. Yes, we are at £50. SR.
159 7233.
Thank you. Lot number 289. The ceremonial dagger here. Start me off at £60. At 60. Framed and glazed at £60. At £60. 60's bid on the sale room at 60. At £60 then. At 60. 65 on the Easy Live Auctions at 65. At £65 on Easy Live at 70 on the sale room at 70. Sale room bidding at 75 now on Easy Live Auctions at 80 on the sale room. At £80 on the sale room. 85 on Easy Live Auctions now. At 90 on the sale room. At £90. At 95 on Easy Live Auctions. At 100 on the sale room. At £100 now on the sale room. At 100. At £100 on the sale room. Are we all done? At £100. You've all had a chance at 100. Fair warning, at £100 that are sold. £100 to
SR 194 0944.
Thank you, James. Lot number 290. The two Bristol Prospect maps here. Start me off at £30. Fantastic interiors piece. No surprise, we're straight in at 45. At £45 and 48's the next bid. Do we see £48 anywhere? At £48. At 45 we have. Looking for 48. 48 now on the sale room. At 48. At 50 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 50. At 55 on the sale room. At 60 now on the sale room. Sale room bidding at 60. At £60 on the sale room. Do we see £65 anywhere? At 60. At 60. At £60 on the sale room at 60. Are we all done then? At £60. Fair warning at 60. Sold £60 to
SR 585 734.
Thank you. Lot number 291, collection of topographical postcards. Start me off at £40 then. At 40. At £40. Do we see 40 please? Looking for 40. Any interest in the room or online at 40? £10 then. At 10. At £10. At £10. Do we see 10? Do we see £10? Do we see 10? Do we see £10? 10's bid at £10. At £10. At 10. At 12. At £12 in the room now. At £12 in the room. We're bidding at 12. At £12 in the room at 12. Any advance? At £12. Your bid has it at 12. Fair warning. Sold £12 to our room bidder. 151 is it? Yeah. Just switching over clerks. Swig of water. Lot 292. Are we ready to go?
No, the dice will Don't like that one. Thank you.
Right, are we ready to go now?
Yep.
James?
Yep.
We're good to go. We're good to go. We're back on it. Lot 292. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50 for these lots? Looking for 50. Any interest at 50 here, folks? Do we see 50? Large collection of first aid covers and stamp albums at 50. At 50. At £50 then. At 30 then. At 30. At £30 anywhere. Looking for 30. Any interest at 30? In the room or online at 30. At 30. At 20 then. At 20. At £20 then. Do we see 20 for these? We're looking for 20. At 20. At £20 then. Are we all done at 20? £10. I won't go lower at 10. It's a gift at 10 here, folks. At £10. Fair warning at 10. £10 is bid. Online at 10. At £10 then. At £10. At 12 now. At 12. 15's next bid. Do we see £15 anywhere? Yes, we do. At £15 in these live auctions. At 15 then. At £15. We're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at 15. Sold £15 to buyer 621. Lot number 293. Start me off at £30. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. £30 in the room. At the back with you, sir. At £30 then. Bidding in at £30. That's a room bid of 30, at 32 against you, 35 your bid, sir, at £35 in the room now, at 35, at 38 against you, on 38, 40 in the room with you, sir, at £40 in the room, at 40, at 40, at £40 then, at £40. You've scared off the internet at £40. No, you haven't. Back on the sir at 42, 45 with you, sir, once more with you at 45. Are we all done then? At 45. Easy Live Auctions, are you coming back in at 48? Yes, you are, at £48. Shake your head at 50 from you, sir, at £48 then, at 48, at 48, at £48. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 50 now. No, we're not, at £55 on Easy Live Auction now, at 55. At 55 then, at 55. At £55, are we all done then at 55? Fair warning. Sold £55 to our Easy Live Auctions bidder by 519. Lot 294. Again, a collection of fantastic stamps here. At £40, at 40, at 40, at 40, at £40, at 40. Anybody like stamps? At £40 then. At 10, at £10, at £10, at £10, at £10. Do we see 10? Yes, we do. At 12, 15, at £15 then. At £15, at 18's the bid. At 20 now. At 20's a bid. At £20 then. Are we all done? At 22? No, we're not. At 30. At £30 then. At 30. At £30 on Easy Live Auctions at 30. Are we all done then at 30? Fair warning, at £30. They're sold. 530. Thank you very much. Lot number 295, collection of Commonwealth and World stamps here. Start me off at £40 for the stamps. At 40. At £40 for the stamps. Looking for 40. Do we see 40 anywhere? Ladies and gents, £40 for the stamps. Great deal. At 40. £10 then. At £10. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. At £10. £10 is bid on these live auctions. At 10. At 12. 15 is bid. At £15 then. At £15 is bid. At 18 is a bid. At 18, 20. 22, 25 is the next bid. Yes, we have. At £25 now. At £25 is bid. At 25, at 25. At £25, we all done at 28 now. No, we're not at 30. At £30 is bid. At 30. Are you coming back in at 32? Our Easy Live Auctions bidder. At £30, we all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at 30. Sold. £30 to buyer 530. Lot number 296. Collection of toys here. Any toy buyers in the room? Start me off at £40. At 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 this lot? At 40. At 40. At £40 and at 20. At 20. Any interest at 20? 20 with you, sir. At the back at 20. At £20. At £20 then. With you at the back, sir. At £20. 25 against you. 28 would you like? 28 you have, sir. Your bid at £28 with you. At the back at 28. At £28. Any further interest? At £28. 30 against you now, sir. 32 would you like? 32 you have. Your bid, sir. At 32 then. At £32. Any further bidding? At £32 with a room bidder at the back at 32. It's sold. £32. Your pattern number, sir, 169. Thank you. Lot number 297. Start me off at £60 here. At 60. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60 for this lot? 60's bid. Straight in on Easy Live Auctions at 60. At £60 bid. At 60. At £60 is bid then. At 60. Any further bidding? At £60. Does the main bid have it? No, it doesn't. At 70. £70 then. At 70. At £70 is bid then. At 70. Any advance at 70? Fair warning then. At £70. Are we all done at 70? 75 with you, sir. At the back at 70. At £70. 80. Back online at 80 now. Shake their head at 85. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 with our Easy Live Auctions bidder at 80. Sold by 530. £80. Thank you. Lot 298. Collection of box corgi vintage toys here. Start me off at £60. Do we see 60 for this lot? Looking for 60. Straight in at 60. Any advance at 60. At £60 then. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 will be all done then. At 60, 65 with you at the back, sir. At 70 back against you. At £70 I'm online at 70. One more bid, sir. One more bid with you, sir. At £75 now. At 75. At 75. In the room at £75. Are we all done at 75? Fair warning then with you, sir, at 75. Sold. £75 to buyer 169. Thank you. Lot number 299. Same lot again. Start off at £60. £60 anyway. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Do we see 60 for this lot? Looking for 60. 60 straight online at 60. At £60 then. Online at 60. At £60. 65 with you, sir. At the back at 65. Room bidding at 65 to 70 against you. One more bid, sir. With you at 75 now. At £75 at the back now. At £75. 80 against you now. 85 would you like? 85 with you, sir. At 85 then. At £85 then. At 85 in the room. At £85. Are we all done then? At £85 with our room bidder. Fair warning. sold. £85, 2 buy at 169. Lot number 300. Start me off at £40 for this lot. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? 40 on the sell room now. Sell room bidding at 40. 42 in the room over there with you, sir, at £42. 45 against you. 48 would you like? 48 you have, sir. Your bid at 48.50 against you. 55? Shake your head at 55. At 55 online now. At £55 online now. At £55. At £55 on Easy Live. 55. Easy Live bidding at £55 then. At £55 on Easy Live Auctions. Back on the sale room at 60. At 60. At £60 on the sale room then. At £60. Are we all done then? At 65 now. Back on Easy Live Auctions at 65. Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Fair winner, 70 with you, sir. At the back at 70. New bidder at £70. 75 against you, sir. You're coming back in 80. Shake the head at 80. At £75 on Easy Live Auctions. Are we all done then? At £75 with our Easy Live Auctions bidder at 75. Fair warning at 75. 75 to buy at 530. Lot number 301. Start me off at £40. At £40. At £40. Do we see 40 anywhere for this collection? Looking for 40. £40 straight in this bid. At 40. At £40 then. At 40. At 40. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40. At £40 then. Are we all done then? At £40. Fair 42 with you, sir. At 42 at the back. At 45 right back against you. Online at 45. With 48 would you like, sir? At 48 with you, sir now. At 50 against you. 55 would you like, sir? At 55 with you, sir. At 60 against you. Shake the head at 65 with that Easy Live Auctions bidder at £60. Are we all done then? At £60. Sold £60 to buyer 530. Lot number 203 in my final lot of today. Start me off at £40. £40 anywhere. Looking for 40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. 40. Do we see 40 for this collection? At 40. At 20 then. At 20. At £20 with you, sir. At the back at 20. At £20 then. At 20. Any further bidding? At £20 with you, sir, at the back. At 20. 22 against you. 25 would you like, sir? 25 your bid ahead of the internet. 28 against you now. 32 on the internet now. At 32. 35 would you like, sir? 35 ahead of the internet. At 38 now. 40 would you like? 40 you have. At 42 now. At 45 on the internet. At 48. We're going to let the internet run now. At 50. At 55 now. At 55. 60 would you like, sir? Shake that at 60. At £55 then on Easy Live Auctions at 55. Are we all done at £55? Fair warning at 55. Sold £55 to buy at 530. Thank you all very much, and I'll hand over to Gareth for the rest of the auction.
Okay, moving on to lot 303, the collection of motor cars there. Start with £50 then, please. £50 for the collection then. £50, please. £30 then, please. Any interest at 30 then? 30 in the room at £30 then. 32 now. 32, 32, 35, 38, 40. £40 then at 40 in the room. In the room at £40. Looking for 2, please. 42 bid now. Against you, sir. 45 in the room at 45. At 45. 48 now. 48 now. 48 is 48, 50 bid in the room. £50 is bid in the room. At £50, 55 against you, sir. At £55 then. Selling on Easy Live Auctions at £55 then. All done. And selling at 55. 55 is buyer 668. Lot number 304. The cars there, the collection of cars there. Start me at £40 then, please, for the collection. £40. 20 then. 20, I've got 40 already. At 40's bid now. £40 looking for 2 then. At 42 at the back. £42, 45 against you now. 45 against you. 48 then. 50 bid. 50 against you. It's £50 against you, sir. Would you like the 5? 55 then at the back. At 55, 60's against you now. 65, you're in at 65. At £65 at the back. At 70's against you now. At £70 then. Bidding online at £70. 5 bids. 75 in the room now. £75 in the room at £80 now. It's against you, sir, at 80. Thank you. At £80 then. Sterling at £80. All done at 80. £80 is by 530. Lot number 305. The vintage green rally car. Start me at £20 then, please, for that. £20 please. 20, 65 I've got. 65 I've got. £65 I've got. At £65 at 65. Any advance at 65? Selling at 65. All done at 65. £65 is sold by a 578. Lot number 306, the gaming counters there, Jackson's there. £30, start me please. £30 then please. 30, any interest at 30? 10 then for the lot. £10 please. Any interest at 10? I'll pass them by. £10 please. £10 is bid online at 10 then. At 10 looking for 12 please. At £10 then. bidding online at 10. We all done at £10 then. Fair warning, and selling at £10. £10 is buyer 621. Lot number 307. The riders there. £20 then, please. £20 then, please. £20 is bid. Thank you. £20 then. In the room at £20 then. Any advance at 20 then? At £20. Are we all done at 20? It's made a bid in the room at £20 then. Selling on my left at 20. £20 is buyer number 192. Lovely, thank you. Lot number 308, Sabutio there. Starting with £20 then, please. £20 for Sabutio there. 20 on the internet, 2 bid, 22, 25, 28 bid. Now 28 all on Sarah, 32 bid, 35, 8, 42, 5, 8. 50 the bid, 5 the bid, 65, 75, 75, 85, 85 now, £85, all on the Sarum in Italy. You won't be surprised to know at £85, 95, 95, at 95, at 95. Any left then, please, Sarum at 95, at 95, at 95. Then I'm selling to Italy at 95. £95 is 1593382. And that's the Sarum there. Lot number 309. Evil Knievel there. Starting £100 then, please. £100 then, please. £100. Any interest at 100. £80 then for Evil Knievel. Evil Knievel for 80. £80 then. £80 is bid. Thank you. Online at 80. At £80 then. At 80. Any advance then for Evil Knievel at 80. At £80 then, I will sell on Easy Live Auctions then, or 2 Easy Live Auctions at £80. 5 bid. 85 now. £85 at 85. At 85. Any advance at 85. Selling at 85. 85 is buyer 616. Lot number 310. The 8 albums of trading cards there. American football, etc. Start me at £80 then for the collection, please. £80 then, 80 on bid then, traded at £80 on Sarum. 85 now is bid, 85, 90, £90 now, 95, 95, £100 now, 100, 110 on Easy Live now, at 110, at 110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110, at 110 then, at 110, 120 on Easy Live Auctions at 130 now. Easy Live Auctions now is taking control at £130, at 130. Are we all done then? Selling at £130, all done at 130. You coming in? 140. 140 at 140 now on the Sarum at 140. 150 now at 150 at 150 on Easy Live Auctions at 150. Sarum, are you coming back? Maybe worth another bid. Another bid? Easy for me to say. At 150 we sell. 150 is buyer 580. Lot number 311 now. The topsy-turvy doll there. Starting at £40 then, please. £40 please. £20 then, please. 20 I bid, 40 I bid, at £40 now on Easy Live Auctions at £40 then, at 40 then. Any advance at £40 then. I'm selling at £40 on Easy Live Auctions at 40, at £40 then. Are we all done at 40 then? Selling at £40, all done at 40. £40 is buyer 568. Lot number 312 is the Hornby O gauge there. Start with £40 for the collection there. £40 please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? 20 then please. 20 for the collection. Any interest at 20 please? £20 for all the Hornby then. Any interest? 10 then for it all. Any interest? Otherwise I'll pass it. £10, 10 I bid. 12 I bid now. 12. Would you like 15, sir? At £12 then. Online at 12 then, and selling at £12. £15 now. 15 is bid. At 15 on Easy Live Auctions at 15. All done. And selling at 15. 18. £18 then. 18. £20. £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. All done at £20. Failing at 20. £20 by 616. Lot number 313. And the automobile car interest then. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then. 10. Any interest at 10? 10 is bid then on Easy on Sarum then at £10 then. At 10, at £10 then. Any further interest then? At £10. 12 in the room now. 12 in the room. 12 in the room now. At £12 in the room. 15 against you, sir. Would you like 18? £18 and back in the room at 18. In the room bidding at 18. Okay? At 18. 18. 18. At 18, £20, £20, 20, at £20, 22 back in the room, at 22 then, at £22, at 22, 25, and at 25. Thank you. At 25 then, and selling to the Sarah bidder at 25. 25 is 1170,990. Lot number 314 is the Beach Effect water rower there. Start with £50 then please for the water rower there. £50 I bid on Sarah now, £50, Sarah bidding at 50, at £50 then for the water rower, at £50 then please for the water rower, at 55 then on Easy Live Auctions, at 55 then, at 55, at 55, at 55, at 55, at £55, are we all done at 55? At 55 then, selling on Easy Live Auctions, telephone bidder possibly coming, we're not sure yet, at 55 then, all done at 55. £55, perhaps not, buyer 519, who purchased that lot. Lot 315 there, not sure who that lady is, but she's as tall as the item itself. The long bow, maple and ash composition there. Start at £100 then please, at £100, at 100, at £100 then, at 100, £80 then, any interest at £80 then please, £80 please. £80 then, £50 then, any interest at £50? Any interest at all? £50 please? No, we're going to pass that lot. Lot number 316 then, the stopwatch there, starting with £50 then please. £50 there please. £50 for the, £50 is bid on Easy Live Auctions there at £50 then, it's bid at £50, at 50, any advance at £50 there? At 55 bid now, 55 is bid, at 55 60 is bid now, £60 is bid, at £60 then, at 60, at 60, any advance then, at £60, are we all done? I'm selling at £60 to Easy Live Auctions, £60, your moment of fame has gone, I'm afraid, Claire. We're moving on swiftly to lot 317, the large collection of Swindon Town football programmes, including international matches, scarves, baseball caps, soft toys, etc. Start me at £50 then please, £50 then, £50, £50 then, any interest at £50 please, £30 then please, £30 then, £30 then, 20 for them all, £20 then, any interest at 20? 10 then for the collection. Any Swindon Town fans? £12 is bid now. £12 is bid. At £12 then, at 12. Any advance then at 12? At £12 then. Are we all done selling at 12? At 15 the bid now. 18 the bid now. 18 bidding. At 18 then. At 18. At £18 then. At 18 all done and selling at £18. 18 is 604. Okay, we're moving on swiftly to lot number 318 now. The Spirit of Sport there, signed by Pelé. Mexico 1970 in the World Cup there. Exchanging shirts there. Start me at £80 then please. £80 then please. £80 then please. £80 then please. 80. £50 then please. 50 for the signed. 50. £40 then. Any interest at 40? Otherwise I'm going to pass this lot. Any interest at 40? £40 is bid at £40 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 40, at £40 then, all done at £40, selling at £40, £40 is by 595. Lot number 319, the England signed photograph there, £80 please, £80 is bid, thank you at £80, at £80 then is bid at 80, looking for 5 now at £80, at 80, any advance at £80 then, at £80 then, are we all done at £80 then? Fair warning then, I'm selling then at £80, all done at 85, 90 the bid now, £90, at 90, at £90 then at 90, any advance at 90, fair warning, and selling at £90, £100 is bid now, at 100, at £100 at 100, at £100 then we sell at 100, £100 is by 521. Lot number 320, the powder flask there, and other items then. £30 please, 30. £30 then, at £30 then, 30. £20 then, £20 then. Any interest in 20? 10 then please. Any interest for those? Thank you. £10 is bid in the room at £10. In the room at 10. At £10 in the room. Second row then at £10. All done selling at 10. £10 is 167. Lot number 321, the reel-to-reel player there. Start me at £80 then, please. £80 then. £80 then. Any interest at 80? £80 then. £50 please. £50 then, please. 40 then, please, for it. 40. Any interest at 40? Any interest? Otherwise, I'm going to pass this lot. That's unsold. Lot number 322, the electric piano there. Start me £200 then, please. £200, please. £100 then for the electric piano. 100 then. £100 then. Any interest at 100? £80 then. Any interest at 80? £80 then, please. £80. No, I'm going to have to pass that as well. I've got £80. Thank you at £80. I will sell at £80. All done. And selling at 80. £80 is buyer 173. Moving on now to lot number 323 then, the box drum there. Starting at £30 then, please. £30 is bid. £30 then, at £30. At £30, at £30, at 30, any advance at £30 then. I'm selling, made a bid then online at £30 for the box drum. £30 is buyer 589. Lot number 324, the acoustic guitar there. Start with £40 please. £40 then. £40 then please. £20 then for the guitar. £20. Any interest at 20 please. 20, 10 then for it. Any interest at 10? Otherwise I'll pass it. £10 is bid then at £10, online at 10. Any further interest then, I will sell at £10 and online at 10. £10 is buyer 621. Lot number 325 then, the acoustic guitar again then. Start me £20 then please. £10 then please. 10 for it then. 10 on bid then, at £10 is bid then, at 10. It's a maiden bid on Easy Live Auctions at 10. Sold at £10 to buy 621. Lot number 326, the electric guitar now, the Stratocaster style there. Start me £50 please. £50 then please. £30 then, any interest at 30? £30 then. £30 then. At £30 then. Any interest at online?
Got someone hovering.
Yes, I see them, Kelly. I see them. £30 then. £20 then, any interest at 20? £20 then, I've got too late, I've got a bid on Easy Live now at £20. At £20 then. At £20 on Easy Live Auctions at 20. 22 now bid, 22. At 22 then. Any advance then? I sell at £22. 25, just in time at 25 now. At 25, 28 bid now, 28. At 28 then. All done and selling at £28. Fair warning at 30 bid now. £30 is bid. At £30 then. At £30. All done and selling at 30. £30, 519. Lot number 327, the electric bass guitar there. Start me at £30 then please. £30 then please. 30, any interest at 30? Any interest at 30? £20 for it please then. £20 then, 20 on bid then on the sale room then. At £20, sale room bidding at 20. Any advance at 22 now. 22's bid, 22, 25 then on the sale room. At 25, 28 now. 28 on Easy Live Auctions at 28. At 28, 30 now on the sale room bidding. At £30, sale room bidding now at £30. Any advance sale at 30. At £30, we're selling at 30 then. 32 now, just in time at 32. At 32 on Easy Live Auctions at 35 now. At 35, at £35 now on the sale at 35. Any advance at 35? I sell at 38 now. At 38, Easy Live Auctions at 38. At 38. At £38, at 38, all done. At 38, £40 is bid now. At £40, bidding at £40. At 40 then. At £40 then. At 40. All done. At 42 now. At 42. At 42. At £42 then. At 42. Any advance at 42? Selling at 42. 42 is buyer 519. Lot number 328. The presentation disc there. Cheryl Crow there. £20 for please. £20 for this then. £20 then. £20 then. 20. Any interest at £20 then? 10 for it then please. 10 in the room. Thank you. £10 is bid in the room at £10. In the room at 10. 12 I've got against you now, sir. At £12 against you. £15 in the room at 15. At £15 in the room at 15. At £15. At £18 now at 80. Against you at 18, sir. 20 back in the room at £20 and at 20, in the room at 20, at £20. All done then, and selling in the room at 22 again against you now. Would you like 25? 22 then, selling at 22. £22 is buyer 519. Lot 329 then. Signed album there by ABBA. With me at £100 then, at 100 then, at 100 then, at 100, 110, 120, 130 now, looking for 140 then please, at 130 with me, at 140, 160's bid now, 160, at 160, on Sarah at 160, 170 bid, 170, £170 then, at £170, at 170, at £170 then, at 170, at 170, any advance at 170, on the Sarah then, at 170, 180 now, in the room at 180, at 180, at 180, in the room at £180 then, at 180, in the room at £180 then, selling in the room at £180 then, last chance online, 190 against you sir, thank you, at £190 then, I'm selling at £190, 190 is buyer 186902. Lot number 330 then, David Bowie then, signed poster there, with certificate of authenticity then, and with me at £320 now, 340 with me, 340 with me, at £340 then, with me at 340, looking for 360 please, at 340 then, at £340 then, it's with me at £340 then, at 340, any advance then, it's with me at £340 then, at 340, at £340 then, at 340, all done then, it's with me at £340 then, last chance, at £340, that lot's unsold. Lot number 331, the signed Peter Sellers restaurant card there, with the various provenance there as well. Start at £250 then please, £250 then please, 250 for it please, £200 then please. £200 is bid, £200, thank you, £200 on Easy Live Auctions at 200 then, at 200 then, any advance at £200 then, at £200 then, I will sell at £200 on Easy Live Auctions at £200, any advance, at £200 then, all done, and selling at £200, all done at 200, £200 is buyer 525. We move along now to lot number 332, the enamel sign there, and start me at £80 then please. £80 is bid, traded at 80, at £80 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 80, at £80 then, £80 then, at £80, made a bid at 80 then, we'll have it at £80, any advance then, I will sell at 85, 90 to bid now, 90 bid, at 90, at £90 then at 90, at £90, at 90 then we sell, at 90, all done, at 95, 95 now, 95, just in time at 95 then, at 95 then, I sell at 95, £95 is buyer 616, lot number treble 3, the portable carrying case there, and various tools there as well, taps and dies then, £60 start me please, 60's bid, straight in at £60 then, at £60 then, any advance at £60 please, at 60, looking for 5 now, £60, I will sell, it's the maiden bid of 60, all done, and selling at 60, last chance, and selling at 60, £60 is buyer 524, lot number 334, the chemist's box there with the glass files there. Start with £40 then please. £40 then please. £40 then. Any address at 40? £20 then please. 20 in the room. Thank you. I've got 20 bid in the room at £20 in the room. 22 against you, sir. 25 back in the room at 28 against you now. 30 in the room now. £30 in the room at 30. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 then, all done, at £30 we're selling, at £30 is 232, 232 is £30. Lot number 235 now, the calculator there, with me at £85, looking for 90 now, at £85 then, 90's bid in the room, I've got 90 in the room, 95 against you, would you like 100? £100 is bid, 110 here, 110, online at 110, at 110, 120 in the room now, 120, 130 here, at 130 online, at 100, 140 then bid, 150 here, 160, 160, 170, 170, 180, 180 in the room at 180. You scared them off at 180 pounds. At 180 in the room at 180 pounds. Then at 180, I'm selling in the room at 180 pounds. All done at 180. 180 is buyer 232. Thank you very much. Move on now to lot 336 now. The post office scales there. Start with £20 then, please. £20, please. 20. £20 then, please. £20 then. Any interest at 20? £20 is bid. Thank you. At £20 then. At £20. Any advance at 20 then? On Easy Live Auctions at £20. The made a bid then. We sell at £20. All done. And selling at 20. £20 is buyer 595. Lot number 337. Camera there, start me at £200 please. £200 bid, thank you. At £200 I've got 220 now, 240 bid, £240 on Easy Live. Easy Live bidding at 240, looking for 260 bid. 260 at £260 bid. At 260, at £260 now. At 260, any advance at 260. At 260 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £260, we will sell at 260, all done, and selling at 260. 260 is buyer 618. Lot number 338 now, the Cartier pen there. Start me at £100 then, please. Or £80 then. Any interest at 80? £80 then. 80 I've got then on the Ceram at £80 then. £80, 5 bid, 85 now on the Ceram at 85, 90 the bid, 90, 9 and 0, £90 then, 5 bid, 95, all on the Ceram now. Claire, is the Easy Live bidders bidding or not?
No.
No bidders from them. £95 on the Ceram then it is. At 95 then. At 95. Selling on the Ceram at £95. All done. At 95. All done. Fair warning at selling at 95. 988904. Lot number 339. The collection of pens there. Quite a lot in the lot there, 18 in total, according to the description. £40 then, please. Start me £40 bid, £40 traded at 40. At £40 then, it's bidding £40. At £40. At £40 then, at 40. Any advance at £40 then, please. At £40. We sell, it's the made of bid on Easy Live Auctions at £40. All done at 40. £40 is 532. Lot number 340, Waterman pen, and various others in there. 6 in the lot, £40 please. 110 I'm up to, 120 on the Ceram at 120. Ceram bidding at 120. Ceram bidding at 120. At 120. The Ceram bidding at 120 now. 120. Come on, Claire, you can do it. 130 we're there at 130 on Easy Live Auctions. Sarah, are you coming back, please? At 140 now. It looks like they've run out of steam. We're up to 160 now on Easy Live Auctions at 170 now. At £170, at 170, £180, 190 bid, 190. Are we going to make it £200? At 190, at 190, 200 bid, 220, at 220, at £220, at 220, at 220. Any left at 220? On Easy Live Auctions at £220. Fair warning at 220. £220 is buyer 606. Lot 341, the pen there. Start with £40 then, please. £40 then, please. £40. Any interest at 40? £30 it goes with me then at £30 then, at £30 then, at £30, at £30 then, at £30, 32, 35 now, 35, at 35, looking for the 8 please, at £35, at 35, or we all done at 35 then, it's with me at 35, £38 now is bid, at 38 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 38, last chance, I will sell at £38, all done at £38, £38 is buyer 606. Lot number 342, the American Parker there. Lucky Curve fountain pen there. Start me £400 please. £400 is bid on Ceram now. £400 is bid on Ceram at £400 there. At £400. It's a nice pen this Claire. We looked at this, didn't we? We really liked it. Maybe it's us bidding. 420 now. At 420. 440 now. On Ceram at 440. At 440. At 440. At 460 now. At 460. At 480 now. At 480 on the Ceram then. At 480. Ceram bidding at £480. Easy Live, are you coming back? At £480. On the Ceram at 480. Last chance Sarah, Easy Live, I will sell to the Sarah bidder then at £480, £500 now, 500, 550 now, 550 now on the Sarah at 550. Easy Live, are you coming back? At £550 then, all done at £550 then, all done and selling at 550. 550 is buyer 74042. Lot number 343. Star maps there. Start me at £10 then for them. £10 please for the maps then. £10 is bid, thank you. At 10, looking for 12 now please. At £10, 12 bid. At 12, at 15 now. £15 is bid. At 15, looking for 18 please. At £15 then at 15. Any advance then at 15. At £18 is bid. At 18, 20 is bid. 20 at £20 then on Easy Live Auctions at £20. At £20 all done. At £20 by 596. Lot number 344. Okay, starting at £100 then please. £100 then please. £180 then please. £80 then. £50 then please. Any interest at all? £50 please. £50 on the Sarah is bid now at £50 then. At £50, Sarah bidding now at 50. Any advance then at 50. I sell to the Sarah bidder at £50. £50 is buyer 1862820. Lot number 345 then. Motor Itis. The 12. Sorry? Motorised. Thank you. Motoritis. Thank you. By Chaz Crombie. Starting at £20 then please. £20 then please. £20, 28 we're up to now at 28 then. At 28 looking for 30 now please. At 28 then. At £28 then. At 28. Any advance at £28? At 28 then. Are we all done at 28? Fair warning. All done and selling at £28. £28 is buyer 653. Moving along swiftly to the cabinet makers there. Lovely book this as well by Thomas Chippendale there. £70 start me please. £70 is bid. I have £70 on the £80 now. Sarah bidding now it's 80, 90, 90, 100 on the Sarah. 110, 120 then. 130, £130 now. 130 all on the Sarah now. £130 then. At 130, £130. At 130, at 130, at 130. £130 then. All done at £130 on the Sarah we sell. 130 is buyer 1862820.
We've got no sound of video.
Okay, bear with us one moment. We're just trying to get sound and video. We're just going to reset that. Approximately 100 lots to go, so perhaps another hour. Okay, Will's just sorting it out. Hold on, Willie. Okay, just bear with us while we sort this out. Shouldn't be too long. And we're back up already. It's that quick. Okay, lot number 347, Beatrix Potter collectibles then. Start with £30 then please for the collectibles there. £30 then please. £20 then please. 20, £20. 10 then for the collection please. £10 is bid, thank you, at 10 then. At £10 then, at £10, any further interest then. I sell at 10, all done, and selling at £10, fair warning at 12 now. 12, thank you Claire, at 12. At £12 then we're selling. At £12, £12 is buyer 606. Lot number 348. The book says, tell me at £20 then for the books please. £20 then. 20, any interest at 20? £20 then please. 10. Any interest? No, we're going to pass this. Oh, £10 is bid. At £10 then. At £10 on Easy Live Auctions at 10. All done and selling at 10. £10 by 173. Lot number 349. Starting at £80 then. History of England there. Volume 1 and 2 then. £80 please. £80 then please. £50 then please. £50 is bid on Sarah then at £50 then. Sarah bidding at 50. At £50 then. At 50. Any advance at £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. All done and selling at £50. All done at selling at 50. £50. Buyer. Oh, hang on.
Sorry. Sorry about that. SR 139 9985. Sorry about that.
You're an auctioneer, you should know better. 350 Barbara Cartland. The autograph paperbacks there with inscription to Lord Lewis Mountbatten there. Starting at £50 then, please. £50 for Barb. £50 then. £50 is bid at £50 then. At £50 then on Easy Live Auctions. At £50. You're ready? At £50. At 50. At £50. All done at £50 then. At £50 then. And selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £50. Selling, all done at 50. £50 is buyer 595. Lot number 351, similar lot again. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then. Any interest? £50, please. £50. Any interest? £50. I'm going to pass them otherwise. £50, please. Any interest at all? We can go down to 30 then. £30 then. £30 then, please. £30 is bid, thank you. £30 then. At £30 then. At 30. At £30. Any advance then? At £30 then, we're selling at 30. £30 is buyer 595, same buyer as last. Similar lot again, the last of three. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then, please. Any interest at 50? £30 then, that's £10 each then. £30 then for Barbara Cartland. For Barb's. £30, please. Any interest at 30? 20? 20 for Barb. £20 is bid, thank you, at £20 then. And selling then at £20. £20 by 595. Lot number 353, the Hermes scarf there. Start with £80 then, please. £80 then, please. £80 then, please. £80 then. £50 then, please. £50 then. £50 on bid. I saw Sarah in first, so therefore the bid is with Sarah. That's 55 now. 60. £60 then is bid. 65. 65 then is bid. £65 at 65. At 65 on Easy Live Auctions. £65 at 65. Any advance then, please? £65. I will sell at 65. All done and selling at £65. Fair warning at 65. 65 is buy at 538. Lot number 354, the Indian needle threadwork wall hanging there. Start me at £80, please. Large size as well. £80 then, please. £80 then. £50, please. £50 then. 40 then, please. Any interest at 40 then, please. £40, please. Otherwise, I'll pass it. That's unsold. Lot number 355. The tape measure there in the form of a steamer boat there. £30 then, please. £30. £30. £30 on bid. At £30 then. At £30. Any advance at £30 then. At £30 then. All done then. It's a maiden bid on Easy Live Auctions at £30. I sell at £30. £30 is buyer 502. Lot number 356. The sampler there. £70, please. Start me. £70, please. £70 then. Any interest at 70? £50, please. £50 then. £50 then. £50 then. £30 then, please. Any interest? For a sampler there, 18th century. Any interest at 30? No, we're going to pass that lot. That's unsold. Moving on swiftly to lot 357, the thimbles there. Various thimbles, £30 please for the collection. £30 then. £30 then. 10 for the collection please then. Let's move forward. £10 please. Any interest? £10 is bid then online at £10 then. 12 bid. At £12 is bid then at 12. At £12 then. Any advance at 12. At £12 then at 12. All done at £12 then. Fair warning then at £12. All done and selling at 12. £12 is buyer 604. Lot number 358, the fabrics and other tableware there. Start at £70 then, please. £70, please. It's a good collection. £70 then. £50 then, please, for the collection there. 50. Any interest at 50, please? £50 then, please. £40 then please. Any interest at 40? Otherwise I'll pass those. Any interest? That's unsold. Lot number 359 then, the rug there. Start with £50 then please. £50 is bid then at £50 on Easy Live Auctions at £50, straight in at 50. 60's bid now. 65, 65 at £65 at 65. Any advance at 65, £70 now is bid. All on Easy Live at the moment. Easy Live 75, 80. £80 is bid now at £80 then at £80. 5 bid 85. 85, 90, £90 then at 90, at £90 then at 90, or £100 is bid at 100, at £100 then at 100, at 100 then. Any advance then? 110 now, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, 120 now, 120, at 120, at 130, still on Easy Live at 130, at £130 on Easy Live, 140 on the Serum now, 140, Serum bidding at 140. At £140 then, 160 now, 160, 160 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 170 now, Serum bidding at 170, at 170 on the Serum, at 170 on the Serum at 170, 180 bid now, at 180, at 180, at 180, at £180 then, at 180, at £180 then, at 180, at £180, have you all done at £180 then, on Easy Live Auctions I will sell, at £180 then, fair warning at 180. 180 is buyer 504. Lot number £360 then, the rug there. Start with £50 then please. £50 then please. Any interest at 50? £50 then please. £50 then. 30. Any interest at 30 then? £30 then please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? 20 then please. £20. Any interest? I'll pass it by if not. That's unsold. We move along now to lot number 361 and bid me £30 please. £30 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 then. 20 then for the little snuff box there at 20. £20 please. 20. Surely worth 20. Any interest at 20? 10 for it then. 10. 10 at the back. Thank you. £10 is at the back. 12 against you now. 15 at the back. £15 in the room I've got. 18, 20 I've got now. Would you like 22, sir? 22 has been in the room. 22 in the room. 22. At 22 then in the room. You're coming back online at 22 then, selling at the back at 22. 22 is buyer 232. Lot number 362, the cigars there. Start me at £100 please. 110, 120 I'm up to on Easy Live Auctions at 120. 120 on Easy Live Auctions at 120. Looking for 130 now, please. At £120 then, at 120. At 120 then. Are we all done at £120 then? For the cigars there at 120. 130's bid now, 130. £130 at 140 then is bid. At 140. At 150, 140 is still there. At £140 then. Selling at £140, all done. At 140. £140 is buyer 549. Lot number 363, the resin cigar holder there. Start me at £100 then please. £100 then please. 100. £50 then please. £50, 9 carat gold bound there. So £50, 50 of them in the room at £50 then. In the room at £50. At £50 then. Any advance at 50 then. At £50. Selling in the room at 50. £50 is by 232. Lot number 364 now. Penknives, various. Start me at £20 for them all, please. £20, please. 10 for them all then. 10 for the penknives there. Any interest? £10 on bid then at 10. At 10, 12 bid. £12 is bid. At £12 that is 12. 15 the bid. 15 bid at £15 then. At 15. Any advance then? Selling at £15. £15 by 604. Lot number 365, the all sorted lighters there. Starting £100 then. £100 is bid. £100 then. For the lighters is bid at 100. At 100. Looking for 110 then, please. At 100, 110 then. There's bid at 110. At 110, 120 now. At 120. At £120 for the lighters there at 120. Any advance at 120 then. Selling at 120. All done. At selling at 120. 120 is buyer 6. 2-1. Lot number 366 then, the wine there, start me at £40 then. £40 is bid, thank you, at £40 then. At £40 bid, at 40, any advance at £40 for the wine there. At £40, at £40 then for the wine there. At 40, any advance I'm selling then. At £40 then, all done, and selling at 40. £40 is buyer 547. Lot number 367 then, start me at £50 then please, 50's bid then, at £50 is bid, at £50 then, any advance at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at £50, it's the main bid on Easy Live Auctions at 50, you coming in Sarah because you're hovering, at £50 I sell, £50, same way, buyer 547. Lot number 368 now, large collection of wine there, £100 start me please, £100 then please, £100 then, 9 bottles there for 100, £80 then please, any interest at 80, £80 is bid at £80 then, at £80 then, at 80, at £80 then, any advance at £80 then, I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £80 then, fair warning at 80, £80 is buyer 547. Lot number 369, the mixed alcohol there, start me £40 then please, £40, £70 on bid, at £70 then is bid, looking for 5 now, £70 is bid, on Easy Live Auctions at £70 then, at £70 then, at 70, any advance at £70, all done, and selling at £70, all done and selling 70, £70, buyer 547. Lot number 370, the champagne there, start me at £50 then please, 50's bid then, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at £50 then, at £50, at 50, at £50 then, at 50, at £50, will be all done and selling, made a bid online at 50, £50 is bid, 547 the buyer. We move along now to lot number 371, the bottle of champagne cognac there, £70 please. £70, 85 I'm bid now, at 85 I'm bid, at 85 then, at 85 then, at 85, at 85 pounds, at 85, at 85 pounds, all done at 85 pounds. 85 pounds is buyer 546. Lot number 372, the bottle of champagne, 2 in the lot there, £40 please, £40 I'm bid at 40, at £40 then, at 40, any advance then at £40 then. At £40 then, selling at £40 on Easy Live Auctions, £40 is buyer 547. Lot number 373, the 2 bottles there of Moet there, £70 start me please, £70 please, any interest at 70 then, £50 please, at £50 then, any interest at 55 I'm bid now, 55, at £55 at 55, any advance at £55, selling it at £55, £55 is buyer 547. Lot number 374, various alcohol there, starting £30 then, £30 is bid, at £30 then, at £30 then, at £30, any advance at 30 then, for all the alcohol there at £30, fair warning, and selling at 30, £30, 547. Lot number 375 then, the Bakelite clock there and carriage clock, £40 please, £40 then, £40 is bid, thank you online, £40 then, at 40, any advance at £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40, any advance at £40, all, thank you, 42, 42, 45 against you now sir, at 45, would you like 48, 48's bid, 50 the bid now, £50 is bid, at £50, we've got 55, 55 in the room, 60 here, 60, 65, 65 in the room, scared them off at 65 then, all done at 65, 65 is by 232, 232, lot number 376 then, carriage clock then, start with £50 then, with the case there, £50 please, no, at £50 then, £40 then, any interest at £40 then, for the carriage clock at 40, £30 then please, any interest at 30, nope, we'll pass that one. Unsold, lot number 377 then, £30 start me for the clock, the carriage clock there, £30 please. £30 is bid on Sarah, £30 then, at £30 then, at 30, any about 32 then, in the room at 32, 35, 35, 38, 40, 42, £42 in the room at 42, at £42 then, it's against the Sarah, at £42 we sell, £42 by 232, lot number 378 there, The Vienna type drop wall clock there, starting at £60 then please, 60's bid then, straight in at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, at £60, 5 bid, 65, 65 then, 75 is bid on the serum now, 75 on the serum now, £75 bidding on the serum, £80 easy live, £80 serum now, serum bidding at 80, this is serum bidding, serum at 80, yep, serum bidding at 80, 85 now, 85, at £85 on easy live auctions. Easy live auctions at 85. Sarah, you coming back? I see you hovering. I'm going to bring down the gavel if you're not quick. At 85 then, all done and selling at 85. 85 is buyer 681. Lot number 379, the Soviet clock there. Starting at £80 then please. £80 then. £80 then. £60 then please. £60 then. Any interest at 60? £40 then please. Can't go lower, it's got to be 40. Any interest, otherwise I'll pass this clock. That's unsold. So we move on to lot number 380 now. The clock there. Start with £40 then please. £40 then please. Any interest at 40? Any interest at 40? No? Any interest? No? We'll pass that. Okay, moving on to the long case clocks then. £50 start me please. £50 is bid at £50 then at 50. At £50 then for the long case clock at 50. At £50 then at 50. Any advance at 50. Bristol clock as well at £50. I'm selling then online at £50. £50 is buy at 502. Lot number 382. The bob and turn standard lamp. Moving on to the lighting now. £30 please. £30 then. 20 for it then please. £20 please. £20 then. Any interest at 20? 10 for it then please. 10. £10 then. Any interest at 10? I was advised to put it in this sale by many people. Maybe I'll do it to my left. Unsold, I'm afraid. Lot number 383, the lovely Art Deco 5-branch chandelier there, the glass shades as well, along with the other lamp as well. Start me at £120 please. Yeah. Hello, 120 please. Really? £120 please. 120, 120, £100 then please. £100 please. £100 is bid then, at 100 is bid, at 100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100, at £100 then, at 100. Any advance at £100 then, at £100 then, 110 in the room, £110 in the room at 110, at 110, 120 against you, 120 against you sir, at 120, no? At £120 then I will sell on Easy Live Auctions at 120, 120 is buy at 582. Lot number 384 now. Okay, lot number 384 now. Start in £100 then please. £100, £260 we're bid, 280 bid, £280 on the sale at 280, 280 I'm bid, £300 I'm bid now, at 320 now, at 340 bid, 360's bid, 380, £400 now, £400, 420, 440, £440 now, at 440, all on the sale room, the Easy Live is out, at 440, I need 460 please. At 460 now on Easy Live Auctions, at 480 on sale room now, £480 there, at 480, £500 now, 550 now on the sale room at 550, at 550, sale room bidding at 550, at £550 then, at 550, sale room bidding, Easy Live, are you coming back? At £550 then, at 550, at £550 then, all done at £550, I will sell to the sale room bidder at £550, last chance Easy Live, all done at 550, 550 is buyer 1668262. Lot number 385 then, the bronze effect lamp there, start me £50 then please, £50 I'm bid, straight in at 50, at £50 then, 55 is bid now, 55, at 55, 60 I'm bid, that's £60, 65 I'm bid now, 65 then, at 65, at 65 then, at 65 then, £70 then, at £70 then, at £70, at £70 then, at £70, at £70, All done at £70 then. 75 in the room. £75 in the room at 75. At 75 then. At £75. 80 against you now, sir. Would you like 85? 85 in the room. 85 in the room. £85 in the room at 85. Looking for 90, please. 90's online now. At £90. You sure? £90. I know you saw it when it came in at £90 then. All done at 90. Your last chance is coming, sir. At £90 I sell. £90 then is buyer 677. Lot number 386 now. The lamp there. Start with £50 then, please. £50 then. £50. £30 then for the lamp there. £30 then, please. 30. Any interest at 30? £20 then, please, for the lamp there. 20. Any interest at 20? £10 then, please. Any interest at 10? I'm going to have to pass this. £10 is bid at £10. At Easy Live Auctions at 10. At £10 then. We're selling at 10. All done at £10. Fair warning at 10. 10 is buyer 604. Lot number 387 then. The double gourd soda siphon then. Start with £30 then, please. £30 then, please. 20 for it then, please. 20. Any interest at 20? 10 for it then. Any interest at 10? £10 then, please. 10 is bid then. At £10 then is bid. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then at 10. At £10 then at 10. At £10. All done at 10. Fair warning at £10. All done and selling at 10. £10. 701 is the buyer this time. Lot number 388 then. Lots of interest in this. Start with £40 then, please. £40, please. £40 is bid then. £40 then. At £40 looking for 2 now, please. At £40 then. At 42, 45. £45 and Sarah now. 48, 50 the bid. 50 bid, 50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 then on the Sarah at £50. 55 Easy Live now. Easy Live 60 now. 60 now on Sarah. £60 Sarah bidding at 60. At 60. At £60 then at 60. At £60 then. Are we all done at £60? Fair warning. I'm selling at £60 on Sarah now. Fair warning at 60. £60 then is buyer 326. Hey, Will.
SR 326 414. Apologies.
Thank you. Apology accepted. Lot number 389 now. The Urkel mirror there. £30 then, please. Urkel there for £30. £30 I bid. On 32 now. 32, 35. £35 at 35. At £35 at 35. At 35, 38. At £38 then. At 38, £40. At £40. At £40. At £40 then. At £40. At 40. At £40 then. Any further interest then? At £40. 42. At 42. At 45. At 45. At 45. At 45. At £48. At 48. Looking for 50 now, please. At 48 then. At 48. 50 the bid for the Urkel mirror. Large mirror, nice mirror as well. £50 is bid. At 50. Any advance then at £50. 55 bid. £55 at 55. Any advance at 60 now? It's £60. At £60 at 60. At £60 at 60. At £60. All done at £60. Fair warning at £60. 65 and at 65. At 65, £70 then. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then. All done at £70. Fair warning at £70. All done at 70. £70 then is buy at 695. We move along now to lot 390 then. The Christopher Guy there, large 4-section mirror then. And start with £200 then, please. £200 is bid then. Straight in at 200 then. At £200 then. At 200. Any advance at £200, please. At 200. 220 is bid now on Easy Live Auctions. 240 bid. 240 on Easy Live Auctions now. At 240. 260 sale room now. 260 the sale room. £260 on the Sarah at 260. Any advance, 280 is bid. £300 is bid now. At £300 then. At 300. At 300. At £300 then. At 320 then. At 340. At £340 then. At 340 then. At £340 then. At 340 then. At 340. 360. 380 bid. 380. At 380. At 380. At £380 then. At 380. At 380. Any advance at 380, 400 bid now. 400, 420. At £420 then. At 420. At 420 then. At 440 now. £440 then. At 460's bid now. At £460. At 460. at £460 then, at 460. Any advance at 460? I sell at 460. 480's bid now. 480. £500 now on Sarah at 500. £500 on Sarah then. At 500 then. 550. £600 then. At 600 then. At 600 then. At £600 then. At 600. At 650 now. 650. 700. £700 then. At £700 on Sarah now at 700. Any advance at 700? 750 now. Easy Live. £800 now on Sarah then. At 800 then. At 800 then. At £800 then. At 800 then. At 850 now. 850 on Easy Live Auctions at £850 then. All done. I'm selling at £850 then on Easy Live Auctions at £850. 850 is buyer 615. Lot number 391, the mirror there. Start me at £30 then please. £30 please. £30 then please. £30 then please. 10 for it then please. Any interest at 10? Any interest at £10? £10 I bid then. At £10 then at 10. Any advance at £10 then for that large mirror there? I will sell the maiden bid at £10 all done. £10 is buyer 671. Lot number 392, the mirror there. Start with £30 then please. £30 then please. £30 then. 10 for it then please. 10. Any interest at 10? 10 for the mirror there. £10 is bid. Thank you at £10 then. On 12 bid. £12 is bid then at 12. 15 the bid. 15 bid at 15 then at £15 then at 15. Any advance at 15? 15 and £18 is bid. 20 is bid now. £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. 22 then is bid. 22. At 22 then at 22. Any advance at 22? All done and selling at 25 now. 25. 28. 28. At 28. At 28 then. At £28. We all done at 30. At £30 then at 30. At 32. At £32. All done at £32. 35 bid now. 35. £38. 38. At £38. All done and selling at 38. At £40. 40. At £40 then at bid. At £40. All done at 42 now. At 42 then. At 42 then. Selling at 45 now. At 45. At 45 then. At 45. At £45. At 45. All done at £45 then. Fair warning at 45. £45 is buyer 681. Lot number 393, the Art Deco mirror there. Start me at £10 then please. £10 for the mirror there. £10 then. Any interest at 10? £10 for the mirror please. Any interest at 10? Any interest? I'll pass it by. 10 I've got there. £10 then. Online at 10. Any advance then? And selling, made a bid at £10. £10 is buyer 695. Lot number 393, the Urkel chairs there. Start me £30 then please. £30 for the Urkel ones there. £30 then. £20 then please. Any interest at 20 then please. 20 on bid then, thank you at £20 then. At 20, any advance at £20. 2 bid, 22, 25 bid. 25 then, at 25, at 25 then, at 25, at £25 then, at £28, at 28 then, at £28, £30 then, at £30, at £30 then, at 30, at £30 then, at 30. All done and selling at £30 then, all done at 30. £30 is buy at 682. Lot number 395, the Urkel refectory table and chairs there. £50 please. £50 then. At £50 then. At £50 then. £50 then please. Any interest at 50? £30 then for it all please. £30 then. £30 is bid. £30 then at 30. Looking for 2 now please. £30 then. At £30 then at 30. At £30. I will sell at £30. All done and selling at 30. £30 is buy at 700. Lot number 396, the pitch pine dresser there. Start me at £80 then please. £80 then for the pine dresser there. £80. 80. £80 then. 80 I bid there. £80 I bid. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 then. At 80. At £80. At 80. Any advance then at £80. All done and selling at £80. £80 is buyer 695. Lot number 397, the Victorian chest of drawers there. Start me at £80 then please. £80 then, good chest of drawers there, good Victorian one at 80. £80 then, £60 then please, £60 please. Any interest at 60? £60 then, 60 on bid, thank you, at £60 then is bid, at 60, that's £60 then. Are we all done at £60 then? Online at £60 I will sell at 60. £60 is buy at 695. Moving along now to lot 398, the Urkel Windsor blonde down dining table there, and chairs as well. Start me at £100 please, 100. £100 is bid, straight in at 100 then, at 100, 110 now, 110, at 120, at £120 then, at 120, at 120, at 130, 140 now, 150, 160 is bid, 160 then, at 160, at 170, 180, sorry, 170, still at £170 then, at 170, 180 is now come, at £180 then, at 180, at 190 now, 190, at 190, £200 then, at £200 then, at £200 then, at 220 now, 220, 240 is bid, at £240, at 260, at 260, at 280, at £280 then, at £280, at 280, at £280 then, at £300 is bid now, at 300 then, at 320 then, at 320, at 320 then, at 320, at £320, any advance at £320 then? Are we all done on Easy Live at 320, your last chance? At £320, I'm selling at 320. 320 is buy 700. Lot number 399 then, the Urkel side table there. Start me at £50 please. £50 then, 50 is bid then, 60 is bid now, 70 is bid now, 80 bid now, 90 bid now, 100 bid now, at 110 is bid now, at £110, at 110 for the Urkel side table there, at £110 then, at 120 bid, 120, 130, 140 bid, 140, 150, at £150 then, at 150, at 160, at 160, at 170, at 180, 180, £180 then, at 180, at 180, at 190, at 190, at 190, 200 then, at 200, at 200, £200 then, at 200, at £200 then, at 200, at £200 then, at £200, at 200 then, at 200 then. Are we all done at £200 then? Fair warning, at £200 then, all done at 200. £200 is buyer 700. We move along now to lot number 400, the Urkel sideboard there. Start me at £200 please, £200. Any interest at 200 then? 200, 200 is bid, thank you, at 200 then. At 200, looking for 220 please. At £200 then, at 200. At 200, any advance at 220 now? 220, 240 bid, £240 then, at 240 then. At 240 then, at 280 bid, £280 now, at £280, at 280, £300 then, 300, 320, 340, 360, 360, £360, 380, 400, 420, at 440, at £440, at £440,000, at 460, at 460, 480, at £480 then, at £480 then, at £500 is bid, at £500 then, at 500, at £500 then, at 500, at £500 then, at 500, any advance at 500 then, at 500, I'm selling at £500 now, all done, and selling at £500, £500 is buy 700. Lot number 401, the Urkel nest of tables there, start me at £50 then please. £50 then for the tables then, 50, any interest at 50 please? 50, £30 then for the tables please? £30 then please? £30 then, any interest at 30 then? £20 then for them please? 20? 20 on bid then, at £20 is bid, at £20. At 20 for the Urkel tables then, at £20. Any advance then at 20? I will sell at 25 now, 25. At 25 then, at 25, 28 bid, 30, £30, 32. At £32, at 32, at £32, at 32, all done at £32. I sell at 35 now, 35, 38 bid, £38, at 38, at £38, at 38, all done at £38 then, at £38, all done at £38. £38 is buyer 695, lot number 402, the blonde elm glazed display cabinet then, £80 please, 80, £80 then please, £80 then please for the display case there, 80, £50 then please, £50, £50 then, please. The Oracle display cabinet there. 50. Any interest at 50? £50 is bid then at £50. At £50 then is bid at £50. At £50 then at 50. Any advance then? I'm selling then online at £50. Last chance at 50. £50 is by at 700. Lot number 403 now. The Stag chest of drawers there. Start me at £50, please. £40 then, please. Any interest at 40? £40 then, please. 40. Any interest at 40? 40 is bid there at £40 then is bid at £40 then. At £40. Any advance at £40 then? At £40. All done. It's a maiden bid then at £40. All done. Selling at 40. £40 is by 695. Lot number 404. Similar lot again. Starting at £40, please. £40. So 40 is bid then at £40 then. At £40, looking for 2, 42 is bid, 5 the bid, 45, at £45 bid, at 45, 8 the bid, 50 the bid, at 55 bid, 60 bid, now 60 bid, at £60, at 65, 65, 70 bid, 75, £75, at £80 is bid, and 5, 90, £90 then is bid at 90, at £90 at 90, and £90 then at 90, 110 now, 120, 120 then, at 120, at £120 then, all done, at 120 we sell, at 120, 130, 130 now, 140 bid, at 140 then, 140 now, last chance at £140 we sell, at 140, 140 is buyer 695, lot number 405, the dressing table there, the Stag one, £40, start me please, £40 please for the dressing table then, £40 then, £40 is bid, £40 looking for 2 now please, at £40, at £40 then, at £40, 2 on the serum now, at 42 on the serum, at 42 on the serum, at 42, at 42, 45 bid, 45, at 45, at £45, at 45, any advance at 45, I sell them on Easy Live Auctions at 45, 48 on Sarah now, just in time at 48. Sarah and 50 the bid. 50 the bid on Easy Life at £50 then. At 50. Any advance at £50? At 50. All done. I'm selling. Last chance. Easy Live Auctions at 50. £50 is by 695. The pair of Stag bedside cabinets there. £30. Start me please. £30 then. £30 is bid at 30. At £30 then it's bid at £30. At 30. Any advance at £30? At £30 then. We sell them and made a bid online at 30. Any advance, your last chance is coming. I'm selling at 30, 32, just in time at 32. 35 now, 35, at 35, at 35, at £35, at 35. All done at £35 and selling at 35. £35 is buyer 695. Lot number 407. The large beach effect plank boardroom table there. Start with £30 then please. £30 then. Temper it then please. £10. Any interest at 10? £10. Any interest? No, I'm going to pass this one. Okay, that's unsold. The Peterson sideboard there of London in Chelsea. £40 please. £40 then please. Any interest? I might have to move this again. 40. £20 then please. £20 then please. Any interest at 20? £20 then please. 20. Any interest? Temper it then please. Any interest at all? We're going to pass it then. It's unsold. Lot number 409. The oak table there. Start with £30 then please. £30 then please. Any interest at 30? Temper it then please. £10. Any interest at 10? Pass that one. Lot number 410, the side table there. £10 for it please. 10 please. Any interest at 10 then? £10, otherwise we're going to have to pass this as well. That's unsold. Lot number 411, the Camarich dining tables there. Dining chairs. £200 please. £200 please. 200. Any interest at £200 please? £100 for them then? 100. Any interest at 100? £100 then? £80 then? Any interest at 80? £80, otherwise I'll pass these as well. That's unsold. Lot number 412 then, the Continental Berger tub elbow chair, and one other chair as well. Start at £70 then please. £70. £70, any interest at 70? £50 then please, £50 for the chairs there. £50 then, £30 for those then please, any interest at 30? No? Any interest? I'll pass those then, £30 is bid, thank you, at £30 then at 30. At £30 and selling, at £30. £30 is buyer 692. Lot number 412 now, the Cowan Hall tables there, the pair of, start me at £80 then please. £80 then please. £80 then. £50 for them please then. £50 then please. £40 for them. Any interest at 40 then? £40 is bid, thank you. 42 now. £42 is bid. 45, 45, 48, 50 bid. 50 the bid now. £50 is bidding at £50 then. At 50. Any advance at £50 then? 55, 60 the bid. £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. At 60. At £60. 5 bid. 65. 70. £70 now. At bid. £70. At £70 then. At 70. All done at 70. Fair warning. At £70. £70 is by 596. Lot number 414. The David Lindley sofa there. Start me £1,200 please. £1,200 then please. £1,200 then please. £1,000 for it please. £1,000 then. Any interest at 1,000 then. £800 then. Any interest at £800 then please. It's very comfortable. That's better. £800 then. 800. Any interest at 800 then. £600 then. Any interest at £600 please. Nope, I'm going to pass that then at £600 then, all done at 600. That's unsold. Lot number 415, the B&B Italia Athos dining table there. Start me at £300 then please. £300 please. 300 then. £300. £200 then please. 200 then. £200 please. Any interest at 200? £150 then please. Any interest at 150 then? Any interest at all? I'm going to pass this as well. Any interest at all? Move forward. That's unsold. Moving on to lot number 416, the Jacobean style window bench there, the oak one. £60 start me please. £60 then please. £60 then please. 60, 80 on bid now. At £80 is bid. At £80, looking for 5 now. At £80 then. At £80 then. All done. At £80 then. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £80. £80 is by at 531. Lot number 417, the easels there. Collection of £60 for them all, please. £60 for the easels. 65 I bid at 65 then. At £65 then. At 65. At £65. Any further interest? £75. 75 then. At 75 then. At 75 then. At 75. 80's bid now. At £80 then. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 then. At 80. At £80 then. For the easels at £80. 5 bid. 85. 85 then. At £85. All done at 85. Fair warning. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 85. £85 is buyer 692. Lot number 418 now. The chairs there. The Philippe start. Start in £90 then for those, please. £90 then. £90 then. £70 then. Any interest at 70 then? £70 please. £50 for the chairs there. 50. Any interest? Otherwise I'll move forward at 50. Any interest at all? They're unsold. Lot number 419, the chest there. Start me in £80 then please. £80 then for the chest, 150 on bid at 150. At £150 then on Easy Live Auctions at 150. At £150 then at 150. At £150 then at 150. Any advance then at £150. All done and selling at £150 then all done at 150. 150 is buyer 693. Lot number 420 then, the collector's cabinet there. Start with £40 then please. £40 then for the collector's cabinet then. £40 is bid then at £40 then. At £40 then. At £40. Any advance at 40 then. I'm selling then at £40. All done and selling online at £40. £40 is buyer 518. Lot number 421 then, the G-Plan wardrobe there. Stomach £80 in please. £80 in please. £80 in. £40 in please for it. £40 for the wardrobe. £41 on bid at £40 in. At £40 in. At 40. Any advance at £40? At £40 in. At 40. Any advance in. Selling at £40 all done. At 40. £40 is buyer 531. Lot number 422, the wardrobe again then. Dummy £60 please. £60 then for the double door there. £60 is bid. 60. That's £60 is bid. That's £60. 65 in the room. 65. 70 against you now. 75 in the room. 80 against you now. 85 in the room at 85. At 85 then. Second row at 85 I sell. At 85. £85 is buyer 167. Lot number 423 now, the G-Plan dressing table there with the pigeonholes then. Start with £60 then please. £60 then. £60 then. £40 then. Any interest at 40 please. £40 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30 then. £30 for the G-Plan table there. Any interest at 30? Any interest? No, I'm going to have to pass that one, I'm afraid. Unsold, lot number 424, the G-Plan oval dining table there, with chairs as well. Start me at £100 please. £100 at 100. 100, any interest at 100? £80 then please. £80. Any interest at 80? £80 then. £50 then for it please. 50. £50 then please. Any interest at 50? 50 bid, 50 bid, at £50 then I bid, at £50 then at 50, at £50 then. Any further interest then? I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £50, £50 then, 693. Lot number 425 then, the upholstered dining chairs there, £80 start me please, £80 then, £80 then, £50 then for these please, £50 then please, £40 please, any interest at 40? £40 then. Sorry. Yes, they are. Yeah, I tried them myself. £40 then. Any interest? Otherwise, I'll pass these. Unsold, I'm afraid. Lot number 426. The chairs there. £10, please. £10 then. Any interest? Any interest? I'll pass these as well. Unsold. Lot number 427 now. The breakfast table there. Start with £30 then, please. £30 then, please. £30, 10 for it please then. Any interest for 10? Breakfast table there, Victorian. £10 is bid then at £10 then. At £10 then. At 10 we sell on the maiden bid of £10. £10 is buyer 671. Moving on to lot 428 now, the Bentwood chair there. Start me at £10 then for the chair. £10 then please for the Bentwood chair. Any interest at all? £10 please. Any interest at all? £10 please. Otherwise I'll pass it. £10 is bid at £10 then. At 10. Any advance then? We sell. It's the maiden bid of £10. £10 is buyer 696. Lot number 429. And bid here £10 then. On commission at 10. At £10 then. Commission bid is £10 then. Any advance then? At £10, 12. The commission's out at £12 then. £15 is bid now. At 15 then. At 15 and £18 is bid. At 18 and £20 is bid. At £20 then. At £20, 2 bid, 22 then, at 22, 25, at 25 then, at 25, at 28 then, at 28, at 28, £30 is bid, at £30 then, at 30, 32 bid, 35 bid, at 35 then, 35, £38, £40 then is bid at £40, at 40, any advance at 40. I sell at 42 now, £42 is bid, at 42 then, at 48, 50 the bid now, £50 is bid, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at 50, at £50 then, at 50 I sell, at £50, £50 is buyer 604. Lot number 430 down the Italian table there, and chairs, start me £100 please, £100 for it then please, 100, any interest over 100? £100 please, otherwise I'll pass it. Any interest at all at 100? Pass that lot. Lot number 431 now, the Sofa Italia. Three-seater leather sofa there. Start me at £200 please. £200 then. 150 then. Any interest at 150? At 150? £100 then please, 100, any interest at 100? Any interest? No, we'll pass that by. Unsold. Lot number 432, similar lot again, £100 for it please. Any interest at 100? I'll pass those then if I can't get any bids. Unsold. Lot number 433, similar lot again, £100 for it please. And so for Italia, £100, any interest? Nope, I'll pass this by. Moving on now to lot 434, the Mouseman style bookcase there. Start with £30 then please. £30 then please. £30 is bid on Sarah then at £30, Sarah bidding at 30. 32 now, 32, at 32, at 32 now, 32, 35 bid, 35, then on Sarah at 35. 38 now on Easy Live Auctions at 38. 40 now on Sarah at £40 then, at £40, 42, at 42, at £42, at 45, at 45 then, at £45, at 45, at £45 then, at 48 bid, 48, at 48, at 48 then, 50 the bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, on Sarah then, at 55 then, on Easy Live Auctions then, at 50, 55, at 55, 60's now a bid, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, a bid at 60, at 60, 65 then, at 65, at £65, 70's bid now, at £70 then, at 70, 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, at 75, 80's bid now, at £80 then, a bid at 80, at £80 then, at 80, 85 now, at 85, at 85 then, at 90, at £90 then, at 90, 95 then, at 95, not £100 then, at 100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 110 then, at 110, at 110, at 120 now, 120, at 120, at 120, 130's bid now, 130, at 140 then, at 140 on Sarah, 150 Easy Live, 160, at 160, good battle on the internet this on, £170 now on Easy Live. It's a good battle, isn't it?
How much amount on golly?
On 70, 180 bid, 180 now on the Sarah at 180, at 180, at 180, £180 at 190 now, 190, at 190, £200 then, it's bid at 200 then, at 200 then, at £200 then, on the Sarah then, I'm selling at £200 then, all done, and selling at £200, fair warning is selling at 200, on Sarah at 200, £200 is buyer 337722. Lot number 435 then, start with £1,000 then please. The table and chairs there, £1,000 please. 1,000, £1,000, £900 then please. 900 then. £900 then. Any interest at 900? 800 then please. £800 then. Any interest? Otherwise I'm going to have to pass this one. £800 is bid at 800 now. At £800 now. At £800 then. 850 now. £850 then. At 850. At 850 then. £900 then. At 900. At 900 on Easy Live Auctions then. At 900 then. At £900 then. At 900. At 900. I will sell at 900. We all done at £900. Fair warning it's selling at £900 on Easy Live Auctions at 900. £900 is by 686. Lot number 436 now. The dog man there, Richard Collinson there. Start me at £400 please. £400 please. £600 is bid. 600 on Sarah at 600 then. 650 now. 650. 650 on Sarah. 700 now. Sarah bidding at 700. At £700. On the Sarah at 700. Any advance then at £700. At 700 then. At £700 then. Are we all done at 700 then? At £700 then. I'm selling now to the Sarah room at £700. All done and selling at £700. £700 is buyer 162496. We move along now to lot number 437 now. This one is Nightman then. £400 please. £400 please. 550 on bid. 600 on bid. £600 is bid. That's £600 then. At 600. That's 600. 650 is bid now. £650 then. 700 bid now. At £700 then. At £700 then. 700. Any advance at 700. At £700. 750 now on Easy Live Auctions at 750. £800 now on Sarah and them. £800 on the Sarah now. That £800. Sarah bidding at 800. at £800. We all done at £800 then. Fair warning, at £800. I'm selling at 800. £800 is buyer 337722. Lot number 438 then. This one is Lizard Man. Start me at £200 then for Lizard. For Mr. Lizard, £200 is bid. At £200 then is bid on the Serum then at 200 then. At £200 at 200. Any advance at 200 then. At £200, 220 now, 220. At 220, 240 now. 240 on the Serum then. At 240 Serum bidding out 260 now on Easy Live Auctions. At 260 on Easy Live Auctions. At £260 then, all done at £260 on Easy Live Auctions. I sell at £260. Last chance at 260. 260 is buyer 643. Lot number 439, the garden plant potters there. Start me £40 more, please. £40 then. £40 then, please. £30 for them. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30, please. £30. £20 then, please. 20. Any interest at 20 then? For the garden pots there. 10. Any interest at 10 for them, please? It's got to be worth 10, surely. £10 is bid. At £10, 12 is bid now. £12 is bid. At £12 then. At 12 then. Any advance then? I'm selling at 12 and 15 is bid now. At £15 then. At 15. At £15 then. We sell at £15 on Easy Live Auctions at 15. £15 is buyer 671. Lot number 440 then. The Gothic style terracotta planter there. £20 start me, please. 20 on bid then, £20 is bid. 22 on bid now, 28 on bid now, 28, 30 on bid, 32, 35, 38, 40, 42, 48, 55, 60. £60 is bid at 60, at £60 then at 60, at £60 then at 60. All done at £60 then, at £60 then, all done and selling at £60. £60 to the sale room there is 940,917. Lot number 441. 441 then. £30 start me please for the fire pit. £30 please. £30. 30 on bid then on Sarah at £30 for the fire pit. At £30 then at £30. All down at 30. £30. I've already got 30, Jimbo. I need 32. At £30 then at 30. Are you coming back? Easy Live? At 30. 32 now is bid at 32. At 32. 32. 35. 35. 35 on Sarah at 35. At £38 at 38. Easy Live bidding at 38. At £38 at 38 then. At £38 then at 38. At £38. Have you all done at 38? I'm selling at £38. £38 is 685. Lot number 442 now, the terracotta green planter then. Start at £70 then please. £70, 70's bid then, straight in at 70. At £70 then it's bid at £70. At £70 then at 70. Any advance then at 70. At £70. At 70 then. At 75 bid, 75. 80's bid now, at £80. Then bid 80. £80 then at 80. At £80 then at 80. You coming back to sale room? At £80 then I will sell. At £80 then. All done at £80. I'm selling at £80 on Easy Live Auctions at 80. £80 is by 547. Lot number 443 now. Start me at £100. £100, £70 then please. 100 I bid on the phone, thank you. I've got 100 on the phone. 110 against you. 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. £170 then at 170. At £170 then. Selling at £170 then. All done at 170. 170 is by 547. Lot number treble 4. Start in £100 then please. £100. £100 on the telephone at £100 on the telephone. At 100 on the telephone at 100 then. At 100 then. At 100. Any advance then at 100 then. At £100 then at 100. At 100 then. You coming in online? I can see you hovering. You coming in? I'm going to bring the gavel down. At £100 I'm selling. All done. I'm selling at 100 to the telephone bidder. £100 is buyer
C10680.
Lovely. And that concludes today's sale. Thank you very much.
I'll let you do this bit, James.
That's it. Cool.